All right, we got the live stream and everything up and running. We just waiting on Naeem and Josh, and we'll crank it up.
Hey, he's asking if we can hear him. No, no, we can't. Yo, Chris.
You.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Hikmah's asking if we can hear him.
I can't. I can't hear him though.
No, I can't hear him.
I'm having trouble with my video. Like all of a sudden, the webcam don't work.
Why can't we hear him?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with his audio.
Yo, Chris.
Never had that issue with anybody's like audio not working.
Chris.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe let me see. Maybe he could leave and come back in. Maybe that would work.
Yeah, maybe he can try that.
Yeah. Look at that. That's probably what it is. Yep, because look, it's cutting in and out. I think I figured out what my video thing was. Hmm. Well, I think he said that it's sa- something.
What?
Yeah, I think that's.
I can't hear you.
It's working. Oh, it's plugged up. All right, cool, cool. What do we do? Run as webcam. You don't have a run as webcam. Hmm. Um,
Yo, what happened to Chris? Hello?
I don't know. He just went out. Just I guess he's just like trying to get his stuff together. I guess he about to switch over to his laptop or something. Maybe I don't know. Just trying to get everything situated. Can Hikmah speak now? Is his audio straight?
I haven't heard him so far. Hey, Chris isn't here? He said he's been talking the whole time. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can't
we
hear him.
yeah we can't hear him at all. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know what that is.
Back it like kicked me out or did something crazy.
He said he's waiting on the app for it to download.
Right.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Because I don't understand why we can't hear him speak at all.
Yeah, well he said that it was waiting on the app to download and then like he uh logged on through I guess the browser, but the browser didn't have a it didn't have like audio. Okay, we are still live. We working on it, y'all. We're gonna get it together. So I don't have video, uh, and I just hooked up like a whole digital camera. It's still not working.
Well, we'll get it right. You know what I mean? Until it gets right is when we'll go live. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we live already, but I'm saying we'll start the podcast when shit gets right. I'm just gonna have to get this app downloaded. That's about it. After I get the app downloaded, because there we go.
Was that him?
Yeah. Wait, was it?
Yeah, that was him.
Why he came in like so light? Like I don't know what that is.
Because he that wasn't him. That was him sending me a voice message on my phone over the microphone. You know, I got the studio mic on, so like
Oh,
it
all
picks
right.
up.
Who's in here right now? Hello?
We all in here. It's me,
Yo, I'm
you,
here.
and, Chris. Hickman left. I think he
Yeah,
about
he's
to
waiting
join
on
us
the
on
app to
that.
download.
Okay. Nice.
And then of course my computer wants to take the biggest update. Like this is retarded.
Right.
Whatever, man. I knew the energy was gonna be kind of weird with this interview. Chris, you ever get your screen squared away?
Which things like the car and everything?
No, your screen. You know, you said you was
Oh
having some
no,
problem with the
man.
screen.
I just figured out what is wrong with it. The whatchamacallit is messed up. The webcam, it's got like a little cut in it, so the wire's cut. So that's probably what it ain't. It ain't gonna work unless we trying to fix it though. So we, yeah, I think there's one over there. Hmm. This is so stupid. It's funny though. You know what? I literally figured that this was gonna happen anyway, because they always be trying to block our damn lives and shit anyway.
Yep. This happened last time too, didn't it?
Yeah, it happens every time when we talk when we're trying to talk about something that matters. I don't know what I'll do.
What is it looking like for Hikmah right now?
He is just waiting on the app to finish downloading. He's like, out in the middle of all them acres. Probably had to walk to town.
Well, he's out in in a rural area.
Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure. It's just gonna get a quick fix till we get some. Yeah, I mean, whatever. If we can just get it working, that'll be true. If not, then hell, I. All right, we getting it together. Almost got the video fixed, and pretty sure his app's about to be downloaded. We are live, so we got to learn. You know, just talk about some shit while we fixing everything.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I didn't know that we was live because you usually start recording when we start.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't
Sure.
gonna record till we, but fuck it, I'll record for all right.
But you know, I guess we can just start it off then.
Um,
Chris. You know, lifestyle libraries. Shabo, Mozzie Miko, the Jew. We got C3. We got Mr. Silver with us. What's good
All
with
right, so we
y'all?
got the video working. No, great. I'll get it
Yo, what's
started
going
real quick.
on?
What's up?
We're starting off with some technical difficulties right now. I mean, we're trying to get Hikmah straight.
Um,
We live in a world of technical difficulties.
Yes, we do, man. Definitely.
Word.
These men and women out here
But,
walking around with
boom,
technical difficulties.
right. Or these men, women, or women, men walking around with technical difficulties.
That's a technical foul.
Right, that part. He said technical foul. I know that's right. We definitely throwing a flag on that shit.
Got the technical difficulties.
All right, so for those of y'all just tuning in, we just had to repair the webcam, but boom, there you go. We're working now. So we got one of the technical difficulties out the way. Yep. Everybody needs a Ricky. I'm gonna see what's going on with Hitman real quick, see if he's getting close.
But yeah, we trying to get things straight. You feel what I'm saying? Uh, the energy's just
We
trying to
making it work.
knock us out of the way,
That's
but we're
it.
gonna get the energies out the way. You feel what I'm saying? 'Cause we
That,
gonna
that they
make
know
this
what's
happen.
gonna happen.
So we're gonna make it happen. I felt it in my
They
gut
trying to
something
block it.
funny and something weird was going to happen with this
I
energy,
know.
bro. I just kind of like even ain't even try to give it no energy in my mind. You feel what I'm saying?
I know. I was thinking about
My computer over here doing the biggest update, taking the slowest time to get through the percentages right now, and it's just so weird.
it. Bro, I literally just had to like have a webcam rewired. We had to literally cut the wires, splice them back together, and like put it back together.
Bro, I just had an
I don't
update.
understand how the wire got cut.
I just had an update. I'm over here taking a nap.
uh, yeah, this is real life, right?
Yeah, man.
Nah, I'm up. I'm up. I'm
Yeah,
up and
man.
about. I'm up and about.
Yeah, yeah. He woke up.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to, you know what I mean, put the banner up right now until my you know, my computer do the update. That's what's so whack.
I
All
know.
of a sudden, it's updating shit.
Yeah.
Agent
Right. And
Smith.
I got my shit set to like auto update, like automatically too, right? So this you gonna wait till we do the podcast, and now you wanna be on the bullshit.
Yeah,
Agent
now you want
Smith.
to like
Somebody
come
done
on.
snuck into the studio and cut the damn cut the webcam.
Hey, they don't. They really don't want us to talk about this shit.
Yeah, the agent
They
is
really
out.
don't,
You said
honestly.
what? They're about to get Hickman to expose the banking system. Oh yeah, we're gonna give him
Yeah,
some technical
what? They're
difficulties.
like, yeah, cut it. Cut the feed right now.
Bananas, bro. It's bananas.
I know. It's bananas, bro. Gwen Stefani got something to do with
Somebody. I think it's Shooter Sanders.
it. Shooter Sanders, he said. Right. Maybe it's Kanye's cousin.
Are you talking about the one that pulled that came up in the Black Ku Klux Klan hood?
Right. Uh I'm still trying to figure out if that's really Kanye or if that was like a deep fake.
Yeah, I don't know. You gotta question everything. That's what I say.
Definitely, bro. Hey, and that is for sure some questionable shit. Like, I told Ricky, like, he hadn't heard nothing about it. And I was like, bro, I was like, you gotta look it up. And he was
Look
like
up
looking
what?
up. He was Kanye's new song, Cousins. It's the fucking most ridiculous shit you've ever heard. Ricky's like trying
No.
to look up who
I
Kanye
never
West
heard
is.
of it. I gotta look it
And
up.
I was talking about it like a real person. I was like, no, you got to hear the song, bro. Cousins. It's nuts.
Cousins.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go find out what that's about. Let me get off of here.
Fresh out.
Yeah, get ready, bro. You're gonna be like, what the fuck?
What you been doing? What you been up to, Silver? You a millionaire yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, for sure he is. Don't let him lie to you. Just
Definitely on
waiting.
the way.
I'm
You know
just
what I
waiting
mean?
for it to
What do
land.
we
Definitely,
got?
definitely
What, about
knocking on
10
his
more
door.
days, Chris? About 9 or 10 more days?
Yep.
Yep. Can't say we didn't tell him though, right? It ain't like we didn't tell him.
Hey
It ain't like we
man,
didn't post
until
referral links and affiliate links and
Posting referral links and
percentages and
affiliate.
yeah, it's nuts. Are you over 1 million tokens yet?
I got 968,000. You hear me? Hello?
what you say? What you say?
Yeah, I heard you.
968,000.
Nine
You're gonna have
hundred.
1 million for us over with.
You said nine hundred
Hey,
and
did you,
sixty
how
six.
far did you get
What
on
you
that
say?
node?
I never got started on it.
Yeah, I know you was like, oh, this is fucking so much.
Yeah. I had to put it down. I was like, I almost got overdrive.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Man, I got a question since I got you here. You know what I mean? It's gonna basically you're a powerful little guy too over here. So we can talk, we can start talking right now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Don't I don't want you to feel like you in the investor the suspect seat.
The suspect seat.
Yeah. Well, I got a question for you,
Yeah.
right? I got a couple questions. I'm gonna ask Hickman too. You know what I mean? But yo, what would you do if somebody's like, all right, say you got some garnishments happening on your paychecks? Like, what would be your actionable plan to take to stop the garnishment?
I would write a letter to the Internal Revenue Service. Well, it depends who's getting garnished. What's their occupation? Are they working for the government? Who is it?
Nah, they not working for the government. You know what I mean? They just work at like maybe like a plant or something like that, like a power plant.
So why are they
I
giving
think
up?
the garnishment is coming from like a car or something like that, like an insurance or something.
So you have to state your claim. Um,
They've never been sued, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. But I'll tell you this: if the IRS is pulling money out of your account, you need a revocation of election. It's because you elected them. You gave them power of attorney, so
Mhm.
you need to correct that.
Right.
Mhm. A
Okay.
lot of people don't realize that when you go to get your license and shit, there's a little box you check electing basically to be like a citizen and shit. You don't really read into that to find out what all it does, like you're electing for selective services and all kind of shit. But that the revocation of election, it's not talking about like voting for a president election. You elected for this bullshit statutory system. You just don't know it.
All right. I got another scenario for you though. Right. So you had a car, right? You
Mhm.
like, fuck it. This car has been giving me problems. You know what I mean? I don't even want it no more. Tell them to come get it, right? They come get the car, you know what I mean? And then they send you like a billing statement or some shit that say like, oh, they broke a promise or some shit like that. And then they got the fee of like 14,000 or something like that, and plus another fee for picking it up for like 350 or some shit like that. Like, what would you do
If what?
if you got a letter like that after you told somebody to come pick up the car that you ain't want no more, and then you got this letter saying that you broke a promise? with a
They're
charge on
holding you
there.
in default. They're holding you in default because technically, just because you give the collateral back doesn't mean that well, by what everybody thinks to be the way the shit works. All they're going to do if they repossess a vehicle is they're going to sell it at auction. They're going to take, if you're lucky, they're going to take what they get at auction, subtract it from the remaining balance on the loan, and then sue you for the remainder. That's what people don't realize. Like, just because you let the truck go back or the car go back, that doesn't mean that you don't owe. You still owe until you actually go to court and file suit like you're supposed to, and make them owe you.
The first thing that came to my mind
Hikmah will
when I
definitely
heard
be able
about it,
to talk to you about this
when
a
I
lot
heard
more
about it, I
extensively.
was like, the first thing that came to me was like a conditional acceptance.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's
Well, I mean, that's
under
what most of it does work
that's a
on.
that's a contract. Yeah, you're structuring your private administrative process as a contract. I conditionally
Exactly.
accept for value what you're saying upon proof of claims that you can substantiate on the matter of this. Now you're secured under the Ninth Amendment to contracts, and then California Constitution, Article 6, Section 11 says that the court shall have its original jurisdiction over any matters, and the original jurisdiction is equity. So
Exactly.
you always want to bring it to a court of equity because that's your court. Balls in
Right,
your court.
right.
People are so concerned about like financial compensation and shit, like they don't know nothing about equity.
Right.
Like you can have claims to something without being, financially invested in it. Like say we come up with an invention. Me and Chris decide to make an invention. I'm broke. Chris has got money. I know how to engineer the product, right? Who's got more, who's got equity? I didn't put any money in. Chris put all the money in, but I'm
Right.
the one that actually invented or engineered the product,
Yeah, you
right?
definitely
I
have
have
equity.
equity. I have just as much claim and equity to this product as he does, even though I didn't put any money in.
True indeed. It's a good example of for the people to know what like equity is.
Yeah, it's a pretty basic thing. It's really equity is way more important than like a financial stake in something or claim. But
Equity
you
is
can
where
have
your rights
equity in
are.
something by, financially staking and claiming. So,
Yeah, true indeed. And why you say that, Chris?
well, because if I fund it, I've definitely got equity in it.
No. Silver. Why do you
Uh,
say that's where the equity where your where what
That's
did
why
you
what?
say? What did you say again?
You said what?
It says equity is where your rights are or something like that. What did you say?
hmm That's where you find your remedy.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You said what?
You said equity
He
is
was asking
where
you to
our rights like.
reiterate what you're saying
Yeah.
about
That's
equity.
where your rights are because that's your court, not a statutory court. It's for the legal fiction.
Right.
That's their court. That's their statutes, their codes, their regulations. Equity is the court for the flesh and blood living soul. Equity deals in person, which means it deals with living soul to living soul.
I just did it again, bro.
Okay, I'm on with
Shit 3 fucking times, and each time, as soon as it downloaded and got to the install stage, it just disappeared from my whole entire fucking phone.
Okay, so you hear that, guys?
That is
Like every time it
crazy.
download, he's done downloaded it like 3 times, and it's just not working. Like we can probably keep this going. We can. Well, you know what? We're live on Facebook now, but I don't know.
Shoot me
Well,
an invite for the Facebook.
Yeah, let's see if it'll let you get on the Facebook Live, and just we'll see if it'll let that go down.
well,
You
you
guys
probably.
got any suggestions
Well,
on
he
how
can.
we can
He
make
can.
this happen?
He
He's
can
not gonna be
talk.
able to use the Zoom app, so what else can we do, guys? Other
Hold
than
on.
the Facebook?
I don't know, man.
We go to you,
We might. We
and then
what
it
we
should be able to
what
put your request, or you should be able to direct your request from there.
Okay.
what we can do, but which it will make it more. We would be more susceptible for shutdown though, is if we just go live on Facebook and then join them in. But You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that though because
Well, that's
that's
what we were just talking about. That's what I'm gonna try to do right now
when we're
and
gonna
just
have to
see if
get. We're
it'll
gonna have
work.
to hop off the Zoom though.
Well, no, because we're live on Facebook right now through the Zoom. So, Matt, I'm saying, I'm gonna see if we could just, or where we were. Hopefully, we are. Okay,
It
there we
said
are.
the app disappears from his phone. That is so funny, bro.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And he sent me
They don't want that
the
guy getting
screenshot of
no
like where
type
it
of
was
information out
downloading.
to
Like,
nobody.
really, I'm telling you, I knew it, bro. I had a feeling. I was like, they are not gonna just, you know what I'm saying? If they shut other lives and shit down, they're definitely gonna.
I mean, yeah, that's weird, man. But yeah, hopefully we can get this thing straight and get him on here, bro. Because if not, we gonna wind up doing some other stuff behind the scenes and leaking it. And I mean, that's what we gonna have to do.
Yeah.
Might have to do this private, record it, and then release it when we're done. Because to be honest, this talk right here that we about to have, it probably like it's probably gonna be something that people gonna have to get the link to. To be honest, for it don't be like mess with. I mean, well, that just lets you know that what we be talking about is about to talk about is true.
See, so he's on the page now. It's not showing the live on Facebook right now. Let's try to YouTube and see. Now, it just let me go to it, but hmm, that's weird. See, they playing with us, man. Okay, all right. Okay, it's showing live. Let me see if I can click on it, see what it does.
Yeah, don't show that you live on Facebook.
I guess on everybody else's, it's not. This is weird as hell.
Yeah, you're not live on my joint either.
See, this is crazy. Well, then why not? Right?
I don't know.
What
Cause
the fuck is going? It's literally. Look. Watch. I'm
Crystal
gonna show
did
you.
hit me. She was wondering. She was like, "Where can I see the live? At? Are you live or whatever?"
You see it, right?
That should have been a red flag right there for me.
Show that on our
See,
on my screen.
that is nuts, bro. You can't tell me that something weird ain't going on.
I mean, oh no, I never had an app disappear 3 times after
Exactly, bro. And then look at this. So here it is, right here,
Oh,
right, right there.
go to your live. Special guest, go to your live and then invite me from the live.
All right, man, this video.
It should be in the bottom left hand corner or something like that.
Yeah. All right, here
One of
we
those
go.
options.
It should be doing. All right, now let me manage the video. Okay. Add group, tag, invite. Maybe where's the invite?
Every time I click on the Facebook app, I get back up out of here too. So if I
Yeah.
click over and I ain't speaking, that's where I'm looking for the. I'm trying to see again, bro. If you
I know it's crazy, dude.
Facebook, give me a second, man. I'll be back.
All right.
It's crazy.
This is nuts.
It's fun stuff.
Yeah, love it, man. Got to love it.
That is hilarious, bro. They are
Yeah,
blocking
man.
that man off.
Bro, it is not showing that you are
See,
live.
that is crazy, man.
You gotta
Mm.
start waking all these people up, man.
Can't even tune in. But you said you're on the wealth wave as well?
Yeah, on the YouTube as well. We're so we could probably make that happen.
Oh,
Clip videos. Hmm.
huh? Okay.
Yeah,
Calm down, the show, bro.
I know, man.
Calm down. Hush. Stop the crying. Hush.
Your YouTube is what? Is Wealth Wave what? They
Westwave
got
four
no.
two three.
Yeah, Wealth Wave 423.
Yeah, this is crazy though. Let me
You
see.
don't even show that the Wealth Wave Global is live right now.
Really? Oh, here we got a notification on the Facebook thing. So let me see here. Maybe.
Okay, yeah, Wealth Wave Live is.
Here we go.
Yeah, no, they don't
All
show
right,
that you're live either, bro.
all right, I got it. The Facebook should be popping up. Okay, there we go. All right. So the Facebook maybe is popping up now. I had it was set to view, the view was set to only me, so that should be now it's to public. So it should be going. Let's see, maybe YouTube's the same way. No, YouTube is all right, we're gonna restart the YouTube stream and see what's going on there.
Yeah, no, it still ain't showing you live, my brother.
Nah, YouTube is good. I'm looking right at it.
I mean, I can go live and I can invite you, and then we
Yeah,
can
we
just
could
do one
try
day.
that. We could try. Let me see, refresh the app
All
real
right, give me
quick.
1 second. I don't know how that host is gonna be though.
All right, here we go.
Going live.
I really have never had so much trouble.
Yeah, now he wants to come over. Goddamn. The fuck.
I know, man. Like these assholes.
Mushrooms, did that?
Right. Like that might be the problem. Cool. Okay. All right. Are we on the Facebook and the YouTube yet?
The YouTube was running, I mean, both times, but I
All
can't
right.
find the live on the Facebook.
It does look like it's going. So, you're still getting a little notification on the Facebook. Okay. Let's see here.
I see Hikma's live right now.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta go there and jump on his live. We said fuck it, we'll do it that way, right? And then like, yeah. I mean we gotta do what we gotta do, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
join his
here we
life.
are.
I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, that's what we gotta do.
You got the questions in the chat. Just ask him. I'm gonna watch.
Do I?
Yeah.
Let's see, I think I'm waiting for I gotta wait on the invite or
Yeah, I seen
That's fine.
on this live right now. And I got my
Yeah.
questions already.
And request. All right. Yeah, I can hear you. All right, there you go. All right, there we go.
I can hear me through the there we go.
There we go. Now we got it going.
Finally.
Now we on here. Yeah, we got it, man. Or somewhat anyway. All right. And yeah, what's going on now?
Peace.
Yeah, peace.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Gotta turn this off with my audio cut over.
All right.
I'm just gonna redo it all.
All right. We here. Mm.
Now we try to.
What happened? The live cut out.
Yeah, yeah. He had to reset it. Let's see. It's showing that we're live on Facebook right now, which is crazy. Um, mm. All right. Here we are. We back. We're back. Maybe. We're trying.
Yeah. So how we gonna do it?
Yeah, we gonna get it. And look, now it's not wanting to let me join his live. See, this is crazy, man.
Yo, man.
It's all kind of crazy.
Yeah, I do. I see y'all live on him on his page.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you can see me because I can't even see or hear him.
yeah, I can see you.
Okay, you can hear
His
me too.
Well, I can hear you through the Zoom.
Hmm. Yeah, I can't. His video's not showing up or the
Yeah, his video not showing.
Yeah, I can't hear him or see him either.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay, well maybe it's straightening out.
Oh, it's kind of late. Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. It's late. You know what I mean? But I hear you.
All right, we are back.
All right, yeah, I think it went. It went down again, I think.
Nah, maybe that's the old live that was up there.
Yeah, it might have been. Let's see, what's going on?
They're not letting this. They're not trying to let this happen.
Yeah, that's what it is, bro. They're not gonna stop it. We'll figure out some kind of way anyway. You know what I mean?
Because we can't get him. He can't get the
Yeah,
Zoom,
can't
right?
get the Zoom to do well. I mean, he can't get the Zoom to do to like let his thing
And he was.
load
And
up and shit. So he's downloaded it like 4 times and it's kicked him back out. Like it gets to where it's like done downloading, it just disappears.
yeah, and that's on his phone.
Yeah.
Damn. Where's it? Where is he at? What state?
Hold on, I'm looking through this to see.
Do he know anything about VPNs?
Do I or does he?
Do he know?
I'm sure he does. Yeah, he built like a computer when he was like
All
in
right, yeah, then he
maybe middle
know.
school or
So
something.
whatever's going on, they still ain't letting it slide.
Right.
Yo, I think we just gonna have to
We just gonna have to
we
figure
might
it
have
out,
to get
man.
on a call, bro. We might have to get on a real live video call, group call.
Yeah. Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? And then, record it that way or something.
Okay.
Cause we might can set a group with all of us in the Facebook group and then just do a video call.
Yeah, we could just do that. It's a good idea because this is really stupid. It's ridiculous. It's not like we're trying to harm anybody. Right? Yeah. One's in power. They are, ain't they? You know what? Oh, wait a minute. Where's she been? Oh, there she is. What's going on, Krista?
Hey, greetings. How you doing? I love your
We're trying to
background.
get this shit going, man. It's not working for us.
Oh, bro, I understand. I understand.
And now it's telling me that my Facebook is not public, but it definitely is public.
Yo, every time I look at
Yeah,
every time I go to look at your Facebook page, it's not showing that you're live.
yeah, I know. It's telling the Zoom's telling me that the Facebook is not public or the content. I'm like, yes, it is.
Mm, Hick was live. Hick was on her
Yeah,
Facebook.
yeah, yeah. It was a second ago, but now it's like acting crazy. I'm telling you that it's just like I fixed the webcam, and now it's okay. Now it's saying live video is starting.
Yeah, I guess it's like a delay or something.
I don't know, man.
Oh man, I've been dealing with technology stuff
Let's see. Let
all
me check
day.
back in with Hikmah.
Yeah, he's live.
No, it was live. All right. I got the questions. I do have the questions that you had, Chris. So if we have to, then we're gonna make it work for sure. Mhm. Okay. Manage on second device. Okay, maybe I can do this and send to one of you guys and what? in- in- Okay. This is crazy. Well, here it is. Well, no, none of this shit is live, is it? So nobody's actually seeing the problems. This is stupid.
You know, YouTube is because YouTube been going
Okay,
every
and so
time.
YouTube is live right now.
Yeah,
Okay, well at least it is.
yeah, YouTube been going
Hmm.
live every time you go live. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, this is terrible, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh,
no, it's just crazy, dude.
and it just shows that real in real time that when we dealing with type of certain type of individuals that's been doing type of things, certain type of things out here. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
They are banning you all types of ways. Like he can't even get the Zoom app on his phone. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Because you heard what he said.
That's crazy.
He said
Yeah,
that
that's crazy.
it would
They
go to
really are
it would
probably.
go to the install stage and then disappear from his phone.
Yeah, as soon as it
That's
would, yeah, as soon as it
that's
would
crazy.
install. It is crazy.
That's crazy, bro. I ain't never heard of nothing like that.
It is crazy. And he sent me the screenshot. It was like it had like 4 minutes to download, and then it downloaded and it's just gone.
But so he can't use a VPN and then go on the link, just use the link from the Zoom?
I
He
don't
was
know. Well,
in
that was the
here,
first
but
thing.
we
He
couldn't
clicked
hear
the
him.
link and there was no audio. So then he's like, all right, I'm gonna download the app. And then every time he tried to download the app, as soon as it would download, the app would disappear. And he'd have to re-download it.
I was in a meeting
And
earlier
then
and the guy couldn't the same something similar was happening. I don't know if it's just a mess up or what, but sorry. Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
Maybe you guys can stream it. Maybe he can just how would we do this? He could call
Yeah,
on the
that's what I'm trying
phone.
to
He could
think.
call, yeah, call one of you guys on the phone, and then you just put
Yeah, I
the
mean, if we
phone
had
next to the
to,
speaker.
I could hold the phone up to the microphone and like,
Yeah, it will work. Yeah, that will work.
yeah.
That's what we had to do earlier. I had to like have the guy call me. It was just like, oh my God, today with Zoom, it's been
Or is there a call in link for this
Well, I'm
joint
saying,
that he can call like a
call your cell
number?
phone. You could just call your cell phone.
yeah,
Or you could call my cell phone. But
yeah.
I
I'm
sometimes I
just
get
telling him
calls.
like, hey,
Yeah.
call the cell phone or message
Yeah,
me
call
on
the cell.
Messenger or something.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, we're gonna figure it out. We'll at least get you know what I'm saying? Like they ain't got to see our face
Yeah, they
as
don't have
long
to
as we
see
can
our
get the
face.
message out. Yeah.
And maybe StreamYard would be
So
better next time.
is it still not going live on the Facebook?
Let's see. I was trying to do this live on the Facebook the other day too. Oh my God, it was crazy. Let's see. It took like a while before it even went live, but I think that you might have a different situation. It's not
Hmm.
showing you, um, it's not showing you
All right.
live.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. All right. I'm gonna move it. There it is. All right.
Yeah, it's not showing you live, and your circle is dark gray now. It ain't blue.
Yeah, it's not blue. Yeah, they're really blocking. But listen, there's
What
a
does that mean?
I have no clue. I just witnessed it. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I noticed it because
I
I was
noticed
like, I
it
know when
too.
you go live, it's supposed to be it be red around you. You know what I mean? To let you know that you live. But then it's like at any other time, it's like kind of blue. You feel what I'm saying? But I looked at it right now and it was gray, dark gray.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. I noticed that. Yeah, I think the best thing to
That's
do is just
cool.
have him call on the cell phone.
Yeah.
Have him call on the cell phone, and then if if you're like maybe you can just stream live on Facebook on your, do you have two, yeah, you have two computers, stream live
Yeah,
on Facebook with one and live on Zoom, the other one, if you want, for those who are on Zoom.
yeah,
Could do
that
both,
would
you could
work.
do that way, and then just put the speaker, put your phone in the middle. It will be loud enough.
Yeah. I mean, I can literally hold it up to this microphone too, and it will. I'm hitting him up now to see what he wants to do. This is crazy though.
Yeah, we had a hard time. Well, I had a hard time getting him on Facebook too. Just
Yeah, I'm telling you, I already kind of expected some issues, but I didn't figure it was gonna be like this.
then I was doing an interview on my girl Daz, and we just went on Zoom, and then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stream it up. I'm just gonna post it later, but because they blocked her too, they keep taking our stuff down, giving her a hard
That's
time. They
crazy.
they tried to block her for 3 months, but then I saw her post. I'm like,
Right,
what?
like we're terrorists or something.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
That's because we need to
All we're
go in
trying to do is just
sessions.
like help some people learn some shit.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
trying to ask me how to tune in now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know it's crazy. It's really making me mad.
we have to go in
Right.
sessions and get it encrypted. I have a link that's like a private Zoom, but you can't
Yes.
give it to everyone.
Yeah.
It's called something where they won't let people see.
Shadow ban.
There you go.
Yep. That's exactly what's happening. Being shadow banned like a motherfucker. Stupid, really. Can't teach nobody nothing to make them some money or help with their mental health or make their life better. Get shadow banned. Mm, do this. All right, here we go. All right, my guy. It's definitely weird.
That's fucking
That's what we were just saying. It's definitely some shadow banning shit going on for sure.
man, you disappeared from my friends list.
What? Are you kidding me, man? This is
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Oh, we're not gonna make stuff like this
Yeah.
up, but
Did you hear that?
I told you that your circle went
doesn't really
gray.
surprise me too much anymore. And you know, the whole entire like paranoia aspect is like really jogged my mind alone because I'm like, bro, there's no way I'm that like on
Exactly.
some. And I don't like being that egotistical. You know what I mean?
Nah.
Like, what? Like, how do you even begin to describe that? Like, what is that? Like, what the fuck?
Well, one thing is all of this shit was just on the live on the YouTube, right? So they're seeing like, come on, man. Like, okay, you log on the browser, there's no audio. Then you download the app 4 times, it disappears. Then like my Facebook shit is like saying it's live, but it's not live. And then I'd disappear from your fucking friends list.
And there's tons of times I go live and I have 4 bars sitting on my, like, you know, on my little Wi-Fi. I utilize the Wi-Fi box for the extended range and the extra data, you know what I mean? So it can run smoother on anything that I'm doing. Bro, unless I'm in an encrypted link that I create and throw through a VPN, and then I still have to like back run that through another VPN.
Right. Well, there you guys go. They were just asking, does he know about VPNs? I was like, he built a computer in middle school. So
Well, whatever, we shall prosper. We
yeah,
shall continue.
we still
We
here.
just have to do it like this, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Fuck it. I'm
Did
gonna
you get
redo the
video
stream
rights?
again.
Like, huh?
I'm gonna redo the stream again on the thing and see if it'll actually let the Facebook go live this time.
Right. If you just get a camera on this, if we have to do it like that, I guess we
Yeah,
do it too.
yeah. I can. I mean, hell, we could. Uh, maybe we can get another. You know what? I can go grab my other iPhone from upstairs and like use it to like as a webcam. Cause shit. Can you guys still hear him? Right.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Okay, cool. What about using my web computer? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's log in on that computer. We'll turn the webcam on that one.
Yeah, point the
And
webcam towards the. Yeah.
yeah, point the webcam like the same direction that the video thing is, and okay, we'll go that route. Board, what's it? Hold on. Here we go. So we do like that until we figure it out. Yeah, hit the red computer.
You want to use the red one?
Or whichever, yeah, use that one. It was faster. That's crazy. We got like 6 cell phones, 3 computers, and still can't get the damn live to work.
Bro, you seriously need some engineers and software.
Put that server to work, bro. That's what we got to do.
You know, that's one of the reasons why I was just really drawn to this land and everything, bro, is seeing that we can instill true value back into just ourselves and the source. I think that that was a lost principle, man, and just a whole entire lost ideal and perspective, really, throughout all humanity. But we don't really appreciate shit anymore,
No, everybody's so fucking entitled.
you know?
It's like, how do you not do shit and be entitled? Where does
Or
that come
even
from?
anywhere, even on the ladder, like how are you that productive as a being and you don't see that you could step outside of the paradigm of being somebody else's bitch and slave and like get with some other people that have the same productive thought as you, and then bam, like you can still build outside of whatever the fuck is going on. Ether is a crazy ass mechanic here. It's a grand fucking tool.
Yes, it is, man. And it is real. It is crazy if you try to deny it. But people deny it. They act like it's not.
What is an Ethernet cord? Oh, so some antenna just sticks out of a fucking box and then a signal pings through a cord, and the cord knows exactly what to tell the machine. That's what the fuck you're telling me.
This is some magic chord, bro. It's
You
fucking
know?
nuts. And they're like creating like a false ether now with the
Yeah,
5G
yeah.
and the fucking repeaters and everything. So it's like it's yeah, it's nuts, dude.
It was about like 10 years ago. I forgot what the running internet producer and provider up there was, but it was like Net something. It was WorldNet or
Bro,
I
man.
gotta look back into it. But they were at that point in time, they were already showing us fucking commercials of quote unquote electricity and signals pinging from fucking light bulbs into people, into building space, into the electricity of the fucking building, and shooting to everything else. So at this point in time, just understanding even, with this quote unquote COVID shit or whatever, if you really know what the fuck's inside of there and all these neurotransmitters, and on a quantum level, you're dealing with nanobot technology. It's literally structuring fucking towers inside of your body so you can work off of the same fake ether that they're building or that they have already created.
Exactly. And then you really got to realize too that your body is definitely like a machine and your brain is just like a computer. It can interpret data, it can download shit, it can fill its memory banks up with fucking junk mail, like everything. And people don't realize that. So that's probably why you got so many people walking around like a fucking NPC, because they are. They are.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to break loose
Definitely
from the
indeed.
matrix aspect, huh?
Dude. But it's really not that hard. You just gotta want to.
I guess focus whenever you can be conscious of something, and then to not deplete yourself back into some kind of depression or
That's it.
manic state where you feel like you're not worth shit. Because again, we got people that literally work together for all of these computer systems, and they wouldn't fucking run without these people editing them and going into the code and fixing them and doing all that extra shit.
Exactly. There's a lot of work that goes into this shit, man. And like you said, I like what you said earlier. You said you like they can be so capable. Like they're not retarded. Like they are a capable human being that actually does amazing things, but they're stupid. They're like, how
Yeah.
can you be so smart and stupid?
Harsh reality, man. Harsh is addictive.
But you know what's I think the reason why we can say shit like that and laugh about it because at one point in time I don't like to think I was ever that stupid, but I
Oh
was
no,
part of
but
it.
we were though.
We
We
were.
were. Whatever baseline shit that we get fucking just jam packed into our noggin, like we're jarheads, like some military base from your parents was like there's a lot of simple stupidity and retardation that we get to a portion of clearing, but like you said, like the only reason why we're able to laugh and say those things is coming from a personal, private space. It's not that I'm talking shit to somebody. It's more so I realized where I was at, and that shit is fucking more than hilarious now. Because if I, you were talking the other day, and you said if I did not speak on the matter, then you would know that I truly didn't care. Obviously, I care and love for myself, so I care enough to sit there and joke in a manner where it can make you feel personal about it. Good, fucking Ruffalo's like, yeah, hell yeah, get mad, get emotional. Now transmute that goddamn energy and put it into the same place I did because I was fucking remedial in school when I was growing up too.
Right.
Shit, man.
What else you gonna do, man?
For
You know,
real.
honestly, I never had problems with grades. I never had problems, but I never listened to anything they said when I was younger because it just, I'm hearing this and I'm like, why, why are we doing this? Like what? Like this has nothing to do with anything that I've ever seen anybody deal with. You know, and then it's like you go to high school and shit, and you think they make you feel like they're preparing you for the world, right? It's like, well, you got to go to school because if you don't go to school, you're gonna be nothing. You're gonna be a drug addict and a felon and a criminal. And it's like you can be a drug addict, a felon, and a criminal, and still be successful. So you can do all of those things and still make money. You can learn taxes as a drug addict, bro. Like you can do those things.
Yeah.
You can be
Yeah.
in whatever situation you are and do something about it, man. It's a choice. That's the harsh reality that people don't want to accept. They don't want to accept that you chose it. You could have done something, but you didn't. You chose it. And so it's a lot easier to feel like I don't have a say in the matter. I'm forced into this. It's the same way a narcissist, you know, they work the same way.
Absolutely.
It's the exact same thing. It's like a reverse narcissism, kind of, which is strange. People allow their own mind to be the worst enemy. Look, hold on, wait a minute. So I don't even have to abuse you. You're just going to do it yourself.
Absolutely.
It's
Absolutely. And they have enough nerve to tell you you should have some emotional intelligence about it, as if they're inviting you into this manipulation tactic. Loving it. Loving it. Absolutely loving
they
it.
are too.
But
And then we're sitting here laughing, right? We're like,
well,
it's not funny though.
because
It's really, and like you said, I laugh a lot because I use humor as like a coping mechanism too. I'll be the first to admit I have a very low tolerance for stupidity. Like
Yeah,
I can deal
laughing
with
is only going to
ignorance.
raise your
I can deal with
vibration
just
anyway.
not knowing. But stupidity, come on, man. Like you're wasting my time, you're wasting your time. Like, and I've wasted enough time.
especially in a place, especially in the placement of trying to build, you know, or just building, not even trying, because as soon as you're in the act, you're in the contract you're doing. So, yeah, sitting there wasting time legitly and overly spewed emotional imbalance, man. You know what I mean? People want you to feel things that they're feeling, and that's impossible. I can only feel what I've already felt, and I'm trying not to feel those things anymore.
Right.
So I'm trying to feel better, and that's a constant choice, like you said. So, yeah, in those exchanges, man, it does get difficult to see that a person would rather sit there and not have trust and belief through a process of building. You know what I mean? Like I like using Kobe Bryant a lot because it was one of my main idols as a child. I was into basketball, so I played a lot of fucking basketball. But I wasn't just playing basketball. I wanted to be as good or not better than fucking Kobe Bryant. So I practiced, I ran, I did all that shit just like that for the sheer fact of being that fucking good. So when it came down to the end of the day, I knew that I did everything that I could possibly do. And I wasn't expecting just to go out there and beat everybody, even though I knew that I was fucking good. So I had the trust and the faith in myself to go beat everybody. And if I didn't, goddamn it, then I respected that game as well. And though, again, just that aspect out of life itself, man, to absolutely lose value in everything that you wanted to do, everything you're looking at accomplish is the main thing that's lost out of society and humanity today. People don't really respect the grind, the hustle, man, the crawling through the mud. Like anybody that went to the military became a fucking Navy SEAL, didn't just become a fucking Navy
Wake
SEAL.
up that way.
There's probably 100 of these guys in a fucking room, and only five of them ended up crossing the fucking finish line at the end of the day. Two of them probably really had to, you know, survive some. I mean, you know, all five of them probably had to go in the field. Two of them really fucking survived some real shit.
Yeah.
The other three are fucking dead. So
There
at
you
the end
go.
of the day, you have to respect shit like that. And that's what really will help you catapult to the next level on just your own thought and your action. Because how dare you take anything away from anything at that point in time? If you really feel like that you've earned a fucking handout from anything you've did in life, then you're taking away from everything else that was all throughout history. Your fucking forefathers, your ancestors, your very own parents.
Right. They didn't get given anything. They had to fight for that
Nothing.
shit. And you know what? While we're on
Nothing.
that subject, let's talk about it. You know, they preach equality and everybody's equal and we're all this and that. I'm gonna be the first to piss all you guys off. No, we're not. We're not fucking equal. Some people are better than others. Some people are better than others, and it's not due to genetics. It's not due to I was just DNA. My DNA's no. It's because they work fucking harder. They put more effort in. They went to 3 practices a day. That's why fucking Kobe Bryant is Kobe Bryant, right? You showing up for 1, he's coming 3 times a day. That's why he's better. And it's the same fucking thing with everybody else. So you can get mad and complain and bitch and whine. Oh, he said that he's better than me. Yeah, I said it. Prove me wrong. That's what you do. Prove me wrong.
And how dare a person like in my eyes, it's always quite disrespectful that a person will A, try to take it away from you, B, try to speak to you as if you don't know yourself.
Right.
And that confidence is somehow wrong because you know that you're the shit. Look,
why don't you know that?
All day, every day, I'm telling myself, I fucking rock. I'm a rock star. I'm a fucking superstar. I'm famous. I'm rich. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I'm wealthy. Then the speech and the vibration alone, especially for all these spiritual and religious people, if you dabble in those aspects of knowledge and those different realms of knowledge, then how the fuck can you tell somebody that didn't go be humble, bring themselves down to earth? Everything is in your head already. So you have a sickness dealing with yourself where you feel the need to then project that. That's the real low vibration. And then how somebody can receive that also in the same aspect. They can tell themselves they're the shit and that they rock and they do all that all day. But the response towards certain things also will bring that down a peg. And that itself will be a humbling act. Humble themselves all the fucking time just because somebody's telling themselves that they're the shit and that they're this and that does not mean that they're somehow doubting you. If anything, you should be taking that as a positive learning lesson to instill that fucking energy into your goddamn self. If you hate it, I fucking love it.
Right. Exactly. And the way shit is now, if you love it, I fucking hate it, man. Because what are you got to do? What?
No, that's real. That's real. I get buck with you.
It's like, that's what they say. They say when life's not making sense, bro, when all of your friends and the conversations you're having is just crazy as fuck, and it's just illogical as fuck. The reason is because you are not supposed to be there, bro. You have elevated, and everybody around you, they don't want to. So that's why they seem stupid. That's why, and that's also why like rich people, successful people, like wealthy people don't hang out with broke people. It's not a superiority complex. It's not because they think they're better and all. Well, I mean, yeah, in a way they probably do, but it's because, like Andrew Tate said, if you get robbed, you were probably hanging out with poor people.
No, absolutely.
If you get scammed, you were probably hanging out with poor people.
Themselves in a situation to get to get robbed, and that's you're going to look at credit cards and different things just in your fucking pocket.
Right.
Why would you contain anything on you that allows somebody to prod into what you have built and what the fuck you're saving or, distributing to everybody? It doesn't make sense. It's not a rich guy that I know that's walking around with 20 grand holding up to his fucking ear, bro.
Just spread out on his arm, flexing on IG.
No, that's not what they do. They're not even about to show you a card or receipt or none of that because that's none of your fucking business.
Right. And there's people who are just out here openly broadcasting this shit. Like they sell drugs on Snapchat, bro. Literally, it's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane what the world is fucking
we got a big culture. We got a big culture problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem. It's different.
We got a big culture problem.
Yeah, let's speak on that though. You brought up like that. Why would you be carrying all this shit?
All right.
So let's talk about private and public.
First of all, let me just get down to the complimentaries. You know what I mean? So I have an internet presence, man, and it's just Hikmah Ali. And before this point that I even got to dealing with large portions of this knowledge, I got incorporated with a small tribe at the point in time. It's known as Damaru. All right. So we went through a lot of different changes, a lot of different legislation creations. All right. And basically building our own contracts and going through simple understandings with what's actually going on here. All right. Understanding, like I said, contracts and basically how to speak for yourself. All right. There's a lot of people in this realm that feel things and they believe things to be true, and they are more than true as soon as they start to speak them or show other people. A lot of people ask them, how do you know this? And there's not necessarily a book, a script, a fucking scroll in the whole damn world that you could ever see, but it's in their DNA. All right. This group of the tribe of Murs, Murs, all right, and it struck my peculiar. It struck very peculiar to me in my nature because of the things that they were discussing and talking about and building on at the point in time, which we're actually going against the MSTA and a lot of different secular beliefs and sheiks and different things like that going on with those temples. And I went through the whole entire process on my own, and I ran into them telling me, even though it's descendantly provable throughout my own fucking lineage, that I'm direct Ali, okay, through the Choctaw. So the estate that I stay on right now is ancient land. I mean, obviously all land in the world, but I actually have the fucking paperwork for this shit. So they told me I could not be a Moor. And it struck me peculiar because I'm understanding all these fucking treaties and all this extra shit. And I'm like, how is my knowledge way past yours where you can then dictate quantum blood fucking patterns or whatever and then try to play a fucking judicial goddamn role over that like you're goddamn God and almighty. Like, you know. You don't even have a fucking data bank for your own goddamn members. So, like, what the fuck kind of shit is that? And they said that on the basis of my mother, but in the reality of everything that this tribe was showing me, as well as I knew on my own, that was the only thing that made sense. So I went with it. Within that, they ended up voting me to be its ambassador. And my mind was already set on world building, world connections, reestablishing our tribes, our own government, and being able to speak and move and operate for ourselves. So in the nature to, that's just a background for everybody. In the nature to answer your question, like, the private and this public stuff becomes very redundant for people like me, and I'm pretty sure yourself, because at a point where you gain all the knowledge and then you go through self-correctnance and telling yourself that you're stupid and retarded, you can actually start to understand that the actuality to this fucking situation and how many different crossed over basically realms and quasi-legalities fold in and out of law itself, to the point where we're at right fucking now, which is the general public spewing nonsense over and over and over and over again in common misunderstanding between this public and private. Essentially, in a fucking nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, the public is anything readily adheses to the state. Adhesement, being adhesed, is being bound or joined to. All right. Now, this is all due to assumptions and presumptions, but rightfully so and lawfully accurately so. Why could this be? Because you have not been operating within a private fucking capacity. All right. And the private capacity that you think is constitutional and all the rest of that shit no longer is. It is held and bound throughout administration and ministerial courts. Okay. That means fucking bankers and businessmen, niggas that are involved with money, all right, and inserted and implemented interest in fucking assets. What could these assets be? We're not even going to touch all this shit right now. All right, so that is the public. The public has an interface known as the United States. The United States is a fucking corporation. So all you always repeating that, it's a corporation, it's a corporation. But then you got enough nerve on the back end to start speaking about law against a corporation. Well, that's business law. That's separate from the shit you're fucking speaking on. So this introduces your own retardation. Somebody knows you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Instantly. You have not invited the whole entire role in the fucking title enlisted on you as a sovereign citizen because you have spoke it yourself. You spoke in retardation and stupidity and blasphemy within the very same sentence that you thought you were speaking true. So I often tell people all the fucking time, law is not what you think. It will never mean what you think. And the reason for this is very simplistic throughout all of reality. What is written is what is, and what is spoken is what is. As soon as you think somebody meant some shit you thought, you fucked up. Yep. Because you're not them and you don't understand the basics to what they just told you. All right. So in a private capacity, you as a fucking adult, all right, this is where the majority and the minorship separates at. As soon as this 18-year-old, okay, and in some states it's actually 21, and that's the fit legality. The only thing that gaining your competency or whatever is throughout all of this law and activity on a private side is that you are able to then contract lawfully through legality at that age, where you can now ask questions and make counterclaims and counter statements, and you can counter offer contracts, other offers that are being given to you. So you as a body, a flesh and live being, have choice. You have the choice to either understand what somebody's saying or not understand what somebody's saying. In that, you need to understand what you're using and what may be misunderstood previously, as well as if you do misunderstand something, you have the will and the ability to ask questions and go from there. Nobody can force you into contract. All right. So your private capacity is you yourself. Anything to decide not to tell somebody is an extension out of this private capacity. Now, again, you must understand what you are using and what you are using it for and what you are doing. So since you are already at ease, mean bound and joined to a public fucking interface, means that your private being has been utilizing public benefits and privileges. You have not established any kind of contract, all right, in your own private time that secures your use of these fucking things. So the public then comes in, the state, and they act as a guardian or a ward or a parent. And they basically put you on time out, which is understood through charges, liens, and tax. And we'll keep it that simple for right now. I know that was a lot still, but that's the difference, man. Public is anything that's in the state. Privacy is what's in your mind and how you dictate your own actions day to day, how you speak, think, and act. That is your own private self. And you must understand that as soon as you step outside your house, you are inviting yourself into public activity. So act accordingly. I don't have to necessarily discuss or create problems and arguments with people. But if they are forcing things upon me, dare I hold my tongue because of this public spacing. Now, the only thing the public can do is make an opinion, a stated opinion. However, it just so happens that we have other pirates and actors that back these opinions or at least try to create quarrels themselves. That's it. That's all. That's no different than all of life all the time.
Not very much. But yeah, so like I guess an easy way to say that would be like your private capacity is like how you would act or behave in your own personal home. Nobody can come tell me what to do in my home unless I give them permission or cooperate with them. Now, once I step outside of my home and I'm interacting with my neighbor, well, now this is a little different. I can't really act completely in a private capacity because I have to interact with other people. And that's kind of where the commercial aspect comes in. It's like, it's just that simple. It really isn't as hard. And it's not this specific, you got to file this paper and then do this and send this to that Secretary of State. It's none of that, man. It's no process. It's just realizing
it really isn't. It really isn't. Because we're only, like you said, we're only dealing with commerce and business. As soon as you step out of your house or whatever it was previously going on, like I said before, you have to understand what previously happened. What previously happened was nobody spoke the fuck up. And we're in this predicament. So now that you pop your head out of the water and you see everybody else is drowning, your main prerogative is not go save a drowning person because they're going to drown you.
Yes. You should swim.
So I should become creative and now understand the predicament that I'm in. Why would I readily go out here and start causing problems and filing paperwork and trying to listen to everybody else that's drowning? They're only coming up for slight breaths of air and going right
out of desperation. It's another thing. They're working out of desperation a lot of times. They'll wait till they owe a debt or till their car is repossessed, and then they'll go searching for some knowledge on how to get it back, and then they go filing paperwork, and and then they get one denial letter, and they fall apart. Like these companies are getting down on you on a daily basis. They make their fortune by fucking you over. And you think because you read a little something or watched a YouTube video and sent a piece of note, put paper in, that they're just going to fold. Oh, you're right. We're sorry. Here's all your money back.
Yeah, it becomes a hassle, man. It becomes a hassle. I highly advise people really take their time again and go back to the whole entire Kobe Bryant aspect with things. Take your time with all of this because there are bigger sharks out here don't care. And as soon as you guys get involved with that whole entire discharging aspect, or you're trying to build claims, you got to realize that there's no running across the battlefield without getting stabbed or at least receiving some kind of blow from somewhere. And so it really does not exist the thought back by action, I guess, or in the back of or in the front of action itself, that you don't have to go to court or you don't have to do this or you're not going to have to do that or it should be that simple or it should be that easy. You got to realize that because business is what it is, you got corporate giants out here and people that understand money moves and how to hire people in their spare time, which is their privacy. People like me. I can talk a good game to somebody and I can offer them the right fucking money and their job title, and we can get some shit accomplished. So if you don't think that that's a valid part about life since the beginning of time, I would highly suggest that you put a lot of this stuff down. Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about private contracts and the construction of protecting yourself. So outside of trust and belief in pieces of paper, what the fuck do you got?
It's this whole entire system's run on faith, trust.
That's it.
Why do you think they call it a trust?
You got to trust somebody. And it just so happens a lot of the people that you don't want to trust because a lot of this emotional imbalance, oh, the bankers, oh, this, and you got to realize that all those groups are different fucking people. And in their private time,
They have
they
a
are
mother
them.
and they go to barbecue.
They are them.
Yeah, it's regular people, and it's so crazy how people. It's like, where exactly does that go wrong to where you start to feel like you're less capable, but at the same time idolizing another human being like a celebrity or a CEO or something or a sports athlete or something. You idolize them as if they are great, but you are nothing, and it's like they literally breathe the same air you do. It's like I always say that if it's been done by a human being, and I don't even like saying human being because let's talk about that. They don't even know what that means, you know. If it's been done by a living man or woman, I can do it. Besides have a baby, you know, I can't get pregnant and I can't have a baby. Sorry, dude. Sorry, guys. I don't care how many rallies you have and protests. You can't have a baby. You can't do it. Like at least I can't.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to anytime soon until I get some other things established.
Things to work out first.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there's a lot of other progression and different things like that. One of the main reasons I came down here to Mississippi and like started staying on this land, I went through I had a vision, like a spiritual awakening. It was one of the first visions that I've ever had. And, like I got to sit with an ancestor of mine. Like, yeah, on some real shit. And I just lost my house up there in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I was staying there with two other buddies. They ended up moving out early though, and then we just went through some complications. The landlord died freak accident on his farm. He got crushed by a tractor, and then the tractor exploded. And then yeah, the wife was like still yeah, it was crazy. His wife was still bound into the contract of the house and everything like that. So this one all went to south. I ended up basically just being tired of reality at that point in time and went to the edge of Green Bay, Wisconsin, out there in Barrett's Creek, which is like wood. You know what I mean? Like good old trails and good old wood section way outside the city.
I wanted to visit there, and then you're the only person that I've heard that like has mentioned that. I was looking through different outdoors, different like places that were like not very well known, and that was one of the ones that like caught my eye.
Amazing bike trails and hiking trails. There's all different kinds of stuff around Wisconsin too, man. If you guys ever get a chance, look into all the hiking and just scenery is beautiful. It really is. It really is. So I'm out there, and I was out there for like 2 or 3 days, and then I called my stepbrother after one in town one day, and he was like, "Man, come over to the house." Went over to the house, smoking some weed with him, sitting there chilling, shooting it up, and he's like, "Are you fucking sleeping on like the edge of town or something?" I was like, "Yeah." Like, dude, you got a tent or anything? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, I am just really done. I said, I just want to really be free right now. And I think this is the perfect opportunity. He's like, so what are you going to do? I said, I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. I was like, damn, dude, at least let me get you a tent. I was like, all right, I'll let you get you a tent. So we went to Walmart. He got me a tent. He dropped me off at the edge of town. He goes, "You gonna be all right?" I said, "I'm gonna be perfect, bro." He goes, "All right. Well, you come through if you need me. You want to sleep?" And I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm good." So I set up this tent, man. Build my fire, and it wasn't that night. I think it was like the next night after, next night after that night. But I just remember there was one night when I had this fire. And I was just sitting there staring at the fire like all pretzel legs, and went into a deep meditation. Everything got hazy, and then just seemed as if my grandmother that just died the year prior, just fucking smoke figure like plopped down next to me, like just manifested. And I remember like I was in a very heavy state. I felt a lot of heaviness in my chest and my shoulders. I was just like crying inside of this etheric fucking daydream meditation state. And she goes, "What's wrong, baby?" And I go, "I don't know anything. I don't know life. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even have anything, Grandma." And she said, "Baby, you got everything."
Mm.
And then it hit me. And she goes, "You have land, you have a body, a soul, a spirit, you have everything, baby." She's like, "And you're right." And then I woke up and it's like 9 o'clock in the morning. I look down at my phone. I got this text on my phone from one of my friend girls up there, this chick, Jenny Lewick. And she's like, we had just got through some shit, you know what I mean? Where he was like, let me basically stay on our couch before this whole entire stint, because there was like a little bit before that. But it didn't last long because she was mad that I wouldn't have sexual relations with the chick, man. And then I went and stayed with a buddy for a week. And then she was like, "Get the fuck out of here." But she had texted me. And the text on my phone was, "I'm going to get you a bus ticket to go down south. You want to go to Mississippi?" I was like, "No fucking way, bro. This shit is fucking crazy, right?" It's like destiny and faith type shit. So the next day she got me a ticket and I just started heading down here. The whole entire vision and like point that I wanted to get to in life again was trying to help people like see that it's okay to A, have nothing, to B, have a vision, C, go through it, man, and work and be willing to work for what it is that you want. And then looking at the vision of the land was, oh, well, this is a perfect privacy point. If I wanted to build and establish anything, I have the room and the space and opportunity to house people and to have tribal operations, or at least a community operation, you know, I mean, starting from a solid base. And so it just really led me into more global activity, and then realizing more about structures and business also, you know. Like I'm pretty sure you've had thoughts about the business where you're like, what can I really fucking do with business though? Yeah. You know, and you sit back and you try to apply those visions, and they kind of crumble, they kind of tear apart in many different ways, because now we have to look back at that other aspect dealing with trust and activity in business. And you're like, dude, I really got to trust a lot of motherfuckers I may not want to trust right now. Right. So how deep am I willing to go within my own structure, my own creation of process, my own creativity, to be able to create these contracts in such of a way, because that's all it is. It's just you laying words on paper. Like, I'm going to kind of veer off track, but it's still on subject. Fucking Elon Musk just admitted that Disco King is a worthy fucking job title and assignment through his goddamn SEC filing. This is an SEC filing. This is the shit that you put up so you can globally handle fucking securities coming out of a base of the United States and the Federal Reserve. Yeah. Disco King. Disco King. And he just openly stated this. Now, and he was laughing about it, because he even said, like, it's satire. It's fucking a joke. I did it because it's a joke. To be now, it's like literally a joke. So I don't know. So when I get to telling people about aspects of business, right? And like the goal in operation is business, and understand business and business administration. On a simple format, a lot of this secured party stuff, a lot of just the trust talk that's going on out here, you guys could understand what those are actually used for, like securing of interest. You're not necessarily looking at money, because money has to be created. So If I can hire myself or list myself as a fucking disco king on an SEC filing, right? And this is for handling of security. So this means I'd be able to control my own stocks and bonds and reissues of notes and drafts off of those stocks and bonds. That's where you get receipts at. This is where you can get your billing, your statement at. Okay, those are notes and either credits. And we're issuing those back to the original creditor in a positive because it's a debt instrument at that point. You've issued them credit already via whatever application. You know, you can see Article 5, positive letters of credit. All right. Every application is a letter. So that's where you know without exactly where your placement is and who you are, or in the placement of the creditor. So if I'm the creditor, what do creditors do? Creditors invest and they hold assets to distribute throughout commerce and a business means. Why would they do that? So they can generate revenue because I'm taking nothing but energy and putting it out there. And I'm leaning this, meaning I'm putting it on hold so I can be able to then generate revenue, revenue. I want to revenue the credit source back into a positive aspect. How does a tree fucking grow? You take the seed, you put it into the goddamn ground, then you gotta water it and you gotta let that motherfucker do what it does. It still needs a constant effort and flow and energy source. And that's the use of business. So again, if I can utilize this aspect to be able to generate my own money and then pay myself and be able to secure that payment away from other gangsters, people that want to prod into my business for absolutely God knows what fucking reason, you know, then I would engage in further aspects of business that actually give me more liability, but also give me the control aspect to be able to duck and dodge that liability. I have to grow my own fucking money because that's the use of all of this stuff at the large base. You know, what are the simple what's another simple aspect I guess that a lot of these people are stuck on right now?
That's what I thought, because I tried to think of like what were some of the issues at the beginning of my journey that I had, because the beginning was really hard. You know, I didn't know what to pay attention to, and 90% of the shit I studied was absolutely useless. You know,
Oh yeah,
so
yeah,
I would
absolutely,
say,
absolutely.
what would be one of the biggest like hangups that like someone would have with this that wasn't as
It's like the understanding of a setup of a trip house.
I think it is yeah, definitely terminology. I think because that's one thing that I struggled with when I started like reading the UCC. I remember this one paragraph specifically, and I know I read it 50 times, and it was one of the most frustrating things because I would read this entire paragraph, and it's not like I'm an idiot. But at the end, it was just it. I could not process it. It wouldn't. It just my brain wouldn't interpret it, and I realized that it was because there was 1 to 2 words in there that I might, I assumed I knew, right? So, you get to most people get to that, they get to a word, they think that, oh, I kind of got it, and they just keep pushing, right? That one word could change everything. And that's what it was. There was like 2 words that I really just didn't understand. And so that's why I couldn't so when I went back and found out, oh, that's what that word means. And it was just so simple, so easy. It all just made sense. And so I would say
Absolutely. I
terminology.
would highly advise people to bust out at least 2 or 3 lexicons or dictionaries.
Yes.
Right. You want a black saw, you want a Bouvier's just to go get, some kind of American jurisprudence version. You guys can just Google all this stuff. Everything is so accessible, it's
Right.
fucking retarded. Like Scribe would be your best friend in a lot of these situations too. Understanding.
Cornell.edu.
Yeah,
It's got all of it.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Scribe mainly just for document
Yeah.
in your starting basis, dealing with knowledge will help you out because, all right, dealing with the trust stuff, right, and certain terminologies, it'd be beneficial if you first understood some simple revocable trusts. So go to Scribe or Google. All right, revocable living trust. Typically, you're going to run in 5 or 6 page documents. They're not going to be too extensive. All of the wordplay in there at least opening you up to the avenue of properly understanding what is going on with certain things involving bills, notes, drafts, bills of exchange, securities, interest, fixtures, funds, different things like that. To where it's just simply a basic contract that is now used as a separation from the main entity. All right. And if you then utilize that, say you wanted to get proof of this trust, all right, because you would have to utilize it in some kind of settlement. Otherwise, the United States and their administrators would start pushing your ass apart out of the courtroom. All right, you get a certificate of trust, or you can utilize some kind of deed or trust or a quick claim deed or something like that. All right, bound with a certificate of trust, okay, and a declaration of trust. Look these things up. All right. These could be pieces that you could use as evidence of the trust. It's not necessarily for the courts, okay, because that's last resort, and that's if something happens to that degree. This is for the person that you are doing business with. So people are often thinking that they don't have to discuss or at least share this information. A basic revocable living trust should at least be shared the trustee, all right, and the engagement effort of the trust, which should be certain directives that you expect to happen from this trust engagement. But your main prerogative is to go back to that principal business and state to them, whether it is in writing, on recorded telephone call, anything like that, or email, that you need the account that's held within this account holder's name, which is probably your citizen, most likely it is, and you need it transferred over to this trust name. Okay, it should be your trustee directing the communication back with that principal business. This is one simple aspect out of a lot of these deeper engagements and deeper understandings that we are going through. We're gaining these as we go along. All right, that I find are often missing and being misunderstood throughout the general public. And then, like I said, if you guys just keep reading those documents and flexing those words back between, reflecting them back between the lexicon, you're going to learn a lot more and be way more accurate than everybody else. Because now you're applying action with whatever it is that's on those pieces of paper. In a majority sense, all right, a lot of those are very accurate for how simple they are because they are that simple. But if you start to dance outside of that, well, now you're going to have to really know what you're doing. All right. But that's some key gems, is dealing with how you can start to clean up your own misunderstandings properly and start to get lawfully accurate out here. Definitely dig into lexicons, multiple different sources that are dealing with definitions. And really, if you guys want to get even more accurate, is start to dig into case law. You have to start reading case law, because case law is discussions upon how things are viewed and what can happen out of any situation dealing with any one thing. Meaning, if there is a case out there specifically highlighting a point in law that deals with discrepancies in the belief, all right, between what an employer is and what an employee is, you could start to dissect a lot of different situations based on this whole entire aspect if you now understand what employees and employers actually are and how they consider one to be. So now, all right, just to utilize this for some reference, if we're going to go back and start to talk about anything revolving around W-2s, W-4s, well, now we can start to actually pinpoint lawful accuracy between employers and employees. You see what I'm saying? And I would utilize those for reference. I'm not necessarily stating obligatory terms or statements that come from the case law. I need to be very specific in what I'm referencing and why, which then would equate to having somebody come back to you and try to rebuke that. What can they rebuke about simple facts that you're just asking them questions about?
Right.
Well, you guys said that the employer, the employee is this. So in this situation, how are you considering this to be an employee, or me, an employee of this, if there is no tax filings, there is no record showing so? And that could be a separation of identity right there, just simply put.
And another thing, they're not used to having, what's called the citizen as like the prosecutor either, right? They're not used to having the burden of proof on them to, like, defend those type. Now they are with like a criminal charge, they're definitely used to putting the blame but as far as having to defend financial transactions and things of that nature, the attorney, they're not used to that. They're used to coming in there and bullying you around, getting you to sign these little more contracts, fucking yourself even more. I'm gonna hire this really good attorney, admitting my incompetency and that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Right? People don't know that. They think they're doing the right thing. They think I'm being intelligent and smart by hiring this attorney. Right? You're literally
Absolutely.
admitting to the court that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I need this guy to do it for me. You know?
There's a few different aspects even involving that. One of these that I ended up having to correct myself on, I recall Yusuf El always saying that, well, they had to deal with like people Get down, Ashoba. Get down, Mama. I had to deal with people not showing up to court, as well as this whole entire attorney aspect or public pretender, hiring. Okay. So, in all actuality, the live being doesn't have a voice in any court, which is why paper is being utilized. All right. Paper is to be considered the effective court. All right, where paper is the holder of all court because people are speaking through the paper. If you want to understand this through another dimension within legality and law, is that if you place an ant on a piece of paper and you draw a line in front of that ant, it's going to stop. It thinks that that line is actually a three-dimensional blockage, and it is on that dimensional space for that ant. So you're basically being placed inside of a paper jurisdiction. All right. That's rule number one to understand courts and what's actually happening. So all court is ran and governed and dictated by the pieces of paper. These papers are contracts. All right. So the whole entire engagement that happens is now to basically ignore or act like you're non-existent because your real body is non-existent to the corporate realm and the rest of blue and black ink on these courts, these pieces of paper. All right. Nonetheless, they're tricking your brain into stepping into a real courtroom, which, if you do not show up, all right, they do hold the will and the ability to then basically unleash some dogs on you, warrants, what have you, bench warrants, yada yada yada, extended charges, liens, and tax. Okay. So the aspect was built around if we are indeed playing some kind of checkerboard or chess game, and I'm hiring people or extending contracts and presentments to people. We, the people, are the government. The government has been abandoned since 1729. We have only had ministerial courts ever since then, which means that the enactment of business and business administrative judges. Okay, which again, if you don't have voice and you don't have anything that you can directly control, you can control the piece or the pawn that they give you on the chessboard, which means if we want to study this in its most basic format now, why is it the reason that you get appeals or if you even get pleas and the rest of all that? Why? You know, if you really want to start to look into it, it's because of the extended days and notices that it's going to take for certain administrations to take place, built all around that's statutory liens, charges, tax. Okay. If I don't move a piece in this court, because why would I go to the court and submit motions? And then to keep in mind, all right, if we're playing against a bank, a business, and other pirates, and this whole entire transaction of credit already went down, on the back of everything that I'm depositing there, they can openly endorse and then they can put raw attachments of values to these on the back end. You don't know anything about this.
Right, because you did
All right.
blank endorsement.
Exactly. So we're looking at abandonment in many different places. If you don't direct on to do what you do and then hold them liable, which means that you can fire them. What happens when you fire a voice throughout court? Does it not get extended another 30 days based off of that default right there? Typically that is the procedure that they lay out. That's what they're supposed to be following. You know, so we know that sometimes they go ahead and do whatever it is that they're going to fucking do.
Right.
All right.
They're going to change
But
the
that
date.
is that is the typical thing if you are hiring and you are going by that whole entire paradigm in their ballgame. Okay, so I can hire and fire somebody, then I can hire and fire somebody, then I can hire and fire somebody, and it's going to get extended 30 days each time. Great. Sooner or later, they try to get tired of it because they see the game that you're playing. Well, goddamn, he's just going to go through the motions. But that's the strength and the power through that, because if you don't show up or if you don't hire, now they have the rest of the territorial jurisdiction to lien, charge, tax, come seize you, do whatever, press you further, and all that extra shit. Now, however a person chooses to handle themselves in any situation, obviously, you're a grown fucking adult. You can understand what you're doing, hopefully. All right. But that is the benefit and the clearing up of a lot of misunderstandings, because on a large basis, a lot of people aren't going to be able to just step into those courtrooms and then go pro se and actually accurately be able to get through the situation. You know, I've been through it myself. I had fucking learned. Everything I thought was not actual. I'm seeing this out of experience because I've actually witnessed these things. You know, one of these being down here in Mississippi, where I was held 13 days. What was it? A $13,000 bond. No extended charges no extended charges, but 4 recurring charges. 2 of them were the same. They were pending. So it was nothing in nothing. It was nothing. That is the charge that they still have down there. Yeah. So cussing in public it was. So they held me on that. I did not give them the social security number. I was listed underneath Hikmah Ali. They were asking why my business card, my credit card, has some names on it. I told them those are business names. Absolutely, they are transitional. It's all caps. You know, I was putting codes in there and everything at them. Well, they still held me in this position, so I had to go real spiritual mode, hope that I got some paper. I ended up getting 3 pieces of paper, so I hand wrote 3 habeas corpuses inside of there. And while doing so, did I remember this whole entire banking aspect and deposits of negotiable instruments? This is a fucking bank I'm dealing with. So I flipped my shit over and I went to the backside because that's a new contract that's open. And I wrote void where prohibited by law, securitization, void the contract.
What is operating on? Securitization.
So yeah, so I microlined that constantly over and over and over. All right. And then I scribbled in between that and big, and I wrote void if securitized in the middle of that square. And then I scribbled on the outside to, not allow anybody to rewrite in or endorse or do anything like that. So I ended up getting these out because I have a cousin that's a CO in there. And he helped me get the mail out. Otherwise, I was pretty sure they're going to destroy it or whatever. They were talking about giving me 30 years, I guess, through the grapevine of hearing this through my family, too, which is fucking wild because the rest of it just panned out like, oh, it's beautiful. All right. So I think like a week passed after I submitted those, and I get called to the front office, not with the warden, but the one that's like heading over the jail or whatever. And she goes, they'll probably get you in court within the next day or two. You submitted some paperwork. What was it? And I was like, don't worry about any of that. I was like, I'm not getting any information up out of me or anything. And they had a bondsman come in, and then they tried to press me with some other bullshit. And I was like, you know what? Hand me a bond slip then. It was like, okay, so you're just gonna fill that out. They're thinking that I was just gonna hand over my information on that bond slip, but I know how to endorse properly. So I signed Hikmah Ali. I put an X on the signature line, and underneath that, I signed as the authorized representative for Hikmah Ali. Now, on the back end, did I actually put in the enclosed social security number with no dashes in it? The only thing that represents is not some fucking exemption number. It means that when the dashes are out of these numbers, that it is closed towards the accruance of debt, but it's open towards adjustment and set off of the account. So I just basically accepted that as a security and allowed them to deposit it on their own stupidity. All right. Now, a day passes and I do get a notice that I'm going to court the next day. The next day goes, they still didn't draw me to court. They waited another day. On this day, we get transferred over into the courtroom. And then the prosecutor comes in there. Well, not the prosecutor, the public pretender that everybody had. He came in there. He goes, Boyd, come out here. So we talked to him right quick. He goes, you submitted some habeas corpuses or something like that? I can bring that up if we go in there. And I say, no, don't do that. What I need you to do, you will please go in there and tell that administrator that I will accept at least one of these charges and that I'm not trying to create controversy. And he said, okay, I can do that. Went out there. He came back in and called me in. He goes, Boyd. I stood up with another Boyd. We looked at each other. I'm like, so we looked back at the bailiff. Which Boyd? He goes, how about both of you? Okay, what the fuck? All right, whatever. So we walk in. He immediately says, face this wall. We're taking you out of cuffs. They take me out of cuffs. And he just points over at the fucking judges panel. And my public pretender is standing right fucking there too. They're leaning in together. Like this is a little 2-buddy huddle. And I look up and I see the whole entire fucking courtroom is full. There are 60 motherfuckers on a goddamn Wednesday in the middle of this fucking courtroom. And they just signal me over. And I walk up to my public pretender and he leans in and he goes, so you said that you'll accept at least one of the charges? The goddamn magistrate is putting on his glasses. He's just looking at the public pretender. He did not acknowledge me one motherfucking time. I just nodded my head because the thought came into my head at that point. I don't have voice in here. So I just nodded my head. Public pretender then proceeds to whip out a whole entire fucking fax folder full of assignments, and he plops them on the desk. The administrator then opens them up and begins to sign these bitches as the goddamn trustee in the middle of the goddamn courtroom. The prosecutor then stands up. She goes, "I didn't agree to this." That motherfucker stopped. He seized all action. He lowered his glasses. He looked at the woman and gave her them cutting eyes out the top of the motherfuckers and like, sit your ass down. Then the clerk stood up and the clerk goes, "Yes, what about the extended 3 charges?" He did the same thing to her. She sat her ass down. He finished signing those tax documents. He closed the folder, he passed them over to my public pretender, who looks me in the face and he goes, "Good luck." And that was the end of my shit. I literally walked out of that fucking place at that moment. So it's through experience like that that I tell people the things that I tell them. Of course, it's going to be non-agreeable because I'm not stroking your fucking feathers, making it sound like what you wanted to hear. You know, especially coming from everybody else. Everybody else isn't caring about the aspects of the law at an accuracy point that I care about them at because I conduct myself as a fucking international ambassador. So what do I look like? All right, causing any kind of hassle or anything outside of this when I fully understand and understand the conductivity of what's happening. I'm not trying to invite and incite wars and riots into my own fucking private life, no matter what happens, because it's all accounted for. This is a fucking business and a bank. So whatever is deposited on there, I need to just understand that I can get that shit the fuck back. It's all fucking money. People are going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do. So you have to now be smart and strategic as to what the fuck can I do to actually get myself out of this situation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what the fuck I did to get myself out of that goddamn situation. Again, on the back end, I'm talking to somebody else throughout the fucking office after it, and they're like, "Yeah, bro, they're talking about giving your ass 30 years for some simple shit." So they keyed y'all.
That shows the gravity of the information, though, right? And the power that you can possess as just a normal, like living, breathing man that educates himself. And then really it's the application of that knowledge too, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely. If I did not conduct myself exactly how I did, there would have been complications.
You would have never had that confidence of knowing that this is how, reading it and believing it is one thing, but knowing the shit works is completely different, and you're not going to get that without experiencing it. So you're going to have, if you're scared, like
you're throwing those fucking curveballs. Like, I'm pretty sure you in your own line, like, how many curveballs have you been thrown? And you were like, "Oh shit, yeah, I wasn't, damn, hold up, wait a minute."
a lot. But then you'll get that one that just hits the sweet spot and you knock that home run. And when that happens, you're like, "Holy shit, it's real. It is real."
That's
Everything
that's the
I
most
read is
beautiful
real.
part.
Yeah.
Is it not?
It's insane.
You know,
It is insane the power you hold.
working for that point right there too, to where you actually do get a W.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a ride, man.
Yeah, because if people realize just what that is, like that is your end game dealing with anything. After you have that one W, you can use your own case law as a recurrent. So who the fuck is going to come through and defeat a fucking W? They can't. So now I can utilize this as an ultimate trump card throughout everything that I'm doing. I should reopen up that motherfucking same case file and start applying or adding to it. On the back end, to be honest with you, seeing as accounts can't be closed. So if I have any other directives that could be utilized throughout that, I mean, I would keep them small as fuck. I wouldn't go big with it, but then there is the aspect of actually closing out the case and utilizing that exemplified copy for anything else that you're going to go do.
So what would you say? Like, I always kind of looked at it like this: is like the people that are passing these laws and they're putting these bills through and getting them voted in, right? Like, if they're making any type of oppressive law, there's gonna be some form of loophole for them.
Absolutely.
That's one basic principle you should just understand. So all these laws that you're letting dictate like everything that you do, why aren't they? Why is Donald Trump not worried about, getting pulled over with suspended license?
This all goes back into like those private aspects where people understand enough about business administration to properly conduct themselves and start protecting their assets. So this is where the saying, control everything, own nothing. Because in my own administration, all right, I'm gonna give you guys some heavy shit. There is roughly 7 different pieces of me Okay. And so, since these are entities and pieces of creation, I get to control and enact and basically move my own pieces. Now, these pieces aren't necessarily people.
You catch that?
They don't own assets, and they are all private and foreign. The only people that truly know about them are the IRS, some of the SEC. Well, some of them to the SEC, not all of them. All right. And that's just because of respect towards an agency. Whoever you gave you the access to the thing is who you should pay ultimate respect towards. So in the building aspect of a business and structuring business, all right, another one of these things that's going to be heavy throughout your gnosis for use in business administration is understanding those equity courts, statutory courts. Equity courts are different, basically suits of chancery. All of those have been pretty much diminished. So back prior when I was talking about all court and held on paper, you are your version of equity. You just have to learn how to really enact it and speak through basic common sense and stop that using yourself to other people's inaccurate speech definitions, which is their territorial jurisdiction. And this is where we get the implication implying, or at least installing or instilling, all right, new actions throughout a separation of entity. If I am a live being, that means I'm already understood to be separate from this entity. I should not speak in the avenue of the entity or anything in placement of the entity, being statutes, codes, regulations, bullshit. All right. If I'm only an administrator, I should only be asking questions and trying to fucking fix the goddamn problem.
Right.
All right. So that's the version of equity that we are only paying attention to on a very base format. When it comes to Delaware, they operate specifically through chancery courts because they're fucking business administrators. So it comes very specific in the guise of equity because we're talking about business administration. So if I utilize one of these trusts or another entity to then create this business through Delaware, is the main entity source is me, right? Discontinued from this whole entire action? Yes, it is. I'm fucking separate. I'm out of that ball game unless I let somebody be known and aware of my whole entire action or involvement with that fucking creation. Now, why would I ever go do that? If the business is established and set up now, and there's a fucking anonymous face to this goddamn business, why would I ever tell anybody I'm involved with it? That is moves like that are exactly why Donald Trump and all these guys are not worried about what the fuck it is that anybody else is talking about. Nonetheless, they understand enough about the territorial jurisdiction and those separations to begin with, where everything that is laid out as a border or another city, it's all separate businesses. Yep. All of those businesses are foreign to the next business. If I invite another state, which is why I grab exemplified copies of my own fucking cases that I'm closing and not asking anybody to work and operate for me, I can bring those to another state. There's a default judgment sitting in my hand and I have a closed copy of a case. Can I not then introduce that to another fucking district or another business that would be interested in closing out and settling out on the collection of those available fucking credits?
Yes, you could.
And that now becomes another action. So I'm gonna leave that one that basic, but to even add on that and add you extra layers of just, elite level security, like understanding places like Nevis, understanding places like Cook Islands, understanding places like the Philippines, understanding all these separate island territorial jurisdictions that do not fit underneath Hague country law or ruling, which means that they are sovereign in their own stations. They abide and create their own fucking shit. So if I now bring my assets to these places and say I provide bond through those governments are now going to back the holding of those assets because on a world global trade level, they hold the security of the bond. Bonds are everything.
The money, baby. That's where the money made.
So now if you have any administrator, especially on federal levels, trying to go after you because the IRS enact themselves through federality. So same thing, it's all a mask, it's a play, it's an act. And you have to realize that these are alphabet fucking corporations as well. They're all privately enacted, private. So they're going underneath their own trust indentures, which are their own fucking constitutions and structures and bylaws, to where they're literally telling you that they're all fucking engaging, at least through one interface, but outside of that, they're all sovereign and separate. Right. So it's corporate body politics, and you're acting sovereign as an employee or some kind of administrator or agent underneath that corporate body politic. And that becomes that. Now they're hosting the body or the birth certificate of the main birth throughout this corporation. The corporation becomes a protective charter for the rest of the actions. All right. And they can even go further with all of these. So, like, again, I said, if I have my shit bonded through Nevitz or Cook Islands, what the pathetic. What the fuck are they gonna do? They're gonna go wage war against a few assets held with another fucking foreign dignitary?
I don't know if that shit sliding.
Exactly. So even though that I know how advanced stuff like that is, especially for the general public, but like as soon as you guys hear this shit over, you know, like you hear this over and over, and you get to a point where you're like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I'm not ready for that right now, but yes, like that's the kind of shit right there that got me turned on to the rest of actual knowledge in these areas because of guys like Yusuf, because of not even necessarily Patrick Devine, man. I really didn't even dig a lot of what he was saying.
I got him later.
Yeah, later on for accuracy, and then expounding in different ideologies involving all of those, those I'll call them esoteric, belief in different shit like that.
Well, they're kind of like a esoteric, like base to a lot of that.
It is. It can expand and retract really quick in a lot of different areas. Wherever you see that you want to install yourself, really, with any one portion of knowledge throughout history, it's all involving this shit, which means that it is repetitive, though. So,
right.
Yeah, I really appreciate Yusuf L.
Yeah.
One of the key guys in my development, and this amount of accuracy really opened up my eyes towards the operation of money and banking alone, which was a strong separation in just my overall understanding dealing with the law and what was really happening here. Because as soon as you start to understand the business side and the money, you actually understand the main problem that's going on with the general public is they don't want to look at the aspect of money as it is equity, and it is. That's what the whole entire HGR 192 was about. It was an equitable stance to give you the reasoning to why it is that you can't exchange now a piece of paper for whatever the fuck they're asking for. Because it's a directed species of payment enlisted throughout a House joint resolution. They're joining themselves throughout the House of Representatives to now supply you a motherfucking remedy. That's what happened. That remedy was listed on paper itself. They let you know it is contracts from this point forward that we'd have to now account for. So everything else as a portion of that creation was now extended or at least implemented into that fucking systematic way of accounting. So now when I'm looking at money, I look at money as the ultimate remedy. So why would I ever be mad that somebody's charging me something? Why would I ever speak any kind of undirected law that's not involving money? That's all we're fucking talking about is money. And that right there became the most effective shit that I've ever fucking learned, which is why I like to talk about business administration. Like for real, for real. There's no lie. Money is your, as much as people don't understand it, money is just a medium of exchange. You are money. It would not all happen without you. So as soon as you realize that, you will realize how easy everything actually is. No, you don't have to go to the end of the lengths of the earth to fucking start creating all these extravagant ass, secure ass trusts. It's for people who are getting into large pools of wealth, a lot of assets, a lot of fucking money. People that see themselves being Andrew Tate or Jeff Bezos, you know what I mean? Or hell, even the fucking creator goddamn Telegram.
Right.
That's for visions like that, And when you're starting off, if your dreams are that big, then absolutely go after that fucking cookie. But if not, and you just want to simply live your fucking life, keep it simple for yourself. It's still all involved in money. Money is an equitable relief, simply.
That's what I've always said too, is like, you really got two ways to wealth, because I consider kind of wealth and happiness kind of basically the same thing, really. Right? Wealth's not an amount or a number, it's like a state of mind. But you
I go on that picture right now. That's fucking real.
You can either like look at wealth as like all these things or experiences or whatever it is that you need to accumulate, and in which case you got to go out there and get those fucking things to have wealth, to be happy, right? Or you can limit the amount of things that it takes to make you happy, right? You can do that too and end up at the exact same state of mind, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was one of the things that was brought to my attention and a few other key things. There was a thing, dealing with the authentication of the birth certificate for the longest, and I'm glad that YouTube relates to the dissertation on that, like way back then. The several years old, I think about 7, 8 years old at this point, but they already broke it all down. Him and Jonah and all the rest of that crew, those are the fuckers that create the whole entire process. And in doing so, did they figure out that it was only beneficial for the separation of an entity, because we're dealing with the base idea of what authentication is. It's you sending it back to its originator, and they say, yeah, we created it. So at the point of the document creation to this year, would it properly state that a being is at the lawful age to contract indefinitely and privately on their fucking own behalf? And stating what? That they are indeed not the fucking document also.
It's not me.
Exactly. So no matter where I then take this, can I use it throughout different placements? Now, there is a separate aspect that was brought to my attention talking to a billionaire through Megan Monroe, which is billion or whatever like that. But I've had several fucking meetings to go sit down with the guy. Now, he was discussing the real estate aspect, and I started looking into certificated securities. But even still, throughout real estate, it seems as if you would only authenticate the document to then, like, if you got the document authenticated in another non-Hague country. Because isn't that them stating that they would be the original placement or holder of said document, which then you could utilize that through territorial jurisdiction in a real estate play? Okay. So if the foreign aspect is now in a sovereign fucking state, all right, and I have another trust or entity that is established as private, can I now not have that entity step in through a deed of trust as the trustee to then hold that piece of real estate for the securing of the loan? Yes, yes, I fucking can.
Yes,
Because that's exactly how real estate works. And that's exactly what deeds of trust are used for. So now I can take the deed of trust in a placement of fucking America underneath a private jurisdiction within another private jurisdiction to then further secure this play. Now, ultimately, it wouldn't be a commercial business play. So now we have to understand a little bit more about loans and collateral, all right, and that main separation of fucking entity thing. So the UCC1 is now used as a brokerage account mainly. The registering numbers that you get from the placement in the first filing deposit of the UCC, all right, is a brokerage number. And that's why you want it, because it establishes the rest of your ability to enlist collateral throughout a brokerage account. Why? Because somebody financed this shit. So who financed it? And now you have to look at the account and the record. Well, if the account and the record is produced, and you have the rest of the service order, you have the rest of the lien ordinance, the lien provision, the provided bond, the promissory note to go along with the actual real estate investment. Well, then now somebody has to get paid the fuck out, right? And then that's where you would enact through Delaware LLC, have that linked in some kind of C corp or further trust, have another trust be the administrator. Now you have to link it to a bank. So what would that be? Back end house activity would state that you need the accounting services subscription through the Federal Reserve, which would open up Series 9 or Series 10. Then you get ACH and access to FedWire and the rest of the fucking master accounting profile. You get access to that. So now I have my own pass-through ability to actually enact the fucking Secretary of the Treasury or myself as a main enlisted fiduciary to then utilize these portals and all of this fucking administration to be able to cut myself a check. The check's going to get cut from the fucking Federal Reserve because it's a cashier's check going to what business that would have their securities enlisted on a market through SEC, also binding in your fucking availability and your effectiveness. You see, that is what these motherfuckers are doing. So when you hear somebody, oh, they're receiving a $8 million check a year, or they had to orchestrate a fucking real estate investment payout.
They had to do some work.
That's what they did. It's all enacted off of stocks and bonds. What are checks, notes, and drafts? Those are issued from stocks and bonds. What would a being then do to alleviate the rest of the taxation that's fucking permitted throughout this action, considering the IRS is now looking at you and all this fucking money?
Right.
Well, I would reinvest into my own fucking business. That foreign business should be making a dump either into my family trust or my other foreign trust. That's to secure the rest of the fucking activity. Now, if I further do anything, I need to have at least one of my Delaware LLCs as a holding company for my fucking assets. So I'll put my house in there, my cars. Now I can lease fleet vehicles between 2 to 3 different portions of myself. So when motherfuckers are like, oh, I'm paying, they pay themselves 5 to 6. That's what the fuck they're talking about.
Right.
That's about flipping a fucking meme coin or some goddamn open-ended fucking crypto joint. That's not what the fuck they mean. They actually mean creating debt off of fucking lease credit.
Real creation of money.
Exactly. In a real placement of something. And being able to do that, as I just said, that is the fucking strategic point of privacy. Because now if I'm actually doing that shit, I have all that fucking control and leverage. That's what the fuck I get to go do. I get to dance around everybody else using everybody else's system with every fucking thing. In the meantime, why don't I just hire a little fucking not even Ricky, a dude that loves fucking coding and have him create his own fucking system. And now all you still have to come back to me because sooner or later you have to enact through the LEI. You're going to have to enact through some kind of government gauge code or SIC code. All right, foreign FinCEN and GinCEN. All right, and then the rest of the motherfucking GSA or GS1 if you want to go global with the rest of your whole entire itemization of whatever it is that you're buying and selling or enlisting your securities, we shall say. All right, bonded debt packages, asset-backed securities. All right, that's what grading companies are for. SNL, fucking Moody's. So then we can take these off of the front face, which is what you're not supposed to do, but it's happening anyway because it's protected throughout these private fucking administrations and other businesses. All right. Well, and just to explain that, a public business at that point, all right, is a business that accepts investments from the general public. So those are your debt obligated fucking stations. If I am not accepting of your information in the exchange of whatever it is that I'm dealing and asking for, then I'm not a privately adhesed fucking business. A public adhesed business. I'm a private operated business where I accept private investments. Okay. I can either way. All right. It's just that the public one is them not telling you that they're selling the securities on the back end. In my private time, I'm telling you, your fucking money is now going to be collateralized with mine. So I'm taking this and we're going to go do this with it. That's the only difference, right?
They're just not telling you.
So yeah, they're just not telling you. So if I tell you that, then we go take this package, say that's coming through one of our main businesses or another business measure that we established to be able to create some capital, we can now package these fucking receipts up and we can go to Moody's and get them graded. And then we can go talk to a guy like Billion who actually has his own fucking portal set up and his own dashboards, you know what I mean, and all that extra shit. And that's where you're actually looking at the trade boards and fucking all those numbers moving, you know. But good luck even getting to those placements because those people don't really have. But that's the shit that we're looking at. You know what I mean? That's the type of shit that I'm into, especially at this level. You know what I mean? Getting that advanced and that accurate throughout this shit. Seeing things like that and hearing things like that are the most progressive because now you're expanding your mind and getting creative within business. It's all business. So again, if you're not going to be engaged in none of that shit, I would put at least 98% of what you guys are trying to understand down. It's not even going to help you. It has no merit throughout all the court systems and all this money that's going on. It has nothing to do with anything.
I know that from experience because, like I said, especially at the beginning of my journey, man, I studied so much shit, months and months and years of shit that was just useless. Like, was really just a distraction. And it's crazy how complicated everything seems to somebody that doesn't know shit. But then the people that actually learn shit are like, what are you talking about? It's so simple. Isn't it? It's so weird how when you get to that point where you're like, the easiest
like
shit
I
I've
know
ever
this shit is complicated, bro. I know that it's not easy. I know it's
it is. A lot of it is complicated, very complicated. But it'll seem more simplistic as you go, right? Which I guess that's with anything. But it definitely in the beginning, you're just like, what in the fuck are they talking
yeah.
about?
In the beginning, that shit is a little bit more than complicated.
Yeah,
You're definitely opening up yourself to vernacular and words that you never fucking seen.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna tell you this amount of accuracy within it because it takes time. You know, again, like who really got to go train with like Michael Jordan, bro?
Right.
I mean, and like who actually would even think to invest in that opportunity? Like, damn, like I got to go get 14 grand so I can go pay this guy so I can go fucking learn from him. I mean, I
Right.
did that shit with damn near every chieftain that taught me, except for the last one, which shout out to Chief Meskwaki. 33 banker certifications, ABA banker certifications. So when I'm telling people the shit I'm telling them, it's not just coming out of my fucking neck. Like I invested and took large portions of money to pay people so I could actually learn these things. Nonetheless, investing in the fucking ABA banker certifications myself so I could actually learn information technology systems, securities and operations, process operations. You know what I'm saying? And different shit like each one of those are fucking 8 to 9 grand, bro.
Yeah. Man, I paid $2,000 to learn about tax liens, dude. And now I learned that whole system's like it's fucking ridiculous. Like,
For real. You know, it's all private education though. I think it's large. I know that, but the largest disconnect is just, you know, back on that entitlement. A lot of people aren't understanding that these are private education. You have to pay for private education.
Yeah.
Everything else on a base format is public already. And that's where everybody's like, well,
You should pay for private education if someone's taking the knowledge that they, because think about all the shit that you had to go through to learn what you learned. How could I
Exactly.
possibly tell you that you and your time and your energy isn't valuable? That's ridiculous. That's like, but people do that. They want you to just give everything for free, right? And one thing we talked about this when we were discussing doing the podcast was like people look at it as though like you're there to help them or to serve them, as opposed to I'm a fucking person. I'm a living human being, man, that is choosing to help you, right? Like I already figured my shit out.
yeah,
I figured my shit out.
you know,
Like I'm doing extra work to help you figure yours out, right? So there's
you said you have mentees. They're like, outside of that, you know, that general public, like you said, like it's kind of like they kind of feel like you have to.
Yeah.
Not realizing that, yeah, dude, like I'm me. I had to go through my own life. I had to get to this point and dedicate large portions of money, nonetheless, my own time and attention towards these things, and actually put my body and my whole entire being through the sacrifice of being able to learn correctly, nonetheless, accepting everything else that came along the way. Like, I'm in the middle of fucking Camden, Mississippi, bro. I'm already involved with a tribe. I care about things that are way past a lot's comprehension as far as dietary, mind, sharing, and exchange of energy. And actually holding myself liable for and accountable for everything that I say and do.
That's
at a time. You know, if I choose to then go outside of that, I am literally disrespecting the rest of my whole entire time space if I'm not being adequately compensated. It'd be a disservice to myself. And I know that everybody in the world should get to these portions of themselves, because then you get to choose what it is that your value is set at. And it's only through you enlisting a value that everybody else can respect that. It just so happens that a lot of people don't know that I value my time because they themselves don't value their own time. Just because I get to Facebook and I promote for an hour or two and you might see that little ping of that green bulb or you see a post or a status does not mean that you're readily invited into all my fucking private space. I'm behind a screen and I'm choosing to engage and give you the most accurate shit because I myself was tired of going through all the fucking hoops and not receiving accurate information. So, and the person of, oh, well, you got to do this, you need to prove this, you got to do this. But you go do it.
Yeah.
You go prove it. You do everything that you set out to fucking do because I've already accomplished it. I'm here. I'm literally in my paradise. I'm on over 120 fucking acres, bro. And I hate to say it just like that, but like it's that simple.
It is that
And
simple.
everybody wants to see something. Dude, I can show you contract on top of contract on top of contract. Why don't you bring your ass out here and sit down with me and we'll have a powwow?
Yeah.
And you can see that this is real life living. Like I'm not fucking acting, and all the rest of everything else is again just a simple choice, man. Like I choose to engage with you guys and give you what I give you. You know what I mean? And that should be good enough because I put a lot of effort and thought into this shit actually. It's actually to counter the goddamn algorithm that's already set out, blacklisting and all the rest of the shit, strategic goddamn plays with my fucking posting to make sure that it reaches you guys. And then on top of that, to make sure that you're getting everything that no other fucking teacher or guru is gonna fucking give you out here.
Nobody's gonna give you. Nobody's gonna break it down like that and give you all the game of that. Would have been a $500 fucking consultation right there. Just what we.
Oh yeah, easily.
All day long.
You know,
and you
we still got I still got more if you guys want it, bro.
Yeah.
Like especially on taxes, all the rest of it. But absolutely, this shit is easily priceless.
Yeah.
You know,
I got a Dropbox that's got billions of dollars worth of information, right? Like, and I'm not playing when I say billions of dollars. Like the information is so powerful, and your ability is so. That's why that you hear that a lot. Like you got to know who you are first, because if you don't even know who you are, how could you possibly know what the fuck you're doing?
it has to be perfect. Yeah, you definitely have to know who you are. What comes along with it. If you don't know the basics in yourself, in that extended reality and what you're experiencing. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
This is more spiritual work than a lot.
It is.
People really want to accept that.
They don't, and I guess it is kind of hard too, because you know, like society kind of makes people more materialistic, more physical, you know, and law and all this stuff. It's way more spiritual. And like you said, I mean, you as the living breath, you don't have a voice in the court anyway, right? You're
No.
not real
It's not
in that.
existent.
That
It's non-existent.
entirely
It's
different
why
world.
everyone experiences what they're experiencing. It's really non-existent.
Right. And so, in a lot of ways, it and spirituality and like the esoteric stuff, it really is the same.
It all blends together again. Like all of this is quasi-lateral to each other. It all commingles in multiple different aspects from multiple different levels. And for me, it just got so repetitive and easy because my brain naturally works in cycles very fast. So I'm able to speed up my own experience or slow it down upon will. Call me fucking crazy, but once you know enough about yourself and how you operate, you're able to do that. I transmute, I alchemize daily at a conscious rate. So just being able to see these eternal loops, how the mesh of reality is folding in and out of itself constantly to the point where you know that there is no escape. So why would I not then become conscious of all the simplistic shit that's laid before me, such as contracts? What the fuck is a contract? Oh goddamn, my soul and my spirit is in contract with my whole entire fucking shit, my meat suit. It's all operating off this brain. That brain is in contract with all that shit. Somehow I can't escape my thoughts and my voice. That's a fucking contract.
Right, we're locked in.
My brain and this whole entire projector screen is lying to me. They're in a fucking working and operating contract. All this shit's upside down and backwards according to scientists. Fucking quantum reality.
Yeah, I know. Right.
So
And you think
yeah,
this gets complicated?
It's all spiritual. It's all very fucking real, and it's as real as being simple. The brain likes to complicate things
It does.
naturally.
It
And
does.
so, even with this whole bombardment of information, all these overextended fucking explanations, all this goddamn media, all this desensitization, all this fucking child, all this shit, bro.
So just distracting.
We get to a point of really respecting ourselves throughout that privacy and realizing again these simplistic things about reality. That's how you get to placement of knowing yourself truly. It's how you know exactly what you're gonna accept or what you're gonna deny, what you'll put up with, what you won't. You'll go through. It's not willing to experience.
Like the dog never gets out of the
Some
pen.
love for yourself.
The dog that never gets out of the fence. He's just there and he's happy and he's cool. You know what I mean? But that first time that gets out, it's like it's over with. It is over with. You know, it's like once you realize that, once you realize you can get out that fence, you don't ever want to go back in that fence again.
Kind of like Plato's Cave. You know that one?
Yeah, where the allegory, yes, they're in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Just see
Plato's
the-
allegory. Cave, man.
Yeah, man.
Dude gets free, goes outside of the cave. He's decides life is too much. Goes ties himself back up.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
Chill with it too much, man. I'm gonna go back to the cave. It's insane.
It's a lot, man.
It is a lot.
It's a lot. Life is a lot.
No, you know what? If I'm being honest, there were a few times during like, you know, when shit got real that like it was like, man, would it almost be easier to, you know what I mean? And then you get to thinking like, man, for me, I see it with everybody that I introduce it to. There's like these levels of understanding, like and comprehension to the way everything works. It's like you've got these emotions that go with it.
Yeah.
Like, you get sad at first, you know, you feel all sorry for, or I think maybe anger was the first one. Maybe I was like, these motherfuckers. No, I think it was sadness. It was just like, are you serious? This is how the world
I went through a lot of
what's
anger.
going
I
on?
went through a lot of anger.
And then it was anger. It was like, fuck these motherfuckers. Like, I'm telling everybody, right? You know, and then I just seem like some angry asshole yelling at people. Like, hey, what's this dude's problem? He's just fucking running around yelling about taxes. Like, I'd be at the fucking convenience store or something. Don't put that here, man. Run the script. And then it was like this thing, the acceptance of just, you know, and really like once you kind of educate yourself enough, you get to the point to where you almost, I'm not going to say that you appreciate, but you kind of do appreciate the level of like complexity that this system has, and you know what I mean? Like
I
that is
have mad fucking
this is
respect
the
for that.
most
They're like,
beautiful thing you've ever seen.
like go out and look at a tree, bro,
Yeah.
and then really get down to brass tacks with that tree. Realize what that tree is, and then go to the ground with it.
Yeah.
Go from the ground all the way to the top of the tree, and then do that again, and then just stare at the base of that tree and really understand what the fuck is going on. That shit is the most beautiful thing ever because it was at that thought right there where I realized it was already all perfect. It was good. It is exactly what it should be. And I know that everybody had it shipped up.
Yeah.
All mad at the fucking tree being a tree and that everybody has freedom and that there is freedom out here through the means of these fucking pieces of paper. And the only thing that you really ever had to do is say, well, fuck all that.
Yeah.
And then go write your own shit down. And like, yeah, a lot of people don't understand that. Like what I'm literally saying, go write on a fucking piece of paper. I am free. I am not bound by any man's laws. I can move my own and pay people with a happy exchange.
Yes.
Commonly understood to be paper with words on it. That could be your fucking contract. And you stand on that shit like your fucking life depended on it.
That
That shit will work. That shit will work more than anybody else talking about all this extra shit out here, dude. I promise you. I fucking promise.
Yes, it will, dude. It is insane. And then people will hear us say shit like this and they'll think we're just two crazy motherfuckers yelling. Like, it's for sure. You know, we wouldn't be this excited and this like much. We wouldn't be laughing.
Let's go, dude. So true.
Is SEC accepted? No.
I don't pay myself fucking $10 million a year to go be a disco king.
Yeah, dude. I'll be a disco king. There's probably a bunch of people that's like, I don't get the joke. Like, what are they laughing about? Like,
Elon Musk, man. This guy is insane.
really, dude. But you know what? He's a person. He's just like us. Just
Yeah, fucking brilliant.
yeah,
Brilliantly
really
crazy.
brilliantly crazy. Well, shit.
Brilliantly crazy.
I mean,
You know?
you're crazy as hell too, man.
You know what? Here's a this is not trading advice.
Yeah.
If you guys really want to make some fucking money, man, all right, go invest into the tech companies that are the mining and ore companies or whatever for Elon Musk right now in fucking Memphis, Tennessee. All right, surrounding Tennessee because that whole entire last play on the earth, okay, was exactly to set that shit up. Now, if you knew about the deposits that were in those areas, then you're in fucking luck because that's the come up. And now you can look at every other breakthrough about a fucking electronics distributor, all right, or this fucking robots and the rest of all this goddamn tech that you're about to start seeing in the next 10, 20 years.
That's
gonna get fucking real out. If you want to jump ahead, go invest, motherfucker. That is your play. Go work the factory, invest in the stocks and bonds.
Right. Everybody else is investing in Tesla. They're investing in SpaceX. They're investing in all these public.
Go with the little company, man. Go with the little company.
People like
that
us
shit
are
blows the
thinking.
fuck up. Be like Campbell's chicken noodle soup or goddamn Coke, bro.
There it is. Like y'all invest in Tesla, we're going to invest in the pieces that they need to make Tesla.
Yeah. It's because that shit's gonna ever fucking produce. They're not gonna stop the production line on the bitches. And then say they do bankrupt out or something like that after a while, which they're not.
No.
But they may change. You know, they're gonna hold station in the world for at least the little run of a lot of that production. Say if anything has to change hands or whatever, it's pretty much a wrap. I mean, so if somebody has the brain and the mindset to capitalize off of that, which all you should. All right, go get some fucking real, man. Like, go get you some gold, go get you some silver, utilize that as backup certificates or whatever for all your fucking investments. You always have something. The point is that the only reason that metals have been shooting up in the last few years is because of this play and this ploy. Again, the billionaires and everybody else dumped their whole entire stocks and bonds 8 years ago.
Right.
All right. And then, it's been trickling through other systems, throughout the stock market or whatever. I became aware of like the last, fucking 5,000 millionaires and billionaires are, slowly emptying out their portfolios. People also didn't understand the exchange rate on the fucking cash and the difference from Zimbabwe notes or $20 million a piece. I did it was nuts.
Right.
But these people were throwing notes throughout different space times within this reality and holding on to those. All right. People understood the changeover that was actually happening with XRP and Ethereum, but beforehand, you had already seen that the play was real estate all over again, which is why Bill Gates secured over 140 fucking million acres in goddamn farm. All right. So it became a nature grab all over again. So the resources and everything else, bro. That's what you know what I mean. So people are telling me things or using words wrong, such as like fiat or discussing things about money, and I'm hopping on the fucking post and I'm correct, and that's why because I understand where you are at within your own thought and the rest of basic understanding of dealing with technology systems that I've been creating and implementing these fucking things for those goddamn years old, especially selected to be in certain CT generation courses and classes with building IT networks and different shit like that. But again, on a base level, when you're thinking globally and you're thinking for 300 fucking million people because you're trying to reinstill a whole entire people with their own fucking godliness, you know what I mean? And you start to look at it like that, and you're like, damn, well, what is the logical global play here? Oh shit, yeah, they're about to do this land grab so they can go through this, so then this can pop off. It all still goes back to privacy and contracts and real fucking resources. I'm telling you, like, it's people and resources that are your benefit. That's fucking believe that. Go look at your all over again. What are you willing to do within a day? All fucking blind, not realizing where your money's going, who you're actually paying, and who's benefiting, and where that's getting distributed to. Because everybody in that whole entire chain of title will fucking benefit except for you.
Except for you. And you're steadily pouring money into these companies. You're steadily investing all fucking day long.
All the fucking time.
Fucking time. Like, you have a fucking person screaming, fuck those Republicans, and the whole time they're fucking supporting Republican businesses. The whole time, fuck the Republican Party buying their shit.
Yeah.
Funding the
Not gonna
enemy.
stop either. It's like none of this stuff is gonna stop. Paper's not gonna stop.
It's not.
The things that you can be able to establish on your own are not gonna stop. So don't believe the general hoopla out here with people being like, oh, if that would have happened, it would have happened a long time ago. For some reason, these people believe in atomic balances and telling you the fucking truth. I don't understand it completely because it's like, why do you go through this much effort to keep something secret, but then you just tell us the truth this way? But it just fucking is like that, man. So obviously, on a world stage, these people care about something that is on a quote unquote biblical understanding. All right, where they were going to keep it fucking trill with you. They might lie, but they in the next fucking breath, like the chick that just got that Canada fucking video. We're gonna make Canada poor. What the fuck did you just say? Like, what? You say you're gonna make it rich, then you're gonna make it poor. So like, what the fuck did you just tell me?
So we're just gonna stay where we're at? I'm confused. Like,
she just told you that the republic is going to go broke again, and that the corporation is going to get rich.
Yeah. You just didn't see it. You didn't hear it. You didn't see the like.
Exactly. So they all utilize all these contracts, all this keep trading, bro. It just keeps passing hands. It's the only thing that's happening throughout all this shit.
Yeah,
don't you really see it like that?
After the market, like they've all like when
it's always all planned, man. They're fucking 200 years ahead, bro.
Yeah.
1,000 probably at this point in time with all the adding up the time.
Well, the president said 50 years ahead of what you could even imagine. 50 years ahead of what
I know that they're way beyond that though. You know, it's hard for anybody, especially I'm gonna say even intelligent people, because I was like that for a large fucking percentage. Still am in a lot of different areas. I'm not exempt from shit. I'm just tax exempt.
Right.
So you know what I mean? So my belief is like really halted a lot of different understandings throughout my time gaining knowledge to the point where I was like, oh, well, I'm just going to keep believing this. But as soon as I opened up my eyes towards the other paths of darkness, then I start to see shit for really what it was. And that's what led me to be this fucking version of what people consider asshole. It's just like, bro, I care to the fucking degree so much.
Right.
That if somebody does not hit the fucking nail on the head, bro, I have a problem with it.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean? That is the fucking problem, though. Like it's like, if you're not the solution, you are part of the problem type deal. But if you got a bunch of fucking people that are going out and learning half truths, and then they're literally fucking preaching it like it's gospel, man, you're the fucking problem.
The strong belief behind the things. I got real tired of that. It's led me to getting more in people's face. I shall say, I understand that I create static naturally by speaking words at the rate that I do and being me. So if I could somehow catapult somebody's own shit, basically counteract itself, right? And I've done my fucking duty to the fullest because I have now become essentially a stable point throughout their own conscious. They are going to desperately try to prove me wrong.
And then
yeah, exactly. And sooner or later, you're going to get to a fucking point where everything you say is going to be in agreement with what I've already said. And that ultimately is my goal, just to let people know. You know what I mean? Without, I shouldn't have told y'all that, but like for real, that's what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm making you be in a combative nature so you can actually prove yourself to be not so smart.
Right.
You know what I mean? I did this with myself a lot. Like I was, yeah, for real. Just testing my own abilities, my own awareness, and my own consciousness to be like, yeah, bro, but you ain't that dope.
Right.
Like there's somebody else that's way doper out there. And then all of a sudden, this motherfucker would come out of the goddamn woodwork, and I'm like, shit, yeah, I don't. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know shit.
I gotta get right there. Okay, fuck it.
I gotta go read another book.
Straight up. Straight up. It's all part of that process, though, man. That's what I love it.
And you could tell the ones that's like really like passionate about the process and about it, and the ones that's just like trying to make a buck too. You know what I mean? Like I know for a fact.
Money, bro. There is no money. Niggas don't understand this shit. People do not want to understand this shit. Crackers do not want to understand this shit. I don't know why, but there is no fucking money.
No money.
Money has to be created. You have to engage in business for conduct of money to be created. It does not happen without that. So y'all talking this sovereign shit. Don't understand that you're not fucking ready for life with no fucking money.
No, you're not.
You don't even know what the fuck it is. Because being sovereign is not accepting benefits and privileges and having people work for you all day. Being sovereign is doing what the fuck Hikmah's doing and being out here on your own goddamn land, conducting your own business for the replacement of ease within commerce.
Solving ain't safe.
Bro, my tribe needs shit. Everything that you have out here is the conductivity of business. So outside of that, you have to then look at, okay, where is this money going? What's it doing? And how? All that shit, man. It takes a motherfucking care and beyond some simple, oh, smart care. Man, get your fucking mind off the goddamn money, man.
I know. Yeah. Oh my God. But that's the plan, right? It's like not a single person on the planet, except for someone who understands what's really going on, would say, I don't need money.
Yeah, it is the plan. It definitely is.
And the whole world fell for it.
Rat race.
The whole
facing the cheese. Facing the cheese. It's the wrong objective. Predators aren't worried about money.
No.
Not worried about that at all. No, because it's leverage, right? We're talking about collateral. We're talking about things I can use.
Tools that I can use to get where I want to be or what I want.
Am I working myself into the use of a thing? Do I want to be able to use it? Okay, well, I'll offer you this so I can be able to use it.
Right. It's like a lease agreement. It's like, it's like that. It's very simple. It's like, I want what you have, but you don't want what I have. We got to come up with some kind of agreement here.
Exactly. So where can I get in where I fit in, bro? What do I need to do?
Bananas, bro.
That's where we get to, all the extravagant shit, obviously. But, I'm just picking pieces of paper with percentages on them to people. That's it.
Just writing
they're going to go do it anyway. As soon as I hand it to them, it's fucking game over.
Yeah, they accept it.
Yeah. Whether they tell you they did or not, they're taking that shit. They're going to a back office, a back room, subcontracted agency. They got a fucking separate fax machine and a separate fucking telephone number. Probably nobody in the room.
Yeah.
Just, slide underneath the door, bro.
It's done. They'll send it through and it's a wrap.
Exactly. Somebody's getting paid, bro, off of all of those.
A lot of somebody. You're the only one that's not getting paid.
There was no payment to begin with.
Right.
So, right. Going back to that money shit, you're gonna I made the status, man, breaking it down. You know, talking about that this with the negotiable instruments and the positives and the negatives. You know, they're only used for adjustment and set off. They're utilized for payment. There's the saying in there like you can't have your cake and eat it too. And this aspect means that you as a creditor cannot have the use of the fucking thing and also the goddamn. We can't have the asset in total and have the money that they owe you. Doesn't make sense because how the fuck are they then going to extend you back the credit that you've given them in a valued debt? They can't. They need to buy and sell the note. So if
You have to
quit
allow
the action, you have now restricted your debtor from its life force. You are a dishonorable fucking businessman. You are a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Who the fuck gives money to broke people and then fucking takes what they have and takes the goddamn money? Nigga, you just left them with nothing.
you're a piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit.
And
You
you're
are
going to work every day happy about it. Like you're bragging your buddies.
right, the debtor's gonna take your ass to fucking court, right? Look at this jackass.
Can't wait until they fucking realize who they are and you fucking hurt them. Yeah, fucking Wells Fargo's fucking me over right now and got the nerve to call and ask about a credit card. If you do not get the fuck out of here with your credit card.
Oh, well, for real, you know?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, see,
They don't like it when you start fucking putting them on fiduciary notice and shit.
Say what?
So they don't like it when you put them on fiduciary notice and shit.
No, why would they like that? You know? Now you're creating contracts. Now you're getting into speaking for yourself.
This guy knows something now. God damn it.
You know?
Yeah, it's like it's crazy as shit. Like, and it's just, and it's really, it's so much that I don't believe in coincidences already. But this is like too many coincidences to even be mathematically possible. Like Wells Fargo, I fucking see you, bro. I know what you're doing. Fucking God.
The game becomes so fucking retarded and stupid at these moments.
That's why we're
because of their definitions, bro. Like, all right, so what's a creditor?
right.
And what's a debtor? You can fit anything.
And you could be both.
Yeah, all at once to understand that base motion. So again, like I like to tell people stay away from get into the aspect of creating your own shit because A, the control, but B, like you're misunderstanding that people are already regulating this fucking thing. There's already inserted interest into it.
Right.
So you don't think that these motherfuckers are going to utilize everything they've been utilizing to keep fucking regulating that goddamn thing? Every time it's brought across. It's exactly what the fuck we're trying to stop. I don't want to be involved with that shit no more.
I know, like I fucking see guy.
So it becomes redundant and fucking in a playful joy on my end because I get to laugh at it now to see how actually stupid and retarded it is that the general public keeps spewing over that you're this beneficiary and that you're owed this. It's laughable to the courts because they're operating through a contractual stipulation within the Constitution. It's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, Commerce Clause, Comedy Clause. They can regulate, generate revenue for the general public. What's the public? The state, nigga, not you. And so everything that you're saying is automatically backed by the state. So they laugh. And that's why they play the fucking game when people are in courts trying to discuss things like this. Again, now we're going back to the sovereign citizenship. You prove your own retardation. Yeah. Everything else that you say, nigga, we need a fucking psyche veil. We need.
Yeah. Hey, no, that shit is absolutely real. I experienced it. I got pulled over, and they tried some shit. And all I said, I promise you, all I said was, really, even if it's private property. Immediately, the officer jumped back, hit the radio. We got a sovereign citizen. 6 fucking carloads show up. And I was like, what the fuck did you just call me? I was like, what did you just call me? A what? A sovereign? I said, don't ever fucking call me that again. I said, that's fucking retarded. Not ever fucking, don't disrespect me like that. Like, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, so that must be like a real issue with you guys, huh? Like, there must just be some sovereign citizens just out here attacking police officers or something. But it was a real, that shit was like, you would have thought that they just found the bomb on me.
Oh my God.
Fucking nuts, bro. He literally jumped back, put his hand on the hip in the radio, like grabbed the gun and all. And he was like, we got a sovereign. I was like, all I asked was, does that still pertain to private property? Like, that's it. That's all I said, bro. It blew my mind. And you know, so I had to fucking educate like the officers like on the side of the road and everything. And this was all over fucking a car that had been parked under a tree forever that ran out of gas.
Lord have mercy.
It was the most insane shit. I was like, seriously, this all this fucking I ran out of gas, bro. Like, it's fucking up. It was crazy.
It snagged me up another chieftain for the Anasazi. Ancient tribe. All right. I was chilling with that ambassador out there in Schenectady. And snagging up like two banks, like American Trust Bank, and then another historical district site right downtown Schenectady. They were happy about all that. And we were going after the college too at that point in time. Shout out to General Lissimo. Hey, but we got snagged up, bro, by the boys out there, man. They put us in a fucking psych ward for the shit. And we had to go through 2 or 3 weeks worth of goddamn working effort to get his ass to fucking play there. I mean, afterwards, they got the fuck out of connection, man. There was that, you know, passing security was going through all that extra shit. But definitely those fucking psych evaluations are no joke.
Well,
Can you believe the Supreme Court actually cussed us the fuck out?
You know, kinda, and
You know? Yeah. So it was there's other things like that.
it's cussed out by the Supreme Court.
The redundancy towards all the shit and just how much virus you're really facing. I mean, if you're really gonna go toe to toe with these motherfuckers, you really have to understand a lot of this ethos.
Be ready too. Like it's not easy.
Yeah.
I think that's a misconception that people just need to fucking get out of their fucking psyche. There is no easy button.
No, not at all, bro.
This
Not at all.
like,
This is
like,
real
you
life.
just read a lot and then you're fucking, you know, invincible. Like, no, bro. The fact of the matter is that officer is completely fucking in the wrong and violating the fuck out of your constitutional rights and everything else. But he can still body slam the fuck out of you and put your ass in.
Right, dude. Just because you're over there telling
just because you know it's not right doesn't mean you're gonna stop.
Fucking funny. You got a damn knee in the back of your neck and you can't fucking breathe.
Right. You go fucking, I know my rights and then get kicked in the face. You have the right to kick in the face, bro. Like, bro, it's not like that. You're not a superhero now. You just fucking learn something. Like,
that is some real shit, bro. That's real, man.
it's actually it's very fulfilling and powerful, but it is not easy. It's hard. It's just and it's scary. Fuck you mean. You know what I'm saying? Especially that first time you're going into like this court. And if you have like a history of like I do, like my past, every other courtroom I went into fucked me hard. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that first time when you kind of hold your ground and stand up for your rights and shit, like you're scared as shit. Cause you don't fucking really know until you know. But then once you know, it's just like there ain't no going back.
And that one at 19 really helped me out. Like, those are 5 felonies. The way that I went about it. Like, I didn't know anything that I fucking know now, but, you know, facing that and just reading basic things about appeals, and, you know, the original charges or whatever attached to whatever my first charge was for that, you know, possession with intent to sale, possession paraphernalia, fucking manufacturing. I said, God, manufacturing. I have a whole entire warehouse on me.
Whole front page read about a Atlanta crime shit. And I was like, it's 4 people. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous.
For real, bro. It was ridiculous. But, you know, going through that process and real, I was like, all right, bro, like I'm really about to do this. Like, I'm not trying to fucking eat 2 years in prison and 2 years on paper. Like, this is crazy. I'm named after my dad too. My dad's been like the only guy that got kicked out of the fucking state of Wisconsin, like the whole entire state. Yeah. Man, I mean, he was back at a time in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where like there was minimal black people, I mean, quote unquote black people. So being a
Right, I
brother,
know. I don't even know what to refer to. Like,
you know,
isn't that funny? It's like, what do you mean? They're just black people, but they're not black people. They're like, they're really considered white people.
so you see a fucking 6'2" dude with his shoulders built, you know what I mean? Fucking 220. You're like, God damn, dude must play for the Packers. He's up there selling dope and shit. You know? Get dope from down here, fucking bring it up there, selling to all those guys, getting in those circles.
In the hood, man. Let's just be honest. It's the demographic. It's like that's the way it is. When you're like young in an impoverished neighborhood, especially if you're a minority, you've got only a couple people to look up to: the athlete,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
the rapper, or the fucking drug dealers, man. And it
Yeah,
just so
man.
happens that only one or two become like the athlete, or you know what I'm saying? But there's a lot more drug dealers.
I mean, basically what you're saying before, you know, the idolization of culture about materialism, drug dealing, women, all that extra shit. You know what I mean? It becomes real peculiar.
Yeah.
So obviously, like, later on in my years, or, you know, fresh out of high school, you know, I moved back in Texas. I was down here for high school, actually. Like, you got sent down here. I got into some trouble after dad being his second bid up there. It was like a 5-year stint, but he ended up getting out. A little bit before my mom had died, I was sitting next to my mom on her bed, coming out of this foster home. Like, my dad just got custody of me, like, for visitation at that point in time, and me and another one of my brothers were in a foster home, and my oldest brother was like in Green Bay with another foster home. We were kind of on the outskirts, but yeah. As soon as he got custody of me, stayed with him for about like a year or two, and then all of us were just fucking off. You know what I mean? Smoking weed, basically drinking 40s, only like fucking 10 or 11 years old. Like, you know what I mean? Life like that young, I didn't really understand. You look at me like, oh, you're the fucking nerd. You must be feeling entitled. No, nigga, like, I've really been through this shit.
My life
I'm
has
a
been
thug internally. You know what I'm saying? I'm
I'm really broken inside.
being right now at this point in time in my life, you know. But yeah, obviously getting out of school, man. Call myself being a gangster and all that shit, little gangster disciple, a nigga running off on the streets, man, drug dealing, robbing, getting into all different kinds of shit. You know. So this situation right here was saved basically through several other actions that I applied to the situation. Just already being street smart, which was leaving my fucking pound at the goddamn house, breaking off a quarter, breaking off 14 grams, only traveling 14 grams, but separated 1 gram from the 14 grams and put it in newsbook paper. I should have rolled that or smoked it, but I was planning on going to a chick named Diamond House anyway. Diamond House, I thought smoke her. And my buddy Ginger was driving, so we ended up taking a roll we didn't actually take. ATF basically pulled us over. I had to wait on site for about 2.5 hours. Big ass platinum badge, nigga come out of nowhere with a fucking fresh ass starter jacket. The whole nine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Walmart Levi's on and shit. Shit way too crispy. How you got New Balances on, my guy? Like, what the fuck is that? You know? New Balances?
Okay,
Right.
I was at the grocery store and every car opened up and every fucking I'm like, how were there 30 cars in the parking lot and every one of them is a fucking cop? Oh, I see all them badges as I pulled in. It's fucking nuts.
Well, going through that situation, you're like, oh fuck. Well, they hold me in there for, you know, a few days. It's over the weekend. I'm fucking stressing, get out, gotta wait for 2 months. I never do my fucking court date. I'm like, damn, he's even gonna have to wait for 2 months. I know what this shit mean now, but I didn't back then. So, you know, going into court, you know, I pled guilty to it. That was my first like eye-opening experience from where I'm at right now. Looking back at the situation, being like, damn, like I actually did this the most correct way you could ever do it within that shit right there, that basic shit. And I just played guilty. You know, it was after the reading of the discovery, though. Obviously, they ask you if there's anything wrong with the discovery. I went through there, pointed out several things about the rolling papers that they had found. They said they were commonly used for marijuana. I'm like, well, what does it smoke, marijuana or does it smoke marijuana? I said, Your Honor, the package clearly states that it's for tobacco use only. He goes, Mr. Boyd, do you have anything else? Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. There's this crinkled up Rolling Rock can back here, you know. I think the officer used that to protrude into the vehicle off an extension of his 5 senses. I was like, why didn't he take a picture of the Rolling Rock can inside of the vehicle, though?
Right.
Don't worry about it. It was like, he opened up his eyes like, God damn it, this kid's about to tear this shit apart just by speaking on his fucking discovery. And then I said something else about the weight of everything, because obviously they weigh the bag and add a little bit. I was like, well, altogether it was 14 grams. You guys have my scale, obviously. There's the picture of that. So I utilized the scale to know exactly what I was buying, Your Honor. So yeah, I'm guilty towards possession of the 14 grams, but this weight is inaccurate, and what the police said is a little bit biased and misleading. And I was like, it seems like there's some prejudice or at least some profiling going on in this situation. Mr. Boyd. No, we can proceed, bro. How would you like to proceed? I'm guilty, man. I'm guilty towards the possession, but I'm manufacturing and that intent to sell. No, Your Honor. And he said, well, we'll see about that. So he proceeded and it got down to it. I basically, informed the court that previously I was living out in California, which I was. And that I was already involved with growing and just distribution and different things like that on a caregiver tip. And then I brought up certain facts about the amount of states at that time that were actually, medically legalized, and then how many were working on the recreational aspect and different shit like that. And I said it's crazy because in the state of Wisconsin, especially here in Green Bay, isn't it a fact and well-known fact that the on average every 3 to 5 citizens has 3 to 5 DUIs, Your Honor? And he's kind of nodding his head. I'm like, so isn't it kind of ridiculous that you're now going to basically give a 19-year-old 2 years on paper, 2 years in prison? I mean, 2 years in prison, 2 years on paper for a half of a fistful of a fucking plant that I told you was mine and why I have what I have on me. So did I create any kind of problem here today? Did I disagree with anything? I'm telling you it's mine, Your Honor. And that I had the scale on me because I was buying what the shit I needed to buy and making sure that it is what it was. The extra little separated gram, because I was about to smoke it for you guys to pull me over and brought me in here for this bullshit. He was like, he's like, all right, so I'm just going to go out on a whim here and I'm going to give you joint custody on both of these misdemeanors. And yeah. It was $436.32 for two joint tickets on misdemeanors. And he said, how would you like to handle this today? I said, I'll take a payment plan. He says, great choice, Mr. Boyd. How would you like to handle that? Oh, well, I'll just take the writ and go right down to the clerk's office right now. I'm probably going to get changed over into community service. He said, excellent choice, Mr. Boyd. Wait right there. We have one more client that your public pretender is with, and we'll just get you settled out at the same time. How's about that? I said, yeah, that's fine. I then watch an 18-year-old eat my fucking charges because he was in there on the same docket underneath one of the same fucking charges, the possession. And so he sits 2 years on fucking in prison and 2 years on paper.
18.
And then the fucking administrator winked at me afterwards and he's like, here's your bill. Like, you fucker, dude. But I know now throughout that whole entire action a lot about acceptance for value and the real statements that are supposed to be had throughout a private situation. So Yusuf has been repeating that a lot, which I got this from him, but it's I accept for value in return for value. What is it? Hold on. I'm a holder in due course here as a third party intervener making a special guest appearance for the defendant. I accept for value in return for the charging instruments. I do not dispute any of the facts that are contained within the charging instruments. Please use my exemption as principle for levy and for all set and adjustment of the public charges held against the defendant and release the order of the court to me immediately. All of that is a straightforward way to say, I'm not arguing with you motherfuckers. I got your payment ready. And I know what's going on here. And that I'm the one that's in charge. That's what you're telling the court. So when you plead guilty, did you know that when you don't plead guilty, you plead innocent? You're telling the court that they now have the extended right to lien your fucking body for the sure payment because they will take you as a flight risk. That's where all the shit that comes from. You're telling them that you're down to argue and battle on their fucking field when there is no argument towards the extended charges. So for you biblical heads, go to Matthew 5:20 to 5:25 and agree with thine adversary quickly. At least ye what? You gotta pay them motherfuckers, bro.
You got to give Caesar his.
So everything becomes this focus around payment and money. And once you understand that, again, all of the rest of the shit that's being thrown at you in a regular sense, it doesn't make sense coming from the general public. But that's why I tell people the things that I tell them. Because anybody that's telling you not to go to court or not to face these things head on is telling you to run away and create a fucking problematic space in your life.
They don't understand anything about law. They don't understand basic actions, honor and dishonor. That's a very basic and fundamental part of law.
Exactly.
And so if you're acting belligerent and you're a combative, you're not in honor. You're fucked up already. You're fucking you lose already.
Again, there's a whole different world that's being had right in front of your very eyes, and you misunderstand this by your emotional imbalance, your common beliefs, and the rhetoric being spewed by the general public. Again, I never trust a motherfucking toddler that just woke up that has Velcro on his shoes and teach me how to knock emotional off his shoes. It doesn't make sense. And then the things that they're telling you become so fucking stupid then it's redundancy. You're like, dude, all right, so let me get this right. You want me to now not show up to court when these niggas already got my name and my assets and my property on the motherfucking court record? So no, everything. Motherfuckers want to gang up and do whatever, nigga. Now they got you.
Right.
Like,
We
hey,
signed the contract saying
hey,
you'd be there. Like,
you know, but like, it don't matter. So now, like this, like, make some fucking sense. There's reality here, man. Are you a fucking police force that can defend you and your body and your shit?
do you got a military? Like, can you go to war with the United States?
Something like, what do you actually know? When
Right.
people are like, well, you know, I figured out something that you know because, you know,
Yeah, I'm already in the
90
shit.
day-
That's why I'm
this is
saying.
90-day asset protection techniques is what the fuck this is.
Yeah.
We ain't looking at pieces of paper and fucking last minute resorts to save us out of a fucking situation that could have easily been handled off some shit that I just said. Like, I put myself through those things to actually now tell you these fucking facts. So, like, I'm not out there to be the one to, oh yeah, you can just go do this and you just go. No, I'm gonna tell you the real fact, bro. We are really facing some real motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about any of that shit most of the goddamn time, bro.
They really don't. Like, they're gonna know that you're in the right, and that's the correct paper, and they're gonna say no anyway.
Right. You know, because he's still gonna have to stand on something. So when it makes sense that you would go off basics rather than all this complex shit first.
Yeah, it should. But if it
You
doesn't,
know?
it's probably because you don't know enough yet to be filing shit.
Fucking work through it then, goddammit. I
Right,
mean,
read the fucking
don't try
paper.
a
See what
fucking house. Don't try it with a Steve's asset. Don't try it with
Yeah.
prison time. Don't try this shit with a fucking traffic ticket.
Yeah, try to take a credit card statement or some shit.
Like that. Like, you can fucking lose. Who the fuck puts up $1 million and only has $5 in their fucking bank account?
No, it's like, what can you do that for? Fucking, I can see why people call us assholes, but it's not really that. It's just that, do you know how much shit and bullshit that we've dealt with to get to this level of understanding? And then, like you said right before, you was like, all right, I'm gonna try to dumb it down a little. And I could tell by the tone of your voice, she's like, goddamn, how do I dumb it down even more? Like, I'm already dumbing this shit down. Like, what the fuck?
A lot is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Multiple different ways on like a lot of it stuff, but it's always gonna reach back to the same points. Dealing with money and how you speak and you act based off of that money. You know, one of the things that I know that saved you was learning the true operation of the IRS.
Everybody
end
thinks
it.
they're your enemy.
Back
They don't have to be.
No,
They don't
no.
have to be. They can literally, they can be your own personal collection agents.
It'll type shit.
Like,
Especially when you know
put
that
'em
they're
away,
against
bro.
the fucking circuit court. They are not for the circuit court making money. If you guys didn't know that, like these motherfuckers doing what they're doing, but because your happy ass abandons the debt. So another reason why I'm so fucking adamant at these points within law being the only truce really for remedy out there is because, hey, bro, like everything you fucking do is being accounted for.
Yes.
Every fucking thing you do. So if the courts are acting on their own fucking benefit and distribution, you are the fucking treasonous actor. You're creating debt and leaving it abandoned. That's a mark against the United States. That's a fucking holding company. It doesn't even do business. It holds it.
Just hold it, man.
So now we got created lingering debt. So when these motherfuckers be, oh yeah, I got the case dismissed. But what about the fucking debt?
Did you handle taxes and shit on it? Did you do anything about the debt?
If you just left the fuck charge there, or then you have the people on the opposite, yeah, I got $13 million. You fucking bitch. You fucking dumbass.
They don't understand it. They literally, it's like they learn just enough to fuck shit up.
Oh, absolutely fuck it up. Because now you
Just
got to
enough.
take the fucking 13 mil or the abandoned debt, and somebody has to now do something with it.
And the books
That's
are
what they
fucking off balance.
reinsert it into fucking commerce, dude, on some dumb shit. I'm gonna go get a bench and a fucking house and fuck everything up, and then they're damn sure gonna come take your fucking shit.
Did you?
Leave you out there with nothing, sitting in prison on some fucking tax abandonment.
I don't know what
Because
it is. I bet
you're in
you
the
don't.
ball game for them to do that. Oh yeah, he's gonna reinsert that shit right back into commerce. Look at him go, Betty.
Look at this idiot.
Look at him go. Well, I'm gonna have a new Mercedes Benz in the next week and a half.
Thanks for
Goddamn
doing
it.
our job for us. Like,
Like fresh biz. People don't understand that. I really hope that you guys listen to this and understand that. Though. Like, I'm not telling you a fucking lie. At that point, they will come do that. You know how many clients that I have that have already like established trust through the rest of the private solutions or whatever the fuck the dude was with sovereigns. Was it Sovereign Solutions?
Yeah, I know.
All those fucking packets. I mean, I've been dealing with those packets for the last fucking 10 years. But what was it? 3 of my most recent mentees had them, and I'm like, do you all even understand what this is? Like, what to do? And they're like, no. I'm like, all right, well, scrap this whole entire fucking trust then. I say, you guys are back to the basics. I'm like, before we even touch anything, you're going to have to learn basic administrations.
You think people just hear that the wealthy have trust and then they just go purchase that just because they think that that's just how to be wealthy? Or like, 'cause to me personally, I'm not buying shit I don't understand.
Bro, it makes no fucking sense to me.
I'm not buying something I don't understand. If I don't know
We're
what,
trying to utilize that
right,
shit.
and
Like,
you're not
bro,
going
we
to
can't even
use this in my life.
discuss how you think and act before we can even touch what the fuck that shit is.
Yeah, like I like tell people, like if I can't have a conversation, if I don't feel like okay enough to like be your friend, why the fuck want to do business with you? If I don't like you as a person, I definitely don't want to do business. If I don't understand what the fuck the business is, I don't want to do business.
So just imagine you're one of these people, you buy this whole entire trust thing, and then you go file a fucking 1041 for your first fucking time. And you think that because you're enacting a goddamn promissory note that you would enlist that as the fucking payment coming off of 1041. You fucking dumbass. Now they're looking for 250 million fucking dollars or 250,000 or $1 million or 1 point. The fuck is it? All we have is this promissory note.
Yeah.
So what'd you do? And everybody's like, well, yeah, dude, I've had 5 fucking clients in the last, it was at least the last 6 years. Ever since I've been down here, at least 5 that have had those packets and filed the fucking 1041 misunderstanding certain directives and administrations. And the IRS not only closed out their whole entire fucking citizen account, but collapsed their own trust because there was nothing properly enlisted in the goddamn thing. So now you got a negative charge on top of a fucking no balance. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, the IRS is now going to look at you like, bro, where the fuck is the money that you told us you had?
With all that shit you embezzled.
We would have helped you if you would have fucking did something.
You call. You didn't fucking tell us nothing.
Yeah, didn't do it. And that leads people into fucked up situations. They often try to then, oh, well, you know, if you help me out, or you get fucking, dude, I know if I help you out what the fuck I did. That's not the fucking point here. You are damn near at the point of no fucking return, and you have to start the fuck over. Because of what the fuck you thought that you were doing. You just fucked it all up. No point in time where you can come back to the IRS, screw up that one directive now, and try to fucking correct that shit without what the fuck absolutely demanding out of you.
Yeah.
Because what the fuck is numbers on a napkin now? Nothing? We got your promissory note. We got the access to the rest of what the fuck you thought you were doing. And we just settled everything else out now because now it's a fucking tax lien, a federal fucking tax lien.
Yes, it is. Unpaid taxes, God.
Now, can we speak on exemptions? Possibly. But again, if that pimp has already looked at you in disgust, because you didn't fuck up your own horseship with that pimp, he ain't never gonna put you out on the track again. Now you gotta figure out another fucking play, another fantastic fucking route, how to actually go create some fucking money, which is just gonna be the baseline. Go get a fucking job, go operate a business. You know what I mean? Make sure that from that point forward, you then construct some shit way outside the box, so they'll never know it's you that created it.
Outside the box, man. That's that's it. That's it. Fucking Tate said that too. He's like, I kept getting fucking tickets for my motorcycle in England, so I bought a fucking motorcycle from France. Let him mail the tickets to France. He said, I think outside the box.
If you want to I ran into certain complications throughout my own processes and throughout my own journey, bro, where I realized that I kind of locked myself into certain binds. You know what I mean? And it came down with administration dealing with my tribe, but it was like looking at him like, damn, so funny you bring up Andrew Tate. He goes, you got to figure out new ways how to insert yourself back in the matrix. Now you got new superpowers. I said, what the fuck? Hold on a minute, bro. So you mean to tell me I can get 7 EINs from the IRS today So if I do this at 11:58 and I'm quick, I get 7 EINs, and at the mark of 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. when it switches over the day, I can get another 7 EINs. This is ridiculous. I can get 14 EINs in a course of 10 to 15 fucking minutes. That is gnarly.
That is fucking
Right.
sick. That's dope.
So now that I look at that time period and that play with that, if I want to create 14 businesses real quick and say I had backup capital, I could easily try to sway money in between each one of these motherfuckers. Definitely in the next 3 months, I can get funding for each one if I have a recurring 3 to 5,000 within a business account with each one of those.
And I'm gonna cycle it
All
with
right.
each one.
Exactly. So
And
I
I gotta
could
pay
go
for them.
drop shipping. I could create some kind of window executive, like a window administrator. All right, which is basically a secondary business. What the fuck am I talking about right now? What I'm talking about is places like Etsy, or even like if you want to look at Amazon, or even buy sellers to fucking eBay and all that extra shit. Okay, those are window administrators. They allow you the opportunity to make money off of what is already being made money on. Right? I can take a picture from another site and repost it there, and I can sell it through Etsy. If somebody fucking purchases that, all I have to do is go hit up the distributor, order the fucking item, because they've already paid me. I keep the extended capital, and I fucking get the item shipped straight to them. All they did was give me the information on the fucking mailing address and pay me the goddamn money. Do shit.
They'll even build the site for you too. They'll do up the page and everything. People sitting there broke. What the fuck? Why?
You know?
Why? Why you broke? You love
That
this
could
shit.
come up in a play. After you get those kind of come ups and plays, now you can look at to reinsert yourself underneath another entity, because those actions are bondable throughout commerce. If the debt was traded off of a lingering account, well, then nobody stepped in as the creditor. Now I have the space and opportunity to either conduct that afterwards, during, or beforehand. All right. I just need to make sure, and this is not legal or lawful advice, to be strategic and smart in my actions in carrying out these administrations, is to not accrue any kind of liability in them. I don't want to be the liable party for whatever could go wrong, because as soon as that happens, obviously, you feel me?
Very basic, simple thing. And a little bit of critical thinking in these situations would help a lot of you guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. Me again, know what the fuck you're doing. It's going to take some time to be able to think and operate like that. But you know, things like that, understanding life insurance. What else? With art, shit, you can consider anything a fucking piece of art. Art can also be insured. Okay, so you have the insurance on the art, and then you can bond that, and then you can insure the bond. All right, these are 3 different payout methods dealing with one fucking piece of art. So when you guys are thinking about rich people and why the fuck is mustard stains on a napkin fucking $30 million? Well, Bob is protecting his money today, and most likely that art is going to get destroyed within the next week and a half.
Yeah, exactly. That insurance got to pay that claim.
Fuck the 30 million, right? But if I have a $30 million policy on the motherfucker, if I insure the goddamn thing for half of that, let's say $15 million, well, then at least my insurance policy has that collateralized. What does collateralized mean? They put up their money with yours. They have backed assets, asset-backed securities, as well as raw assets throughout any one of the stationary private creditor cooperating with them. Who would that be? BlackRock, Vanguard, people like that. All right. And people like me who are smart enough to fucking get in bed with those, so I can actually protect some of my goddamn money and my credit that's just floating out there. So I can hand them an investment bond. I could do like $100 million investment bond, and most likely I'd have some other collateral listed with. But since we're only operating off of 15 million, all right, and that'd be the investment bond. So I'm not only producing raw credit that they're collateralizing for me, but if I have the production of the collateral to go along with that, then those are the debt that's also attached to the assets, as well as the assets protected. And then any kind of fucking damage or some kind of loophole that I can utilize out of that, or, you know what I'm saying, take advantage of throughout that contract.
It's
Obviously,
like
there goes the
art in itself, right? The financial.
Yeah,
It's like you are building art with you with the engineering of these complex financial systems and things. Like
Yes,
Think
yes, you can
outside the
release
box.
all
Get
the
creative,
art,
bro.
and you can just keep it going on repeat. And once you learn that kind of system for yourself, now you're actually being a producer and generator of your own shit. Now it becomes easier to pay yourself and protect your money and keep your money and do all that extra shit because you've went through the work to understand your own complex system to where nobody else can now tear that apart. Especially if I'm conducting the control of the contracts and the rest of the activity, which at the placement of handling stocks and bonds, you're supposed to already fucking understand. That's all table signing activity. You got to know what the fuck you're doing.
Right.
You're the one that's running the show. So, okay, Bob, I tell you what, you're running this business over here, and I need to go through you so we can get the placement of this, this transfer on this promissory note. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you second place lien holder with a 3% accruance of interest generated off the bond. How's about that? And you don't have to be the surety. I'll keep the surety slot open for a default to one of my other companies. Now, if one of my other companies actually has the fucking capital to back your loss, well, that's beneficial. We'll work out some kind of private asset distribution thing so I can make up for what's lost, or I can allow you to keep the asset and I'll take the securities so I can still make my fucking money.
Exactly. And all that was
Those
just a
kind of-
contract that
Yeah.
got revised and then sent back and revised and then sent back. And now we come to this agreement. This is how we're going to process this transaction.
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. You understand the game, you know what I mean? Someone just now hearing that, they're like, "What the fuck did he just say?" But literally, what I just said is what needs to happen.
Right.
That's all you need to think about in that avenue. Is like, okay, well, businessman talk.
Right.
Be a good fucking businessman. I'm not trying to get the people that I'm doing business with in trouble. That's not the goal there.
No.
I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not giving a fuck about the money because the money is about to be created through me doing the action.
Yeah.
So what do I care about? Again, the use of the fucking asset or obtaining the asset? If I only want the use, let them keep the fucking money and do whatever they're doing with it. They're the liable
You
party.
have everything.
You're just using the fucking thing.
Right.
People driving around with dealer's plates. Like, let's think about that. What is that? The dealer still owns the fucking car, right?
Right. But you're registering through the state. Who owns
Don't
it?
charge it. It's not mine. And you're like, take it. Go ahead.
I didn't
Come
pay
back
for
to
it.
the dealership. Hey, bud. Yeah, they seized your guy's vehicle.
Yeah, sorry, bro. They just
do that fucking mess, dude. As long as you're paying them. I mean, brother.
Double that. Oh, that's nuts, man. It kind of, I don't feel bad about it though, dude, because I've been in that situation where I was fucking broke and desperate and looking for a way out and all sad and shit, and now I'm not. So I can be happy and laugh about that kind of shit, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. That's what life's about. Going through it, figuring shit out,
Figuring it out.
talking to people
Even
a little
my-
bit more. You know as well as I know, Chris, you don't want to be the guy in the room that knows it all.
No, dude, please, better get another room, man. Let me out, man. Oh, no, that's too much stress and headache. And then I also like you're really an idiot because there is a smarter room out there. You should not be the smartest one.
No,
Because
never.
everybody, when you're
Never.
the smartest one, everybody's coming to you with their problems. They're looking to you to solve them. And it's just like you're not having any time to do you because fucking you're the smartest man in the room. You got to deal with everybody else's bullshit. And if you don't, you're an asshole. Fucking, it's
I
crazy.
don't think that it. That is the head that wears the crown.
It is, man.
I've realized that again, at this point in my life, man, just accepting things for what they are and really realizing more power I am within myself and that I am my own money and that I can generate and do things. But being in the middle of nowhere really helped me just appreciate simplicity within all of that. You know?
Solitude
So
in nature and
yeah.
like time away from all the shit will make you appreciate it more.
Absolutely, man. I think people accepted more downtime within themselves, not overspending and looking at, material right up. If you actually take 5 years out of your life and you grind through that just consistently, it doesn't have to be hard as fuck. It doesn't have to be, $1 million activity, but just grind enough so you can maintain throughout and go through low points within that. Cause like, what do you really need? You need food, you need water, and you need some clothes, like a little bit of shelter. All right. It just so happens I'm good with me going through what most would call nothing. Like I made this choice consciously throughout the rest of everything else. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, okay, so like I have the opportunity to sit here and go get this or go get that, but like, why would I do that? Is it going to be beneficial? No, most likely it's going to make me more comfortable and me not want to be as productive or work towards the things that I'm actually working toward, which is reestablishing a whole entire fucking civilization and people, bro. You know what I mean? I want people to have that own value themselves so we can all come together and do it together because we don't need to spend money. We just need the fucking tools or whatever. Like a lot of money is already spent. So when it comes down to us actually having the money, when we insert ourselves back into the world play, now you actually fucking have it. That is your fucking leverage and the rest of all that.
Right. We talk about the money, right? What are you giving the money for? What are these people chasing the money for? To trade it for other shit that they want in it.
That's it, man. For mediums exchange again. So you're looking at leverage and control. And I tell people all the time, like you're the main course of business so you can control your dollar and grow your family's dollar. All right. Because you're working off of your own currency. So that means as soon as I write something down and lift the value to it, that becomes my form of currency and working off my contracts. All right. So to build my own shit would now to be my name. Every piece of clothing that you wear is somebody's name. Like Rolex is not even a fucking business. It was only a trust created by an 8-year-old out of the fucking the Second World War.
There you go.
You know, and so we run business to be able to grow our family's dollar. All right, via leverage and via leverage over people and resources. People being the main resource.
Yeah.
All right, BlackRock, Vanguard all grow because there are people that are operating for them. When you go to a bank, you want to get a house. Okay, the immediate thing that they have to do is flag investors. Okay, private third parties, niggas with a lot of fucking money. Right. So when in my area, if somebody wants to get some real estate, say I have an in with a bank, something like that, one of the bankers, we built a relationship. Man, since they haven't funded the credit, but nonetheless, they're working off of my bond. So they're immediately going to call me, all right, and see if I'm interested in a private property. Obviously, I have the rest of the trust and the transfer assignments of the asset because the bank can't own the property. So me creating the rest of the interest and perfecting the interest because they're allowing me to insert my interest. The word interest, you mean to become interested in something. Are you interested in it? That's the fuck I am because I can make some money.
Into those words.
So I would pick up the bill, I would issue the bond, okay, I would enlist some kind of surety for that. Most likely we're gonna drop the surety portion back on your dumb ass because you are liable. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't want the bank to get in trouble. They got my money with them. They're protecting me. I'm protecting them. Okay, so we'll leave the liability portion on a loophole, which is a tax incursion for you to fall back into. Whether you abandon it, whether you pay the payment, whether you state a claim, you're still underneath the transition of our private territorial jurisdiction and our contracts. So that is those benefits in there where I'm always profiting. I'm always growing. I'm always protecting my shit. Where you're looking at it as you're trying to obtain something, but what are you really obtaining? Nothing. You are only in the avenue of me controlling your conductivity, your electricity, your energy, because it's always going to my pocket. Now, in the eyes of everybody, they're going to say, oh, well, you do that? Not all the fucking time, but if you are looking into plays on how to stay afloat, you are going to have to look at situations like this because they're always going to occur. And that also helps you realize more about yourself and how you would like to conduct business. That is the whole entire goal, ladies and gentlemen, because on a world fucking basis, you don't have money. You only have people and resources, people being the main resource. Everything that we're discussing and talking about dealing with that morality laws all civil in nature, meaning if we want to talk about airships, they're talking about your body and how you take in air. If you want to talk about vessels and water ships and boats, they're talking about your body with the containment of water within another water source. Yeah, all that shit. It's all about you. Human trafficking is you. So you misunderstand the world play that is going on. And this is why people seek freedom and privacy over everything else rather than money, even though money is conjoined in between all that. But I need to learn how to create and regulate my creations so it can all come back to me. So now I can have the space, the room, the opportunity to go fuck off and fly a plane somewhere. But even in that, I need to make that beneficial. It's not that these people are just fucking off large portions of the time and just not caring. Some people glide like that. But majority of billionaires millionaires, millionaires.
They're not just
People
doing
that
that.
work here, they are always working. They're making sure that they always work and that they're always productive because that's the way that you keep your money growing and operating. And as soon as I stay still, my current stays stagnant. That means no moving water. What does water always like to do? Move. Otherwise, it does what? Cool up. And then what? Shit goes everywhere. It starts doing its own fucking thing. Now I don't have control over this. So if you're okay with different stations like that in life, then realize that. But stop telling somebody else that wants to be that Kobe Bryant, that Michael Jordan to get that fucking championship that they're wrong for doing so. No. I just told another noble this: the rice farmer that understands or at least knows some kind of time that is way more effective on the battlefield than one who does not. Placement of not having a war, because what if war strikes out? Is the rice farmer gonna know how to fucking protect himself if he doesn't even know how to fucking strike? Hell no. So what the fuck can he protect? Nothing. That means that a motherfucker that wanted to destroy the shit and take the shit is going to do what it's going to do, and you have passed out all because you ain't believe in fucking fighting. Well, something you gotta be fucking okay with then, bud.
Yeah. You either got to be okay with punching that motherfucker or getting punched.
Real shit. It's a dog eat dog world out here, and business is cruel, man. You know, so then where you fit in, if that ain't you, that just ain't you. But realize that there are other people out here that are more than willing to engage in that activity and follow through with that shit.
Yeah. That's it. That's true. I mean, I think it's retarded for everybody to be screaming "fuck the system" that don't know how to grow their own food. Well, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, man. Fuck the system.
Fuck the system, bro. We're God with that.
Fuck all that. We don't need that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're not getting water. They're not clean water, recycled water, nor looking into regenerative energy sources, free energy sources, or even being willing to grow their own food, make their own clothes. Community, man. Also barter.
Screaming "fuck the system." It's insane. But
How you gonna go do that?
yeah, how are you gonna fuck? You don't even know where it's going.
Oh,
It's insane.
I appreciate this whole entire thing.
Yeah, honestly, it really has changed my life for sure.
What are some things that you're working for, man? What are you doing this for right now? What are some of your goals, man?
Some of my goals, definitely legacy. You know what I mean? Like, something to leave behind is definitely a goal. But I don't know. I feel it's like a sense of purpose to just let everybody know that like you can do this too. Like I'm nobody special, right? And I damn sure was not one of those ones that was like born into a good situation and was
Right.
just, molded to make it. Fuck no, dude. By no means at all should I be knowing any of this shit. I was not supposed to come across any of this shit. They're mad as fuck that I know this shit. So and once you kind of realize that, it's like you said, it's like you kind of feel like you need to just, wake people up a little, let them know, like, you know, it's weird though, because I have such a low tolerance for the stupidity and like not a lot of patience. And so I choose this, like, this is what I feel purpose to do. It's like,
I think you've just grown through it now. Getting that next level of tolerance, so you're willing to deal with people a little bit more of yourself out there. I've noticed that about myself in my own journey lately. Just doing what I'm doing and then realizing that it's going to take people because I want people to actually believe in themselves. So I have to. I'm now correcting certain aspects about myself to realize, like, yeah, I got to be open towards certain adjustments, but not completely change everything about myself because I still appreciate that militant portion about myself and that, the portion that doesn't play any fucking game. So as soon as that's gone, then I feel like, actually, I know that that's going to be a vulnerability and I can't have that in the station of placement where I see myself and what I'm actually doing. So,
point. Think about that.
goal is people, man. Goal is always people.
It is people. But you said just now, you said that that once you start to relinquish some of that that aggressive or nature, that like that also works with society too, like with the way the men are being feminized and the women are being masculine. It's like once you men start to fucking sit down, it's a lot fucking harder to stand back up, man. Just
No, it's
fucking
real shit, man.
stay on your
Real
feet.
shit.
Don't sit down.
Those other lost traits. Yeah, I mean, he hit it really, really fucking hard on the head there. It's our male versus female paradigm. But it's sissified men taking away a lot of our natural being, man, is to be very upfront and confrontational. Doesn't mean that we have to have a problem, but understand that if it's knowledge being discussed, then knowledge is need to be where it stay at. Yeah, you could call me stupid, retarded all fucking day long, but the premise of what we're talking about still remains. But what's factual and what's not, because I'm not one to sit there and let you pass off of inaccuracies
Right.
where somebody might be okay with that shit. I'm not.
I'm
It doesn't mean that we're fucking beef about it. But I'd be damned if you're gonna walk away from the situation calling me stupid and
right,
retarded.
because you
But
are
you
not.
fail to realize the actual extremity to what you're saying and doing out here. That's fucking crazy to me.
Well, that's also like that fucking just it's kind of like the whole participation trophy shit. That's what that is. It's like
Yeah.
it's just teaching people to be more tolerant to shit that they shouldn't be tolerant to. It's like, bro,
No, absolutely.
earn that fucking trophy. And this fucking dude literally trained fucking 3 times a day. This is fucking Kobe Bryant, and you're giving fucking somebody that didn't even make the fucking team the same fucking credit.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
insane, man. That's crazy. It's like not beneficial, guys. Like I know you think you're sparing your child's feelings, but you're really fucking them up. Because when he gets older and goes into the real fucking world and realizes they're not going to give you any goddamn participation trophies.
No, yeah,
in
they don't,
business.
man. There's no protections
No,
out
you're
here.
gonna put
Like,
the work in or you're gonna fucking fail like all most businesses do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
back to that '90s kid activity, like we weren't outside fucking breaking each other's arms.
Right.
You know what I mean? And not giving a fuck about it. Like I
We
played Smear
need to
the
do that.
Queer. Remember the game Smear the Queer?
What?
Jesus
Of
fucking
course
Christ.
I remember
I got laid out. I got laid
for that
the fuck
shit.
out on the playground. I don't remember shit.
I had a fucking knee drive into my sternum one time. I thought I was gonna die.
Okay, call it character development. If men can no longer operate as the old school men do, then there is a large place. Obviously, there are things to both sides, man, yin and yang, obviously dealing with everything. But I feel like men have really lost their gumption and that true umph, like not being a nigger man, not being a thug, not being on some gangster shit, but like real man shit. What makes you feel like it's okay to enact emotional with another man, bro? You know what I mean? Especially a man that's like talking or speaking only on knowledge. Like, what the fuck is that? So you really feel that threatened or that emasculated.
That's a
That you never have to become feminine or project femininity.
Yeah, I watched the whole podcast yesterday, and that's how I knew that my tolerance is becoming just superior. Because bro, this guy, he was like a male feminist, and he was just arguing with this guy that would like wasn't like the guy was like a fucking like a anti-woman, and he was just like making very valid fucking points that there are characteristics and traits that are men and masculine and women and feminine, and it's just the way it is. The dude is just so ridiculous, which I agreed with some of the things. Some of the things he said was like intelligent, but a lot of them was just ridiculous. And then it got to the point to where he was being proven wrong, and he just resorted to just like complete fucking denial of all logic. You know what I mean? Like it got to the point it was so bad that where the guy was like, "Well, 1 + 1 isn't 2. 1 + 1, the one and the one merge together and make this one." And the guy's like, "Okay, all right." He said, "Well, we're gonna get to an agreement on something before this podcast is over." He was like, "If you have a watch on your left hand and you put another watch on your left hand, how many watches will you have?" The guy says, "Well, those two watches would then merge together and become one." And it's like, "Oh my fucking God, are you serious? Did you literally?" It's like, okay. So 2 hands now. You've got a watch on your left hand and you put another watch on the right hand. How many watches do you have now? And the guy just kind of sat there for a second. And he's like, "Man, fuck you, bitch ass nigga." Like, it was funny, bro. I mean, he battled all the way into the corner, and then like he didn't have nowhere to go. And you just seen the look on it, like the look of defeat. And I remember I'm sitting there watching. I was like, I've listened to this guy just talk absolute fucking nonsense for like 3 hours. I said, normally I would have heard like that first idiotic statement and been like, "Fuck this, I'm out." But so
There's a strong point in a lot of different spirituality, even Morism, like the more science or whatever for me. One of the things with spirituality was people believing that their intents overwrite the actual word being stated.
Yeah.
Fucking nonsense. On quantum level,
Yeah.
quantum level of reality, vibration reigns king. So the word becomes a word. We're like, I think I was having a discussion with some goddesses about the word queen. It's whore, but then there's other versions of it or whatever that kind of link back to I guess some kind of honorable one. So you have to then look at time to like completely dissect things, but it's this flipping of back and forth. Really, what you learn with etymology is sways within connotation and denotation, emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence.
Where emotion is inserted to transition some shit into some bullshit, essentially. And you can understand that a little bit more for you little fucking technical freaks out here that are really into that shit. Study Grimm's law, transliteration, and linguistics. That's the three holy trinity for all that shit. If you really want to understand that, consonant, vowels, and interchangeability.
On that too, right? The English language, the spells,
It's a perfect mutt language, but it's basically ancient Phoenician because it's every dialect ever spoken. So the most ancient and most direct speech that you can actually hear is from somebody down here in Mississippi. You hear one of these old people talk, that's the most ancient language spoken. Just everything, the slur and everything. Yeah, it's basically ancient Phoenician. We're just speaking every language ever created.
That's why it's such a hard language to learn. That's why the English language is so hard. It doesn't really, and it doesn't even follow its own rule.
It's never else.
It's like I before E, but if C is around, you know what I'm saying? We got to change that shit now. You know what I'm saying? What? The hell? Like, it's so cool and and Drew, like, it's just crazy. So two words mean the same, sound the same, spelled different.
The queen shit. Yeah, so with the word queen, with the whole entire whore thing, and they're like, well, what I think, and what I'm meaning is, that's not how that fucking works. That's not the universe doesn't the verse as a whole at that point does not give a fuck about your main intent. Your influence through the position of that would be where your intent could have some manipulation effect. All right, but that's still only through the stationary basis of view. What you said to the verse is what you said to the verse. There's no different than that. It receives it as it receives it. So your tone and that shit did not fucking matter for the goddamn verse because you said what you said. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't understand that spiritual. I can do that. It's like, bro, yeah, all right. So, nigga, if you're walking down the street right now, and I hit you with a fucking brick, and you thought you couldn't be hit with bricks, did you not just get hit with a brick,
bro? And I bet it hurts.
That kind of shit throughout those arguments, bro. That's basically what Buddy was on. I shot with that shit,
like
man.
And like what was sad about that fucking thing was he started with like a pretty like good point, which was he was saying that he personally felt that the black woman was like a god or a goddess, and which was like okay, that's a good premise to start from. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you honestly you made that whole point and premise look like bullshit, but because of how you fucking presented it. So now, if anybody wanted to believe that, they're going to be like, "Fuck no, fuck that! I changed my mind. I changed my mind." Like, you know what I'm saying? What are you doing, man? You're out there speaking on shit that you don't know, and then that's a problem, right? Because even if you are somebody that started studying something to learn like a higher knowledge about it and apply it and to help people, you're fucking people up, dude. You're out here just like confusing the fuck out of people. Right? You are fucking people up.
Something is a dangerous fucking thing, bro. Oh damn, helping people, but
and feel great about it, and the whole time.
Yeah. And it's often the greatest, most positive things that turned out to be the most evil.
Yeah. And some of the most beautiful things have grown from something that started out as a really shitty thing.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, I guess, again, one of these things that we can fucking bring to the forefront is dispute or tort from the general public, bro. Like, how many people have really got fucked up lives off of the shit being said out here. Because, I mean, like, again, it's not a fucking grown person's prerogative to sit here and explain to you troubles and complications that you could have involved with anything that you try to do in life. Like, we're fucking grown.
Right.
Like, goddamn, if I didn't ever shoot a basketball, throw a fucking football, shoot a gun, we'll stick with a gun. If I never shot a gun, I should know that I've never shot a fucking gun, and that, you know, I should probably be more than careful with, you know, going about trying to learn how to shoot this fucking gun.
And I could
Maybe
probably find
not
somebody
throw-
that has shot one.
Yeah, I have my hand on the trigger at the same fucking time, you know, not pointed at
See
people.
what this looks
You know?
like.
Basic common sense you would think, but apparently people don't fucking think like that. So we don't really have to come out here. We have to clear this shit up. Be like, hey, that's not right.
Yeah,
There's
don't
an-
take that at yourself.
there's a 100 men out there swear to God they're gonna beat the shit out of this goddamn silverback.
One at a time, too. Like,
So dude, like
it's like so crazy, man.
you understand what I'm saying?
I think I did it, man. I think he was talking to you guys, though.
You know, there's reality out here.
Yeah, there is.
The
And
most simple
facts
fashion.
don't give a
That's
fuck
what
about
I'm
the
saying.
feeling.
Like we really have to come down to fucking. That's where you can humble yourself.
Yeah.
When you realize that there is Earth and that you are here in a meat suit. Yeah, there's all this magical and spectacular shit. Yes, you can begin to manipulate things and change things, but like get to the base amount of something first before you even try to do the rest of all that extra shit.
Yeah, learn how to build it before you go decorating.
We're right. You know, American government is fucking. I mean, American military is fucking excellent. And they haven't built shit. They've only reverse engineered something. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. How do you reverse engineer everything and end up with the best shit? Like, how do you do that?
It was already there, apparently.
Yeah, like,
Really, it was already there.
yeah, we're like,
It's something.
who's really got the best shit then? Like, who'd you get that from?
Oh, but you know, even basics within that. If something already was, and that kind of teaches you, like, there's nothing else to figure out about it.
Right.
You know, then
It's
it's only something you're going to figure out by yourself for yourself. There's not going to be this big ass fucking public cookie.
yeah,
Or
you
these
can
things-
throw a parade.
Yeah,
and
it's
you
not
become
gonna be
taller.
like,
Like,
bro. One of the
most
things I
people
ran
don't
across was
know
the tax reversion clause. You ever heard of those tax reversion?
I have heard of those. I'm not very familiar with exactly how that.
It is a bullshit fucking contract stipulation. Okay, where reversionary clauses mean to revert a thing back to its originator.
Right. The reversioners.
So throw tax in front of that.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Okay,
Very
so what my smart ass got down to was realizing that statutes or bonds
Mhm.
and any kind of extended charge is a tax, should already have some kind of a lien attached to it because the state is the main lien holder.
Right.
Right. So the state is an issuer out of a tax because the IRS is taxing the state because the state is enacting the holding of all the transactions.
Mm,
And can't I then take that tax and give it back to its originator for a payment?
according to the reversion.
Right. If I can give it back to its source, which is basically just an acceptance and a return for value,
Yeah.
and I've just figured out a simpler way how to accept something and return it back to its fucking owner. Now, that's a tax exemption.
Yeah.
Is what I'm essentially talking about. But if I can write that stipulation into a bill, a statement, the land tax assessment, so it's a bond, right? It's on a fucking formal card with its title.
Huh.
So now I can go look at definitions within Code of Federal Regulations. Again, reflect back through credit card, and open credit. Well, there's a value enlisted on there, so I can accept that. But the whole entire number is the tax because it's a number applied by the source of the taxee, which now brings it in a tax court. Okay, so since it is now a tax court subject, I just revert you back to tax on your own fucking negotiable instrument, which is investment, and I can write in the reversionary clause on there. As the credit card states, any card plate item or thing commonly used in commerce to obtain or maintain goods and services.
Right.
Well, if I have to maintain my protection through the state because the piece of property is bound up at taxation, but me, myself, and my private capacity are tax exempt, I'll do you a favor and give it back to you on a credit card service. You can utilize this on a revolving credit payment.
And we just keep-
But then we're defaulted out of the goddamn situation, bro. You're gonna have to take it, goddamn it.
You got to. You got a choice.
You know, so that was one of the things I figured out for myself.
That's fucking dope.
You know, if somebody else could put that to use in any kind of like any other situation, like go ahead, take the motherfucker to,
You
but figure out how
don't
to make
put
that
that
work
to use.
yourself. Yeah.
You wouldn't listen if you don't use that.
Those are things that you're gonna. Those small things may become huge within your own process, your own
Right.
creation. Other than that, again, everything else is fucking repetitive.
Right.
I just told you the three ways that I'm talking about one thing.
Right.
It's credit cards and tax. That's it. I'm just utilizing a new way to bring it to the forefront and speak about it. So when it comes across somebody else that's operating in one of these administrative positions, we're not going to flag it as some fucking sovereign citizen hoopla shit.
No.
I now have a new premise throughout law, a point of contact, a contract that I can bring about that nobody's speaking about, making me successful.
Making you an Elon Musk or a Donald Trump or
Type shit, man. You know what I mean? Basically, just utilizing my creativity within things that we already understand, that we already know. But looking at it through those other lenses, that outside the box ass mindset, allows you to be that creative, and then allows you to make that creativeness effective. Because again, nobody's seen it before. Nobody's come across it before. And how the fuck can it work? It only does not work if you don't make it.
right. And you're always crazy until it works.
Exactly. So
Accept
I
it,
mean,
right? Be
that
crazy.
can, the worst that can happen is we got to go to court
Right.
over some fucking wordplay.
Yeah. Oh God. We got to go deal with
But
some
if
more
I can
words.
explain it, if I can explain it like I just did in my own fucking words, then what can they argue with? God damn, he has sense. Yeah. All right, we get it.
It makes sense.
Well,
I know.
tell me something good.
I'm waiting.
Because I mean, the only thing they're going to talk about is the debt source and the exchange that would actually occur. So, all right, you want to tell me I'm a thing?
Yeah.
Like I'm not that thing, though. That's all I have to do is not agree.
That's it. But the first thing you do is going, yeah, it's me right here. Raise my hand. Point. This guy right here. Like,
Maybe, people automatically want to talk about who they are, who their dog is, and that has nothing to do with this fucking money getting exchanged right now.
And you don't fucking argue facts about a case, man. We're here to settle this goddamn thing.
That's what happened.
It's very simple. Like, but isn't that so weird? People think that they're going to court to argue the facts of this case. And really the whole time, that's why you're getting fucked, right? Because you're playing a different game.
Again, it's all business.
Yeah, it's all business,
If you're talking law inside of whatever they got going on, you have introduced a complication.
Yeah.
Because they're not the law. You are. So why are you asking people if they should please listen to you?
Why are you asking anything?
Yeah.
To a servant.
You know? Crazy. Right. You put in motions and
it's
again, it doesn't make sense.
Backwards. People like you don't think that it's kind of funny and ironic that once a person actually gets to a point of wealth, they don't give a fuck about money anymore? You don't think that's weird? You don't think that the only people that really truly care about money are poor people?
Yeah. It's a problem. Because again, like our mindsets aren't built around like these things like that. I'm understanding I should overstand how to protect everything it is that we're going after. Before I even get by the time that I get the whole entire action is settled out. And that's why a lot of the stuff is built around 90-day principles. It's lookout methods because the Federal Reserve, not the Federal Reserve, but federal civil procedure has become bound between equity and contract. So equity in itself has become misunderstood also to the general public. or just understanding those contracts. Contract is the dictator of everything. So in the separation between what you want to understand is equity courts and that those aren't in Article 2 and Article 2 courts are not available. Right. That was bound throughout our original republics, but again, we're dealing with administration courts. All courts in all places of actual government have been abandoned. So when you look at the guys of contract, the rest of the carrying out, it only makes sense that I would only look at things that wouldn't make horrible arguments, such as just the payment, such as, oh, well, this entity over here is the one you should be talking to. We don't have anything to do with it because it's a cat and mouse game of chasing at that point in time. And it's all accountable and transactable. So if I can produce my own account record, why would I ever then depend on any one administrator where I already have the lawfully correct right to assume and presume that I'm going to get fucked over, or that they're not going to try to listen to me, or they're going to produce something that is counteractive towards my whole entire own account record, because they're trying to look out for their own interests. So you would want to beat out their interest in their production of account record, right? Why would I ever then, again, why would I go back to them? You don't. The only thing I'm doing is producing enough to halt them on anything. On the back end, this is the Chapter 96, Title 18, Chapter 96 for United States Code, where you can figure out that the Federal Civil Procedure is backing the production throughout a federal district court, because that is what they're utilizing for, what is it? Influence and corruption within organizations. That's all you're dealing with. So at that point in time, again, it's not to point the finger and start stating what anyone did at any one point in time, because I also made the post about that, like how to dissect fraud, or at least, follow through with fraud. We used to see permits fraud. Again, we're dealing with contracts and securities, and we're dealing with business. So you have to have more than 5 witnesses that will state, along with the being creating or enacting whatever it is that you think is fraud, to admit that. And then the rest of the actions surrounding the business have to be able to prove that. The mind state, which means psyche veils, have to be able to prove that. And ignorance within either one of these requirements does permit the affiant, all right, the defendant, an out. Especially dealing in equity, because equity is not you pointing fingers. Equity is that what's done ought to be done, which means that now, because a contract failed, all right, we can then talk about certain things that were supposed to happen out of said mistake or misunderstanding dealing with that contract. And that's why we're producing again and going through our own account records as to establish, or at least perfect and show more interest in the endeavor or the matter of the asset, all right, than the other party, because there's other parties that have already inserted interest. Obviously, we got a fucking party over here known as the state. They want to make money. They're backed by the fucking Constitution while you're talking about your constitutional rights, which you don't have those. You have wills and abilities, and you have constitutionally protected rights, which are extensions of your wills and your abilities. Like what? The right to privacy and contract indefinitely. Whereby they now can't tell you that you can't tell them some shit, and that you don't have to tell them some shit, nonetheless, that you can't contract outside of their territorial jurisdiction. So that's where we get that extended amount of shit, and why I would never go back to one of the courts to even worry about that shit. And I would only send in certain pieces of paper as to precipitate them out of the situation and force the default. But really, again, if I'm on top of this way ahead of time, I'd never have to fucking worry about that, because I already beat them to the goddamn money. So it's, again, the last minute effort shit when you're expecting closeout. Shit, for any one negotiable instrument or settlement to take place is a mandatory 30-day precedent.
Yeah.
And we're learning a lot of this base ass fucking administration this accurately just through fucking credit repair, bro. This is all credit repair.
Yeah, a lot of it is. It's not that
Man,
hard to
it's
repair.
the exact same shit, dude.
Not. It's ready to fuck up right now on purpose. Yeah. I'll just call this number, wait 30 days, start again.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing, and it becomes that basic. So yeah, when you get to that point of like somebody with their fucking throat on your neck, obviously you're gonna be scrambling, trying. Well, we have to go back to the station, and I have to go do this, and you don't need to do any of that shit, lady. Let them take the fucking asset and wait goddamn 90 days and go get your shit back.
I hate that. I have to.
Because you don't want to fucking wait for 90 days and you're not patient. You're doing everything that's fucking your own pace up. You done took this and filed it. You done took that and filed it. You done asked 18 different motherfuckers if you could please do some shit. And they all said, fuck you, Mr. or lady. And now you think that you can't wait 90 days to seize an asset back when that's your only fucking option?
They'll literally deny their own remedy.
You know, that's all it takes. And I got people all day, every day like asking about that shit. Like, you got proof? You go, how the fuck am I going to show you proof that there was an asset seized?
Yeah.
Like, go look at that fucking public record if you want that, but you're not going to see the win because there is no proof.
Yeah, there's no.
What they don't understand, there is nothing to show you other than you going and talking to a person, in which case I got a fucking NDA with. And if they tell you what happened during that, you know what I mean? Because it's not on a court record, bro. All that was kept fucking private. That's the use of equity and privacy. Yeah. That's the whole entire reason we did it, because it's going to incite wars and riots, and there's going to be more problems for you. Essentially, you're fucking up. You're fucking up the cash flow, and it's a business. They have to generate revenue. So you stepping in between all that makes no sense when you are a operator of the same business.
They have to generate revenue to keep.
Yeah, they have to. That has been known and stated throughout all laws and case law, that even in the absence of the state denying the extended charge or lien, is that they have created some kind of conflict of interest dealing with the very same contract, because those who pass law cannot regulate commerce. So you, as then being the instiller and placement holder of all government, being that you are a government authority underneath your own sovereign body politic, all right, so just stepping outside of this shit, how the fuck are you going to create laws and make and regulate money?
Right.
Oh, so you're only acting in your own best interest. Oh, fuck you too then. Yeah. God damn, dude, that doesn't even make any sense. Right. You know, because now you're saying fuck everybody else in the whole entire aspect of making money.
Right.
That again is an act of dishonor. So in trust law, again, the engagements between the trustee and the beneficiary have to be separate. Well, they don't have to be, but they'd be beneficial in the placement of international business, because I need an extended, trustworthy source. If I'm the guy who is doing everything and enacting through everything, all right, and somebody gets the wind of that, then yeah, they got a fucking problem with my administration. Because how the fuck am I going to tell the drugs ain't having the money?
Right.
You know what I mean? There should be somebody separate for all that shit. There should be a kingpin, somebody. You know, that's different throughout these situations, these titles, these positions. So I can actually have more trust that you're not engaging completely with all the rest of the administration and action. That you don't have that control over that. And that actually helps you understand more of the privacy and what most of you doing on their own ends too. You know what I mean? Because people look at it and they're like, well, why would I trust anybody else? And that's those places where I lock myself up at, understand those places, creation of those entities. It's like, okay, well, if you have to do the administration yourself, well, then you have to know that. But sooner or later, we're going to have to change some shit up. And that's ultimately why rich people hire people. You know what I mean, too? So,
I mean, honest, no, that was one of the best things I ever did, was decide to start paying people for shit.
Yeah.
To start buying a class, you know what I'm saying? Getting them in for shit.
You got the generation, man. Like, go ahead and spend it, dude. Like, do what you have to do to protect your neck, and that explains the business. Now we're back in these loops of these rediscussions. You know what I mean? But hopefully that's it. It's just
really, we just gave you the whole secret to life. Like, you got it. You got it all. If you didn't listen, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
I mean, yeah, bro. I'm just like everything. This is all it. Like at a maximum elite level and simplistic level, all in one.
Yeah, I hope that some of you guys like appreciate like the time. And first of all, I mean, this wasn't easy. Like, I mean, we ended up having to do this shit over Facebook Messenger, over a microphone. You know, like, and that's just to get the fucking podcasts to show. That's not counting all the work we put in understanding and finding some shit and learning and failing and succeeding, and you know what I'm saying. I've been fucked over a million times by myself trying to help you people out.
How long? I want to know how long you've been engaged with this man, because I think that
This
we've had
the social media
for the last 2 years. But yeah, how long have you been doing all this?
man, not long at all. This is all brand new. When I tell you, like, I don't know, man. Like, it was just like last month we were trying to get like 50 subscribers on the YouTube so we could do a live. So not long at all. So, you know, I mean, I actually, I've always said I hate social media just because of what it does to people in society. Everybody
Yeah.
hides behind their screen, and they're so, you know, they're so badass. They're such a fucking gangster, and then the women are all whores, and it's just like fucking like I hate this shit. But it's
Yeah, I'm not
beneficial.
hard by any means, man. I don't want problems with nobody. I promise you,
I want,
um,
no, I really want to help
with just where I am at. You know, I hope everybody understands that. Like, I truly only need you out here. I'm soft, man.
Right. I'm actually very sensitive, guys. I know I cuss a lot, and you know what I'm saying, I get excited sometimes.
Can I
You
say
know, that's
something?
about it, man. I don't want no problems with nobody.
Nah, I don't want no smoke, man. Essentially, I do like to kind of pick on bullies. Uh, but you know, that's my own hobby. We ain't gonna talk about that.
You guys are
Nah, 'cause
awesome.
I hate to see people.
That's the whole law stuff, man. It takes a lot of time. It took a lot, it took a lot out of me, man, at first.
Yeah,
I've been slowly replenishing myself with my own life source, and again, it's, appreciating this quote unquote downtime in my life.
right.
It's true. Put a lot of things in perspective. I think like now I'm ready to branch out. It's kind of ironic they can tell you really don't like the social media stuff, because I really don't either, but I've had enough opportunities to do more than enough extravagant things, and I didn't
Right.
accept those into my life at that point in time. It had to make sense for me, and I think that now it's making a little bit more sense. But like, I'm kind of ready to share myself on those big platforms.
Maybe that's
So again, yeah, you got to warm yourself up for the highest portion of yourself. And I didn't want to be a sellout, because I've already had different money and different things in my life at different points in time. So then, like, at this point, being able to sit on, let's call it a fucking $2.9 trillion bond. Like, what do you do?
right.
So purpose had to be found. Time and placement really had to fucking connect. And now I'm getting into really establishing the rest of my own network. I had to manifest some other people and some other things just to be able to test the waters and see what it is that I could pull together. I got a life insurance professional, been doing it over 17 years. I know some tax professionals, got into more real estate people, bro, that handle, private contracts and just contracting, dealing with houses, whether you want to, buyer finance, seller finance, buying and selling houses for you. Different pieces like that. Yeah, man, became real crucial, because if we're gonna build a network and you're gonna really put some shit together, right, that's gonna be beneficial for people, you really have to start thinking for other people.
Right.
All right, well, yeah. So if we know that people are gonna have complications in these areas, what would be the best thing that I could do for them? I could have a secure network of individuals where they can go to them and actually establish the things that they need right off that, because we all play the same game.
Mm-hmm.
So we can hook you up with the life insurance policy. We can get your credit straight, and we can get your assets protected. In the meantime, we're going to work on your administration and linking all of the things together, and how you would actually see yourself operating it. So if you want the business, we can incorporate the business. If you want an extended estate, another trust, we can incorporate that. We're always looking at people as the main push in operation for everything that I do, because it can only make sense once I'm sitting with the being. You know, I don't think enough of these gurus even thinking about that, because there is so much of this money race and this money grab, and it seems like, oh well, I can utilize the information to push that. Now I got a digital product, and but like, do you honestly give a fuck about these people, or is it just the money grab? Because I do. I care about people understanding this shit to the point where they can understand it, so you can go operate it, because I lead doubt that you are actually trying to do or help me with what I'm trying to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's so big, and it sounds fucking crazy to people. Like, I'm calling myself an ambassador every day, not just to tell you that. like I'm really on this fucking timing. So when somebody's like, "Oh, well, I want to do what you want to, like what you're doing," no, the fuck you don't, because I'm doing this. So like, are you willing to wake up fucking 4:30, 5 o'clock every day, answer 50 to 60 fucking emails, nonetheless, go to your goddamn inbox and then also answer all those people back, whether it's clientele, extended tribal members, or other people of your fucking kind that you just so have a soft spot in the heart for? Then are you also willing to also dedicate the rest of your fucking day, basically another 8 hours extended? Okay, the first 2 hours promoting business, promoting other people's businesses, and solely only caring about production and connectivity built within those relationships. I've shot in so many people motherfucking clientele in traffic, and they'll never fucking know it was me. I never asked for a goddamn thing back, just sitting there trying to fucking help and build up people so they can actually get more productivity, more creativeness, and more trust and faith and value instilled in themselves. You know,
about that.
and then he like,
How many meetings do you have today before this podcast? How many emails? How many, dude?
dude, today was actually a light day, but I made sure that I took enough time for it. But the day prior, coming into today, I didn't get to sleep until 3:30, and then I woke up at 5:30, and then I was up for like an hour. I smoked a joint, I went back to sleep, and then I woke back up. And prior to that, shit, dude, 3 to 4 cases that I was working on closing out. I got another 6 pending. So paperwork and catch ups for 2 other clients, one for 2 more that I'm picking up through 2 older clients that I had. So I was working on that paperwork, then some things established with the negotiable instruments that make those commitments and then close out on the settlement. What else did I have going on yesterday? Fucking ambassador duty. Had 2 ambassador meetings. Those were 2 hours apiece. We're talking about travel development, more placement on the land here, and just getting things planned out and plotted out. Talked to another goddess about her coming down and visiting me, which we've been talking and discussing that for about the last month or so, or maybe it was a little bit longer. But time be slipping for me, so I don't really.
Yeah. No, honestly, I found that not being aware of the
like every day is like this though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to make, not even trying, I make sure that I'm being productive on some level because I hate sitting around and doing nothing.
I can't do nothing. I can't really relax when I have something to do. Like so some people are cool with just sitting around the house and just doing nothing and watching TV. I can't do that. I can't. I physically cannot do
Beat
that.
yourself up also for like not accomplishing for things that you could have accomplished in a certain amount of time periods.
I'll know that this goal I've set takes a year. I know that it's going to take a year to do it. And every fucking all 365 days, I'm going to be like, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
You fucking suck, bro.
To be the only one that was like practically crazy in that area, dude. So I'm looking at it like I took this. I'm taking this year off from certain development on the land just so I can focus more on business and development with people.
Yeah.
And in that, I was like, dude, but you could still do this. And I'm like,
yeah, but sometimes like you could, but should you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I get it. I get it completely. Because I'm the same way. It's like I don't know. It's like I feel like I'll relax when it's done. Right?
Right.
Like I'll relax when it's done when I've got fucking the rest of my life to relax. And you know what I mean? But truthfully, we'll never probably get there.
I don't think so either.
I really don't. I don't. Because every time I think that I get to a point, and now obviously you've been at a point to where you've had money, you've had time, so I made it. Right? I made it. Everything that everybody wants, I've got it. I'll never have to work again.
It's not too much. It's not too much left. Like, what are you gonna do, bro?
Man, it's like
have everything problem. Potential being a rapist or some kind of child molester or something like that. Like, I know who owns Mercedes Benz, bro. Like, do I really want to spend my money with that guy?
Right. You support things not even knowing you support them because you don't know shit about it, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I get it. You have to participate in the system.
Yeah,
but you don't have to do it the way everybody else does. You got to use it, but you don't got to use it like they do or like he does. You can use it like you want to. Or use it like that dude that's fucking winning. You know what I'm saying? Use it like that dude.
Yeah. or to reflect back on the grind portion out of that, it's like because I don't have to spend, and I made sure that I'm not going to spend on much, means that obviously the grind to secure the future.
Yeah.
So, you know, we use a Bible stipulation with it. You're supposed to build wealth for your children's 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 children. I take that to heart because, like, there is nothing else. If I am already comfortable and know the totality of all material, that I am a generator of all things, then I have time to accumulate whatever it is that I would truly want to enjoy in life. I'm not attracted to that. Therefore, I don't fucking need it. So my money is exponentially growing. You know what I mean? But people aren't understanding that. Like, go look up the owner and creator of fucking Telegram. He doesn't own a car. He doesn't own an apartment, house. He doesn't have a fucking cell phone. He doesn't have an internet bill. That man doesn't pay anybody shit.
Nothing. And everybody gives him money.
He gets fucking paid. The man gets things thrown at him for free. I've noticed a lot about those different portions when I like came down here and I started to do different like tribal work or just, you know, intermingling with different people. And like I haven't paid for clothes, bro, in the last 7 years. I'm barely paying for food and you know everything else. Like I got one bill, it's my internet bill, it's $100. So even if I don't have some kind of generative source coming through my business, like I'm okay sitting down throughout the rest of that and allowing distributions to go to different family members or whatever else I gotta do wherever else just to keep those things circulating and flowing. Because if I'm always right here and I'm good, which I'm always going to be fucking good, and I'm always going to be the beneficial generator, which means that I'm always going to have fucking money. I mean, thinking like that allowed me to get to a prosperous point to not have to fucking worry. Again, like, what is reality? Reality is nothing more than you living. And so I've been through many things taken away from me. I've had the assets, I've had the money now in a place of equity and actually knowing what the shit is and really doing it and having it, it's damn near impossible to show somebody something that's active or real because it exists in an investment account.
Right.
And then after, well, what are those investments? Then you got to go through a fucking profile. So even though even though that you may be looking at 13, 14, or 40 or $35 million throughout 3 different investment accounts, it still means absolutely nothing because it would only be me enticing you with a number. That's not the actuality of the work of the asset that's right there. And that's just what the fucking piece of paper says.
Right.
So in our placement, yeah, if like, all right, to help them understand further about the actuality of this is how fucking stupid it is. Because I have access to all right, and I have a motherfucking security, I can listen and value on the security. Say I have the barcodes that are enacted through GSO, Global Systems Administrations, all right, networks. All right, well then basically looking at SKUs. Okay, so itemized products within a fucking store. Those are all bonded, so those are asset backed securities. Okay, on the back end, if I'm registering this throughout my own brokerage and securities account, and I say I have a fucking Nasdaq extended portal operation, well then can I just fucking throw my own fucking items on there and call it what it is? That's the fuck I can. Yeah. So when you're looking at real estate or collecting a car, and you have to operate this brokerage and securities account that's not electronic storage, the one fucking barcode, I register that throughout their system and it pings because they list the value and what was ever itemized to attach that fucking barcode, that becomes real. That's how fucking stupid this shit is. Yeah. So that's why I don't go through those extensive amounts unless I'm talking with real clients and different things because it's something that they would want to look at to begin to understand. What the fuck am I going to show this to the general public for?
Right.
It's stupid. Mm-hmm. That's no different than the nigga on the goddamn corner with yeah, but you're wearing true fucking religion. You got Jordans on. He doesn't give a fuck about you. Approximately 8,000 fucking kids die a goddamn year over fucking Jordans, bro.
I know.
You know what I mean? And here you are, like, thinking that that's what I'm supposed to show you. But you just disrespected my whole entire being and everything that I stand for by thinking that shit. And then, also demanding that I show you some kind of proof and activity about that.
Yeah,
get the fuck right, bro. You know what I mean? Real money is in real things. I'm living on land. Which one of you niggas got land? Show me you living on land. How about that? Every day of the year. Can you do that? Like, show me something real like that, and then I'll show you the bullshit you want to fucking see. Show me something real, and I'll show you the bullshit you want to see.
Right. I like that. I like that. And that's about as real as it gets right now.
No, fuck, dude, I'll give you a job, goddamn it. We'll work through that whole entire little spiel, goddamn. We can get you active out here, bro.
Yeah, we
So
get you in
take
motion.
something real. I'll show you the bullshit you want to see, man.
And that's what you want to do. You want to see some bullshit. Because they
I
don't
want
see
the real shit, bro. I need people that's real. You know, this whole again, the whole entire goal and mission is to build with people like you, is to build people like Walt, and like put energy behind them so I can see the success.
I'm
You know
glad
what I mean?
this happened. This is cool, man. Yeah, really, like I'm glad this transpired like it did. I think
Yeah, that's really fucking great, man. I appreciate this space again. I appreciate this opportunity, Chris. And
yeah,
if you're reaching out,
I appreciate you.
you're willing to talk with me, man. Because a lot of people don't do that. I don't know if they're intimidated or just really
People
thinking
get
that much.
intimidation,
So
the
I
same
don't really
thing.
care. But I appreciate those that are actually ballsy enough to be like, let me see if I can actually talk to this guy. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what I'm.
Well, I kind of figured me and you, we've talked in the past too, but you seem like you kind of had the same kind of characteristics and way. It's like I could kind of see through, like, all right, a bunch of people say he's an asshole, but I haven't really seen him do anybody wrong, right? So I don't think he's an asshole. I think he's just blunt and direct and fucking, he don't fucking, fuck your feelings. Let's get to the facts. Like, so I'm like, that's how I am. So that's why I approached. I said, as I'm tired of Chris telling me shit I already know about this dude, about, he's an asshole and he knows a bunch of shit. Like, yeah, I know this, bro. So I'm just gonna fucking reach out.
Let me see for myself what this motherfucker knows, man. You over there trying to start my engine and shit.
Yeah.
That's like that, man.
It was too. He got me revved up, and we got it cranked up. It was
Yeah,
good.
I can appreciate the quick wit and snappiness out of other people too. It kind of makes me respect them more.
Yeah.
I get to see the tower. Yeah, like you said, like the tower. It's like, oh shit, okay, well that's where it is. There, which we're we can appreciate knowledge, then we can actually work through each other's snappiness and wittiness because that's truly where it's at. If you're able to put up with my shit, bro, or if I have to put up with what I'm deeming your bullshit, then you got to put up with at least a little bit of mine.
Come on.
Past that, now I know you're on the level of operation. Now we're really in a fucking manly source of operation. We're not, you know, dealing with the fucking kitty hoopla bullshit.
We both got skin in the game. We both got skin in the game. Right?
Missing a fucking pen mill. Can you get your goddamn hand in there? Yeah, but I got you.
No problem. But
Yeah.
exactly. But that's also too, like in the lower income neighborhoods and things like that, there is like programming to not trust your friends. Think about it. When we're all kids, there is no black, there is no white, there's no hell. At one point, there's no boy or girl. It's just your friend. It's just my fucking friend.
Sure.
We play on the playground. You don't see any of that shit. All that shit's like it's taught or brought on like through either experience, but most of the time that shit's taught to you. Every dumb fucking thing you've ever done or believe somebody else fucking convinced you
or anybody else that was grown that felt like they had to say something to a fucking kid to change their goddamn mind. None of us were thinking like that, absolutely. And then obviously going through our own shit and building our own biases built off of that bullshit.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot to break free from. So I get it.
You
It took forever.
Go ahead.
No,
you ain't gotta get down to it is what we're saying. Goddamn. You gotta be willing to put in that fucking work, man, and drop all that shit.
You gotta suck it. It's like, yeah, the ultimate goal is better, right? When you get to a point to where you're like, me, I can't wait till I'm at like a level of you. You know what I'm saying? Like your understanding is way fucking superior to mine, and people treat me like I fucking know it all. You know what I mean? So it's like
it be very well different in just the heartbeat. I'm often telling people, bro, like just because you wanted me to learn what you thought that you were teaching me does not mean that I didn't learn anything from that situation.
right.
And I'm often like, I give everybody praise, man, because everybody is a learning source for me. I'm always learning. There's not something I'm not learning. So I feel like everything around me is smarter than me, which allows me to learn.
Yeah. Well, I think Steve Jobs said that too. He said, that's how you really become better. That's how you become more, is to just come from a place of I don't know shit.
Really though, I'm getting shown different things about myself constantly and different ways to go about things constantly. Plus, like the general public is my little extension out of tidbits. So might show me something that I haven't necessarily seen before because I've heard it so many times, and now I get to think about it. Again, it's not nothing I'm not learning. You know what I mean? I do know that I'm a smart being, but again, there are other people who hold different expertises within genius that are not necessarily aware of themselves. But I see these things in people.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, like that's that shit, like gratitude. Like, I appreciate you for giving that to me right now. Because too often, I know you go through this too, like too often you're feeling like, damn, bro, like I'm smart. But like, I'm only so smart.
Right.
And so, yeah, like I'm always looking for that person. You know what I mean? Like kindness and gratitude for giving that to me. But in the same essence, I'm pretty sure there's some shit that you lay on me. I'd be like, oh damn, hold up, wait a minute. When you get back to the board,
Right.
why the fuck did I do that? You know what I'm Yeah.
Yeah. Naeem, he on the podcast too. He said that he's like, you got these plans and you're missing a million pieces, and you never know that one person might fill in 500,000 of those pieces or the whole fucking million pieces, or you might just get one, but they're going to fill those gaps in, and you're only going to find that through networking and different perspectives, really. And he has a quote where he says, he's like, I'm not here to tell you what to do. Is you could just watch where my thoughts lead me. That's pretty much sums it up. That sums it up, man, for me. Like I don't want to oppress, because I look at controlling or telling somebody what to do the same as oppression. Right? If you don't have a choice, you're being oppressed. And if you feel like you don't have a choice, you're oppressing yourself more than likely, or being oppressed.
No, absolutely. The word advice, to add a vice to somebody's life, I despise it. So oftentimes I'm not trying to do that. Again, like trying to explain something in many different facets for you.
Yeah.
Your brain can be bombarded with a lot of information. So now you can go make a choice. So fuck all that. I'm not gonna be liable for you and your actions as a grown up. So whoever told me, nigga, I told you to understand what the fuck I was saying first, and then go choose what you wanted to go do. Because at the end of the day, bro, you point all these fingers at me, my guy, and I only made sure that I explained it as simple and as fucking in depth as possible for you. Because if I have to create the paperwork, bro, you still have to go fucking speak it and run through that. So what do I need from you? I need your essence in this shit is what I need. If you provide that for me, I will do a lot of the other base work. What is that? You taking your fucking words and making sure that they're spoken correctly through a goddamn piece of paper.
Right.
So my affidavits, different shit like that. Like I'm asking people for structures is dealing with base statements that happen within a fucking situation. And I always tell them I don't need them prejudiced, I don't need them filled with statutes. I need dates and times. Like what happened here, what happened here. Because that shit's not in your report and it's not in the motherfucking actions of the goddamn case. You can't read that shit. It's in your fucking head.
Yeah.
So I need that. If you give that to me, dude, I'll dress you up something so fucking fantastic. It'll sound like it'll sound like a mother, like the best administrator ever came forward and spoke that shit. It's about to sound like a goddamn Supreme Court case record. There's not about to be a statute throughout any of that shit. It is about to be simple, expounded explanation.
Very, very common base.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Simple shit.
A lot of people say too much. They talk too goddamn much. And that's coming from somebody that talks too damn much. I can't shut up. You know what I'm saying? But some of y'all just shut the fuck up.
I got that problem too. But yeah, man, when it comes down to it, like, we need the people to act certain ways and be able to do certain things. Because again, like, if you want me to represent you, bro, you're gonna have to sign an NDA. You gotta sign a fucking power of attorney, then another limited power of attorney, then a fiduciary assignment. Then we have to fucking enact the rest of the goddamn trust engagement. And then I have to also come to your fucking city state, and then I have to also press the rest of those administrators. Make sure I'm putting in bond orders and bond cancellations. Make sure I'm installing fucking notice of interest and notice of distress on your shit. Make sure I'm going to goddamn attorney general and the motherfucking comptroller. Making sure I'm going to the goddamn bondholder and the insurance holder of that bond. All that shit, bro.
It's a whole lot.
You know what I mean?
You heard what he said earlier. He said he had like, what was it, 3 cases and then 6 were pending. Most people have a heart attack.
And another 2 that I'm getting joined into right now. So that's a total.
Okay, so they have to do it 2 in 3 months. You know what I'm saying? It's like, shit, I'm handling 6 cases a day. Like, I deal with that's insane, right?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
reasons.
I'm trying to remember that, but also keep everybody on the same docket of timing, and then also make sure they understand that they also follow through with the goddamn what you just told them. No, simply. So what do I got to do now?
Yeah.
Hey, put it in the fucking what you do with it.
Just put it in the fucking mailbox.
Like, and they're at you, bro. They're asking you the same fucking shit over and over and over and over fucking again, bro. It's like, you know, I guess those are the portions I'm working through. Working on those, those patients, man, and going through. I appreciate people that are willing to work with me too, because
I know I'm different.
they're all they know that about you though, and that becomes the most appreciative thing because they're basically lining themselves up to get slapped over the head by a father figure or something like that. And you have to play that role, and it's like, damn, like I even hate getting out of character, but it's like it's still a part of my character.
Yeah, I don't feel good about cussing you out.
Yeah,
it's not like I'm like what I want.
I'm going to cut you out in a beneficial factor,
right?
To make you slap yourself to be like, damn, yeah, why didn't I fucking just think about that? Because yeah, why the fuck are you contacting me right now in like fucking 8 o'clock at night with some shit you know?
Yeah, I told you this fucking at 3 o'clock today. That is a situation to where you deserve a what the fuck?
They're losing their fucking noodle, boy. Trying to
see a situation where you say, "Why are you doing this, buddy?"
We're already doing everything that we're supposed to do. What are you trying to figure out right now? I don't know. I just feel like
I should do this.
There's this over there, and God damn it, we're doing this shit.
Yeah, like, did you fucking pay me to help you or not? Right? Well, then do what I fucking said. I hate that. I do hate it. It's like you come to me for advice. I give you advice. You ignore it, create more problems. Now you come back with that problem, and I'm supposed to solve that too. Get the fuck out of here. You didn't listen the first time. Deal with that shit yourself. I can see now. Now I know why they call me an asshole. But it's not. It's really all coming from like love, really.
You can't be an asshole if you're willing to get for a straight shot.
Yeah. You know, if I was an asshole, if we were truly being an asshole, we wouldn't talk to you.
Absolutely not.
I wouldn't tell you none of this shit.
Look at you.
I would look at you and let you be
I would fucking rag on you constantly, and I just would not give you the benefit.
I wanted you to look
speak
stupid
and give you the answer.
I'd just let you keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely.
If the intention was to make you feel stupid,
I wouldn't even do the whole entire. Well, you know, this is what you. No, it'd just be like you guys are fucking stupid. Like I just be holding up my phone, just fucking laughing my ass off, bro.
Recording it, posting on TikTok and shit.
You know, just showing you in the account with just fucking 13 mil just sitting there like that. Yeah, I can do that. That'd be assholeish.
But I'm trying to educate you. Look stupid. What? What are you talking about? I'm trying to make you look smarter. That's why I'm teaching you something, dumbass.
trying to give you exactly what I lost at the point or what I was missing at that point. Because I'm looking at myself again.
That's
based. I didn't like not being accurate.
I don't like being dumb. I don't like being stupid. I don't like being wrong. I don't like it, so I try not to.
That's not cool, man.
It's not a good look on anybody, man. Wrong's like just wrong. You know what I mean?
in every facet, we can speak it.
Some people are cool with it though. Some people like it. I think they love it. Really, some people love the fuck out of being wrong because they just want.
Kind of like the conversation you were talking about earlier, the two watchers. Yeah, they're all those people in life where they enjoy chaotic bullshit.
And about the feminine type of.
It gives them a space of opportunity to be important or feel important. No, it's attention based.
It is.
You know,
it is.
Very much attention based. Stick with the attention. I'd rather deal with the correctness. I'm not trying to shoot arrows into a dark room and possibly get a fucking silver bag in the goddamn leg, or I'm gonna come out of there and tear me and the rest of the 100 men up. It's not. No, it's not
fun.
All the operation there. I'm really back on that Kobe Bryant activity. Like I'm shooting the same jump shot 1,000 times, bro.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk out of that gym with at least a 50% mate. That's good.
That's
solid.
fucking damn good, bro.
Yeah,
That's
if
really
I can hit, bro, if I can hit it 50% of the time, because not everything is always going to be a win, and people have to understand that too. There's a lot of different beating my head up against this motherfucking administrative, threshold where until you got the W and you really get to those areas of those wins, you realize your prerogative is not to go there anymore because those people don't even want you in those courses anymore. So they're going to do different things to you now. And at that point in time, you're going to dissect the whole entire fucking dynamic and really realize the rest of that, like, treasonous aspect about the creation and the enactment of debt. Damn. So every time I do this, I'm giving y'all money. Yeah. Yes, you are.
And
So now,
talking about
like,
fines.
now you look like constantly walking through this motherfucker, bro. Don't you bring your ass over here anymore. And that becomes a respect factor. Like, yeah, I'm too smart for all this. I should conduct business. Yeah, so never fucking take a room in my goddamn life, because why would I do that?
Wow.
You know,
Why climb out a hole and jump back
seriously,
in?
like, I don't need to be in their courts.
No, I don't want
Most
to be.
people don't anyway.
That's why everybody has the same feeling over court, right? They don't want to do that. Like, I don't know that this like, yeah, like fucking the same shit.
Even with somebody that can win, man.
Yeah.
Yusuf got to that point too. I remember him saying it a long fucking time ago. He said, "Man, I had to realize that it's still an exchange of energy."
Yes.
So, like, I just need to run business smarter. Is what I need to do.
Damn, that is.
And that's why you never see any of these motherfuckers in court. It's protected already.
Right.
So if I just do all the work to protect the goddamn shit and I become an honorable businessman, why the fuck would I need to go through any of this bullshit anymore? So you want to see an asset being perfectly hidden? I can't show you that.
Why would I? It's hidden.
You know what I mean? Because it's perfectly hidden. But if you sit down with me and we have some thick links going on, well, now we can start discussing some things and speaking about some things, and I can point you in the right directions, and we can start to look at some entities that may be involved with another entity. You know, that's the difference in the placement of all that. You feel me? But it's all about being smart and strategic. Like, stop going to that whole entire length because you are ultimately exerting more effort than you're getting paid out. Again, contract law is only going to pay out monetary charges. So if you're dealing with a $30,000 charge and you're exerting the effort for the 30, you can tell the motherfuckers all day that you want $3 million. Bitch, good luck getting it.
Right. It don't matter what you want.
Yeah, none of that ever happens.
You know, even if it was worth, did they want to give it to you?
So the court is going to look at the contractual stipulation, no matter what kind of fucking equity or what you thought. So get into those money demands. Oh, I want this in gold. You already fucked up because that's not an equitable relief. Oh, I want 1.5 million. You're fucking up because that's not an equitable relief. Well, how not? I need to get paid out because of the contractual obligation and the value listed goes against that. So now, what are you stating that the extra money is for? Oh, well. Damages. I need it. Prove it. Where the fuck is the damage? Talking about psychological damage or something like that, bitch. You already get back your fucking head.
That's it. Like, they don't understand that they just enough to fuck it up for everybody that does understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it makes it harder for us to teach fucking people because shit's harder on us because you fucking didn't even follow through with what you were supposed to do. Or you learned just enough to go out there and file some shit. And then you got to come to somebody like us to fucking save you, right? You made it harder. You could have come to us from the beginning before you filed all this dumbass paperwork you didn't read.
We would have a strong taking more effective internet education going on. Then last minute, pay everybody else, point you all that bullshit just to still get nowhere. You're the possibility of just a simple dismissal. Again, you can be okay with your dismissal. That was the only thing that you were working for. Yeah, and we're still talking about the lingering of that, in which case your shit is abandoned. So
what's the bigger problem? Like, or it's not.
It just so happens like they just want to do a quick win. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I've never promised to win for anybody. I promised them effectiveness throughout execution if they ran through the process because it always works. There is not a time and place that it will not fucking work. you literally will fail to make it operate because you misunderstand the simplistic nature about fucking payments, transactions, charges, liens, and tax. That's it.
That's it.
The private administrative process is everything. It's everything.
It is
Everything you ever fucking do is private administration because it starts and ends with you first, your communication, your thoughts, your actions. So if I approve and handle the account register, again, re-explaining everything that we fucking said before, I will win because equity permits this, and I'm not pointing fingers at people. What ought to be done will be done. Nonetheless, it's already accounted for.
Right.
I bypass 98% of the bullshit right there. And it becomes that simple. So if I fuck any of that up, I fuck that up.
Yeah, it's on you.
There's nobody else for me to blame.
Yeah.
There's not a, oh, well, you don't understand, nigga. You don't understand how to fucking pass a piece of paper to somebody and shut the fuck up is what you don't understand.
Right. Stop talking and just fucking do.
That's it. That's it. Move forward with your shit and stop sitting there waiting, bro. Yeah, become
like, what's the word? I mean, you're already, like, most of the time if you go to court, you've probably already been arrested. You know what I'm saying? The worst they can do is fucking lock you up. I think that probably leads to us being as bold as we are, because I've already fucking been through that.
Like, there's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot
I didn't like it.
Yeah, man, they ain't even trying to see that.
Fucking nice, right?
You know that though. Like, how many people have came to you and they were like, "Why do I do it without that?"
You
What the fuck are you talking about? You talking about freedom?
Yeah,
You're talking about freedom. You're talking about some people that done died for simply getting out of their fucking cars, and you're coming
it for nothing.
in a motherfucker. Talking about how do I do it without going through that? Motherfucker, look at my forehead. My whole entire face was busted the fuck.
I know. I seen it. Like, bro, they've worked this. Yes, bro, they fucking beat them.
I'm about awesome motherfuckers too, boy. Had me on a back road.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I could have been dead, bro. I'm talking about leaking from the back of my cranium type shit. And people coming to me, how do I do? Bitch.
You don't. I didn't. Like, what you mean? I got beat the fuck up and thrown in jail.
It's ready for that shit to happen.
I had my go to jail fucking clothes on. Like,
get realistic here, man. Real talk, bro. We gotta get real here, bro.
At some fucking point, you gotta think, like, does this fucking really make sense?
Oh,
Should I get this for nothing if they had to die? I don't know.
real talk.
Right.
Oh, that's just real, man.
And if
That
you
is real.
should, then please fucking explain to me and elaborate. I'd love to know why you're so fucking important.
Look, that's real talk, man. More power to them, though, bro.
Yeah, man, if you make it work, fucking I'll NT under you, I guess.
See in their head. I mean, some people get out unscathed, bro.
They do.
I don't know many.
Not me, but some, I'm sure somebody has.
You move fucking slick enough, but again, this takes smarts and strategy, or maybe you just were fucking blessed by the goddamn stroke of God's God.
I think some people, we have to do that sometimes, and we're just thinking, like, why does God love them so much?
Non-existent.
Man, this has been amazing. I wish we could keep going, but it looks like my phone's about to cut you off and die.
Man, that is all right, brother. I appreciate this whole entire chat, man.
Gratitude to you, your whole team, everything you got going on. You already know I'm a push and promote everything you got going on, just because you know, we following the same spirit and path, and you know, we resonate like we have, like, since we first talked. So I'm glad that this actually came to fruition. It's pretty awesome.
Me too, man. Me too. I'm very glad. For my little outro, man, if you guys are interested in any classes, services, anything like that, contact the kid or go to Boyd Consultations 2.0. Again, you can go to Boyd Consultations, the business page, Boyd Consultations 2.0. Check out, some of our services and offerings dealing with classes. I got a class coming up May 8th. The business administration, teaching you everything that you need for proper business administration, man. Going really in depth. Class is only $30, and outside of that, you can always catch at least any other previous class that we've offered. There's always replays, attached, and recordings, no extra charge. For the gurus out there that be double charging for shit. One charge,
Replay.
man. $30 gets you the goddamn replay and access class. If you don't have access to class, you don't come to class. It's okay. You get sent the fucking replay. You just have to be patient enough to wait on an email. That's about it. But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys, your all the time, the attention, engagement, interactions. Appreciate you, Chris. Everybody over there at Lifestyle Libraries. Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the future, bro. I'm looking forward to us building a decent relationship with y'all and getting some other things operating, man. We really need to sit down and get some contracts for them.
Yeah, we do. I spoke with the team today about that, or yesterday. We had a whole meeting about that, and I was like, there's contracts in business for a reason.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. Break some bread out you.
Let's do it, man. All right, man. Thanks for coming on. Like, definitely the best that could have possibly went. I think, even considering how bad it went. You know what I'm saying? We had to do a lot of work to make it happen. But it was great, man. Man, have a good one, y'all.
Got no explanation for that, man. Appreciate you, Chris.
How do you download an app 3 times and it disappears? You know what I'm saying?
If I could show it to you.
And I knew it. I knew it. I expected it. I was in my head. Maybe I manifested it because I was like, you know what? They fucked us over on a regular Zoom.
This ain't gonna go so soon.
No, they're not just gonna let this happen, bro.
Too good to be true.
But we didn't give up, and here we are. And now you got some sauce, man. Like literally, if you tuned into that whole thing, like you got the whole blueprint. Everything.
You got
A lot of game, man.
A lot of back end activity, a lot of different things dealing with its core, different aspects, wordplay you need to utilize, structures and trust, shit, foreignism, separation of identity, everything that you got
understand
here. You can rewind this shit.
You can rewind it. Go back, replay. Y'all have a good night, man.
Peace out.
Peace out, y'all. Yeah. I love it.
Have a good night.